Welcome to Big East League of Legends.
The Big East Cinderella team Butler returns to action tonight against Seton Hall. Both teams are in the hunt for a coveted playoff spot, and tonight could be a difference maker. Also, remember this?
Advancing, how do you take on DePaul?
Well, I don't think DePaul's the best team.
Oh.
I mean, I think that we'll easily. Last year when we played against DePaul, the reason we lost our first game and we weren't first seed coming into the tournament was because their bot lane had 2 Masters players. Now coming into this, yes, they have 1 challenger player, but they're kind of a one-man team. I'm not scared for them.
Whoa, those are some strong words.
DePaul will look to let their gameplay do the talking as they look for a win tonight against St. John's.
Well, the teams are prepped, the players are ready, so let's play some League of Legends. Welcome back, everybody, to more amazing Big East Collegiate League of Legends action. My name is Paul Inverum Todgill, joined once again by Daniel Degon Gonzalez. We got to see some spicy quotes to start off our day. That's what I love to see.
Yeah, you know what else I love to see? Twins! Look at these shirts right here. Come on.
That worked out pretty well.
This was coordinated.
It absolutely was coordinated for sure. You know what else is coordinated? How we lay out our series of games every single week like butter. So let's talk about how we break down our lovely tournament.
So here's how it works. 7 teams representing the Big East schools will compete in a single round-robin best-of-2 regular season. Each match day will consist of 2 games against the same school. The standings are reflective of their game score. From there, the top 4 teams from the regular season will seed into a single elimination best-of-3 bracket. Whoever makes it into the finals of that slugfest will advance to the College League of Legends Championships play-in, where they will have the chance to advance to the CLOL National Championship. There, they will have the chance to cement their place among the greats of Collegiate League of Legends.
Well, as you can see from taking a look at the standings, DePaul is still up there at the very tippity top. Providence, on the flip side, 0-6 going into this. They actually played Seton Hall off stream at the end of last week, where Seton Hall took 2 wins there, but they weren't cut and dry games. They were actually fairly close, Degon.
No, and Providence, again, is a team that was in the playoffs last season. They got 4th place, and were a team that had things that they could build upon. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to get that momentum going this week. And here in this match, it was a back and forth affair. Yes, it went 2-0 over to Seton Hall, and Seton Hall's looking like the form that they had last season as the 3rd seed. But this should have been a little bit closer, maybe a 1-1 split, and just Providence is just having difficulty figuring out how to get from the mid-game to the late game. You can see the score here is very close. The gold is relatively close, but then they just fall in these last team fights. You got to play around Honor Lord. That's your big guy, and they just haven't been able to do that with Seton Hall taking this first victory.
Yeah, and game number 2 was a lot more of the same. Relatively, even early game, some nice plays coming out from both sides, but really, it was, as you said, it's that late game decision-making where things seem to be falling off a little bit there for Providence. But at least looking back at this, they know they have the potential to take some fights, take some games, potentially of their own still going into this season here. They just need to, oh yeah, that was saucy.
Honor Lord with the flash charm into a minion. That was a good one.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. But it's just these big team fights, once the momentum starts going in favor of Seton Hall, they just do not stop.
No, they don't. And in this last game, please be patient, doing his best Cloud9 balls cosplay in the top lane. Darius, just a Diamond 2 player, popping off with the resets. And Seton Hall taking the 2-0 victory here over Providence. And I like to actually to get to see that from the top lane. Please be patient has been a very consistent player for this Seton Hall team. We spent a lot of time talking about Brady Hayes, the jungler, and we'll get to see a little bit more of them in our first match.
Yeah, let's actually talk about the whole Seton Hall roster here. If we're going to talk about that top laner as well as we get into our very first matchup, now that they're switching things up, going up against Butler. Butler's one of these teams that didn't have a whole lot of success in the last season, but they have turned things around in such a big way this time around.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see how they play against Seton Hall, because this is going to be a matchup for that final playoff spot, I believe, probably like 3rd or 4th, with the changes to the playoff system here. Yeah. You want to get yourself a higher seed so that you don't have to play a #1 team.
Yeah, right now that #1's kind of looking like it's going to be DePaul, who's been scary all time around. So we'll see who comes out on top there. Let's take a look at these rosters, though, get into it, because when we take a look at Seton Hall, you mentioned Please Be Patient, you mentioned Seton Hall, the jungler, Brady Hayes, but there are a lot of other strong talent on this roster as well.
Yeah, so Quinton E, Nummy Warrior, and Advice have all been flipping around and changing roles. Quinton E started out, this is the roster that actually started out the season with Quinton E in the mid lane, Nummy Warrior at AD carry, and Advice at support, but they've actually been rotating around. Nummy Warrior recently has been playing mid lane, Quinton E has been at the AD carry role, and Advice at support, and they've been finding success. I think if they can find a lineup that they're comfortable with and is consistent, this is the team that is a third place caliber team and can find even better footing against the likes of Villanova and DePaul.
Absolutely, and I mean, this is one of these squads that is not afraid to still make these changes, mix things. I like that. They're trying to identify where they can improve, and that drive to improve is what's going to continue their success further on. But let's look across the board. Let's take a look at their opponents here in this matchup in Butler. Now, Butler, there's so many players we could talk about. Gang Suwu, now Alex Straza has been so strong down there in the ADC role, but Renegade Mac in the mid has also been doing work.
Yeah, and I love the fact that this is the team that is stuck together, even though last season they didn't find any success. They had 0 match wins. However, now they find themselves in the thick of the playoff hunt, looking to get themselves above the, I could say, like the halfway point, you know, and this is a fantastic test. Renegade Mac has played highly consistent, and at times as a superstar mid laner in this league. Cassiopeia and Renegade Mac go hand in hand, and whenever he has the chance on that champion, he's done wonders with it.
Oh, absolutely. And again, it's how the team plays around him as well, and how they, you like to use the term playing out through a lane. You like to say, you know, where are we going to put our priority in terms of farm, in terms of this is the person we need to get fed. They have the flexibility as well to play through the bottom, to play through the top, and as you said, to play through the mid there with Renegade Mac. These are the kind of decisions that I like to see from a team at this stage. They're not pigeonholed into any one strategy. They can mix it up. They're flexible.
Yeah, and with this matchup, it's so interesting to see because I think in the top lane, this is like a push, right?
Oh, yeah.
So we've seen DeBoss for Butler play just Sion. Lots of Sion, lots of engage, some Ornn a little bit as well. But he's another consistent presence, just like Please Be Patient. In the mid lane, you've got Renegade Mac against, well, we're not exactly sure which one's going to be in the mid lane. So I would give the edge to Butler on this one. But on the bottom side of the map, Alex Straza is a monster for Butler, and so therefore I would give it to Butler again. So but the jungler now, Seton Hall, Brady Hayes, he's consistent. He's like one of the focal points. So this is going to be a fantastic matchup where the pressure is going to be from and which player is going to step up.
Well, let's find out. Let's just get right into it now, Degon, as we get into our draft for game number 1. Seton Hall taking on Butler. Again, two teams, I think, with a lot to prove here because, as you say, they're both in the runnings pushing towards this playoff spot. These games are so important to them right now. We're at the midpoint of the season.
Right, yeah, and again, a win here against a competitive team that is also in the running for playoffs might be the difference for tiebreakers as we move closer into the playoffs. I would expect Butler to ban away Seton Hall junglers, Seton Hall champ pool. That's what's always been done. Shaco has been removed almost every game against Brady Hayes, and I wouldn't see why that would change. Shaco and these awkward champions are very difficult to play against, as we see. There it is, a couple of jungle bans to start off. Sejuani and
no
Rengar.
surprise there. Yeah, I mean, the Rengar, we saw it actually yesterday. We've seen in a lot of collegiate play. One of these champs that people can just brain out of the pocket.
Yeah,
you know, make play.
Even
if the execution potential.
Even if you feed on a champion like that, if you get the goal to assassinate someone, you've done your job. Especially if you're assassinating one of the major carries in the mid laner or the bot laner. Now that with the 9.3 changes, AD carries now have a bigger role to play, and a Rengar a lot of the time deletes that role.
I like the Renekton denial as well. Hey, please be patient. We see you. We understand that you still only play Renekton.
Right.
Good luck with that.
Right. Well, we did see Please Be Patient pop off on Darius in their highlight game against Providence, so he is more than just a Renekton player, but when he did have that Renekton in his hands, he was a force to be reckoned with. He went from being a consistent force to being
a driving one.
A driving one, exactly.
And we do see that Cassiopeia ban, as you predicted, they're coming out for Seton Hall, not wanting to give that in the hands of Renegade Mac. I love this decision-making here from Seton Hall, and it does look like Nummy Warrior is going to be stepping into that mid lane role here. Yeah,
Butler, last ban here is going to be Anivia against Nummy Warrior. Nummy Warrior, again, has been rotating around, did play support and then played AD carry one series and now at the mid lane. in his mid lane game, I believe last week, he did play Anivia. So maybe this is a challenge from Butler saying, hey, look, you guys want to rotate all you want. We're going to ban away your comfort pick and see how deep your champ pool actually is. So that's a challenge to Nami Warrior in the mid lane, as our first pick will be a Karthus.
Interesting.
for Seton Hall.
Karthus, yeah, one of these champs we've been seeing a lot more of, just getting nice and stacked, fed up in the jungle there, bring him out, pop the ult, have a good time.
Yep.
In response, though, no surprise, the Urgot coming out, sort of that tried and true top laner, who can also be flexed in other positions to keep it kind of variable.
Well, back to the Karthus, we've also seen him mid lane as well. And
that is true.
They kind of play relatively similar if you're an Anivia player like Nami Warrior is. You just sit in lane and farm, stay safe, don't really push too far up in the lane because you can get ganked. But if you stay close to your tower, no one can come behind you. It makes it very difficult for anyone to step up.
It actually does feel like a little bit more of a Nami Warrior pick than a Please Be Patient
Right.
pick here, or a Seton Hall pick, I should say, because Seton Hall, he likes to be aggressive. He's such an aggressive player. So I actually think you're right. That might be where they end up flexing it here. As you do see the Scion locked in once again for Seton Hall in response to the J4. So we have our tops and jungles potentially breaking out in some way, shape, or form here.
Yeah, and that seems to be a Please Be Patient type champ right there in the Scion. When his Renekton gets taken away, he goes on a tank, and okay, Lissandra locked in. So still flexibility. Could be jungle Karthus. It could be top Lissandra. We've seen that as well. Could be bot.
Scion,
it could be bot Karthus.
Yeah.
There's a lot of it could be Scion support. There's a lot of things that are here in play with Seton Hall, and I like this draft because as the patches have come out for Season 9, it seems like a lot of the flexibility that weeks 1 and 2 brought started to go away. We got to see a little bit more standard drafts and not a bunch of flex picks, just like this Vayne here, not a flex pick going to the bottom side of the map. And now with Seton Hall, they have so much flexibility here with their draft. They can put the Scion there, and that ban of a Braum is a wasted ban, and they get exactly what they want. Let's go ahead and look at Butler's side now. We spent a lot of time on Seton Hall's. Urgot, J4, and Vayne. This is basically make that big tanky front line for Vayne, put down the Cataclysm so now there's terrain keeping Vayne safe, giving her opportunities to condemn people into the wall to get the stun and let Vayne do her thing. Alexstrasza has shown proficiency on this champion before. Put your eggs in that basket, give Renegade Mac something else, maybe a little bit more of a supportive mid laner because the Cassiopeia got taken away, and put your follow Alexstrasza to the win.
And it seems like Seton Hall's on exactly the same page, taking that Zoe. So no Sleepy Trouble Bubble coming on in here as well. So I like that, denying some setup potential for Butler there. It seems that Seton Hall is thinking exactly the same lines that you are. We are seeing the support band still coming out from Butler here. So if, as you predict, potentially we could see that support Scion. These, as you said, could be very much wasted bans, but those are still two top-tier support picks being denied from Butler.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of other supports in play. We've seen a lot of Thresh pop up recently. So Hoffinator actually has played a lot of Thresh with Alexstrasza. He'll have that in his hands to write some death sentences later on in this match. And Hoffinator, we've talked a lot about St. John's support, Bilito's, Villanova's support, Bilito's Thresh quite a bit. Hoffinator actually had it after Bilito and did relatively well last week, and I'm excited to see him and Alexstrasza push the limits of this Vayne Thresh bot lane.
They can get kills, not maybe right at the very beginning of the game, but get a couple levels under their belts, and they can actually be pretty darn scary. But look what they're playing into, a champ you've been lobbying for the last few weeks.
Yes, please, someone play Jinx. It looks like it will be locked in. I imagine that you're going to actually pick a support there for that. Yes, okay, good.
Yep.
Yeah, as much as like Jinx Scion sounds like fun, it's actually not that fun if you're the Jinx. You know, if anyone goes all in on you, if Scion misses or stun, you're dead. So you get that extra life with the Devour from Tahm Kench. You don't take any damage. Stay very safe. Tahm Kench has the gray health so that he can walk out of trouble as well. So Seton Hall gonna put play around this late scaling team composition here, and it'll be interesting, right? Because a lot of it is going through Quinn E and wherever this Karthus goes, probably in the jungle with Seton Hall. Yep. On the opposite side, it's going to be a lot of pressure on the bottom side of the map with Vayne and Thresh. And because, let's see, it'll be Lissandra against Vladimir. So we haven't seen a lot of Vladimir, I think, since week 1. Vladimir Champ, as the game gets later and later, becomes very difficult to deal with. With Quinn E playing on Jinx, Jinx gets the extended range from Pow Pow and Chompers, her Pow Pow and her rockets. I forgot what the rockets are called. And if she can get the Executioner's Blade, can stunt the healing and the damage output from Renegade Mac, which will be very useful later on in the game. But
or Flame Chompers. You were totally correct.
No. Flame Chompers is the E. It's
yeah.
Pow Pow and
Switcheroo Zap.
Switcheroo. But yeah, Switcheroo is the name of the skill. The 2 guns are called 2 different things.
Well,
oh well. Either way, Jinx will
I didn't
have
know what you were
a lot
going
of things
for there,
to play
man. I'm
with.
sorry. I'm trying to help you out.
I appreciate it. Totally appreciate it. I'll get it once we get into the game. But either way, scaling on both sides, harder scaling for Seton Hall, and I don't know. There, again, no hard CC. I guess you have a J4 to kind of dive in, but he can get blown up. On the opposite side, Lissandra and the Tahm Kench. There's a lot of a beefy front line here for Jinx, and as the game gets later and later, Karthus will be dealing a lot of damage with the Requiem and Dark Harvest.
Actually, I like both of these drafts. I think there's potential for both sides if both can execute on their win conditions, if they can find their power spikes towards the mid to late game, as both of these ADCs do start to scale up. I think it's really going to be something we've talked about in previous games. Who can find that initiation? Who can start the fight on their terms? But then also, who can kite better? Who can create better space for their carries?
Well, both teams seem to have like very good kite. I wouldn't say there isn't a lot of like a great hard engage, because Lissandra, you don't want it to be your hard engager, but she can buy so much time.
Yep.
You know, we've seen it over and over again. Frozen Tomb, Zhonya's stopwatch, all those things to buy time and allow damage to be dealt, but it doesn't look like there's anything that says, hey, you're going to sit right here, I'm going to hold you in place. You have a Scion that can go in and bop somebody, so it's a little bit better for the side of Seton Hall. But when I look down on the roster of Butler, you have to land a hook with Thresh. J4 can go in, but again, that doesn't. He could also get blown up immediately. Yep. So a lot. It's going to be like, hey, you start the fight. No, you start the fight. No, you start the fight. All right. And so now it'll be played around picks and also around the major objectives like the Dragon and like Baron.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how both these teams play that because, again, if J4 goes in and he commits, the team's not perfectly aligned to going with him, he can absolutely get blown up, as you said. So we'll keep an eye on that because that's often how the champ, or is very much how the champ wants to function here. So we'll see if they're able to execute it. Let's get into our game here. Enough chatter about how we're predicting they're going to start the game or how to play the game. Let's just see how they do.
That's right. Week 4 underway here for both these squads. And again, just to remind everyone of the stakes, Seton Hall and Butler, I have these guys pegged as 3 and 4 in terms of power rankings. St. John's also a good team in that little region, but as a newer team, I need to see them do it a little bit more consistently. To see Butler, who had 0 wins last season, come in and find themselves multiple victories and put up good showings against top teams, including a team like Villanova, even though it was early in the season, and find a win against them. I've got them as a solid team, and Seton Hall trying to pick up where they left off last season as the 3rd place team on the back of their jungler, Seton Hall.
Yeah, Brady Hayes has been doing a lot of work. Brady Hayes been doing a lot of work all season long. He's playing. We mentioned this before, how this didn't necessarily feel like a quote-unquote Seton Hall champion pick here in this Karthus, because he's traditionally playing champs who are much more aggressive, like to come out of the jungle early, like to create some openings, some picks, set his team up for success. This is going to be a little bit contrary to that style. He's going to want to sit back, farm a little bit more. So we'll see how the team plays around that. But I actually like this because it shows they're bringing out some diversity in these drafts here, and they're showing that they are not stuck. They're not a one-trick pony.
Yeah, and I like that specifically from Brady Hayes because I guess we'll see if we like it, right? Maybe it's like, okay, good idea, but your strength is an aggressive jungler, right? You can always say that, like, hey, it's great to be flexible, but I'd rather you be better. You know, like your Shaco was up, play your Shaco. There's a reason why. Yesterday in the LCS, we got to see Viper for FlyQuest. He's known as a one-trick Riven player. Riven was left open. They gave it to him. He died. He gave up first blood, and then he made a game-winning play like 30 minutes later on the Riven. And like that's why you have those pocket picks. That's why those opportunities come up, and you need to be able to take those opportunities when they come open. But Seton Hall deciding to roll with the Karthus. It is a very strong pick. As the game gets later and later, he collects those Dark Harvest stacks, and just deals a lot of burst damage up front, along with Requiem just dealing damage all the way across the map. If you have someone like a Jinx that can get Runon's Hurricane and dish out lots of damage to multiple targets, the Requiem damage across everyone on the opposing team could be the difference between letting them slink away with no health and picking up multiple kills.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those sort of game-ending situations that you can do all that damage across multiple targets. They think they're in a good spot. They think the team fight's going okay, and then all of a sudden you just unleash it across the board, and things can change on a dime right there. So far, this game has been pretty passive from both sides. J4 is both the junglers actually going out, picking up the Scuttle Crab over the top lane. DeBoss doing a pretty good job up here in a what is now traditional Urgot Sion matchup. It's pretty much the two most picked top laners here, duking it out. I lovingly call it the wet noodle fight because at this stage in the game, they don't do that much damage, and they're both fairly tanky.
Yeah, they don't do that much damage, and I think you remember what I called it before. It's the ugly top laner battle.
Yep.
Sion and Urgot, those are two ugly dudes doing ugly things, just kind of slapping each other and being tanky.
I mean, that's pretty much what's going to be for the whole game, so they might as well get used to it now.
They both have like really cool ultimates though. Like before they both got reworked. It was kind of boring, and then Urgot had the big change. Sion now has the Unstoppable Onslaught. But beforehand they were just ugly looking champions that no one played because it was ugly. Good job, Riot. Shoutouts.
Yeah, I gotta give the shoutouts. I mean, I feel like we're actually seeing a great diversity of picks, both in these collegiate games and in the LEC LCS, which is fantastic. Things are looking fairly good overall in terms of balance right now. And the fact that, again, we can see these cool picks coming out like the Vladimir, something that we haven't seen in a few weeks, but has been doing quite well in this lane matchup so far.
You know, Karthus is having a lot of free time to just farm up here, hasn't been pressured by Master Gamer Live, and this is where I think one of the major advantages for Seton Hall is. Brady Hayes, the jungler for Seton Hall, again, playmaker. Master Gamer Live is kind of like a facilitator. He's a guy that's there, he'll show up, sometimes be there on time, sometimes be a little late, but I wouldn't call him a focal point of the team the way that Seton Hall plays around their jungler. So I'd expect to see a little bit more early aggression from Master Gamer, but that hasn't quite panned out yet.
Well, I mean, playing the J4, you do potentially want. I mean, we even saw some potential level 2 ganks trying to make plays even that early. J4 is one of these champs that you can create these early opportunities for. So I am kind of a little bit surprised that we're seeing him play so passively here. We'll see once he gets a little bit more in his pocket in terms of gold if that thing's going to change up at all, because leaving the Karthus to free farm is not optimal.
Yeah, you know, you just need the Demacian standard into the Dragon Strike to get the flag and drag combo, blow a summoner, and that's all the effectiveness you really need out of the J4. So level 6 helps when you get Cataclysm. Getting your first item so that you can duel a little bit better in the Skirmisher's Saber helps out as well, but you really don't need that for that champion. It's more about, hey, let's put down some early pressure, let's get some summoners, get out. Yeah, that's the very fun interactive lane of Tahm Kench and whatever support he's using.
Or whatever ADC he's playing with, yeah, always a good time. I mean, because that's actually the really fun interaction, because the Thresh goes in, lands the hook, and he's just like, nope!
Thresh can take the ride though.
Yeah, it's true.
The ride into whatever is in Tahm Kench's mouth, but that's not what you want to do quite yet. Vayne, both Vayne and Jinx are happy with just farming up.
Absolutely.
Like, they want to get their first major item. Actually, Vayne wants to get to level 6. Jinx wants to get the first major item, which I guess would be a BF sword in this point to Infinity Edge. And even then, Jinx would rather get to 2 items, get the crit multiplier and the Zeal item, which would be Runon's Hurricane.
So there's a couple different win conditions down here in the bottom. Both are, you know, actually not even poking really that hard. It seems like both carries are content to just sit back and let this farm. Neither support. I mean, yeah, they're both trying to make a little bit of play there, potential cheeky devour play, cheeky hook play, but all in all, it seems like a very passive opening for both these squads. I think that both of them appreciate just how important this match is and how close they both are in the standings. Neither one wants to give up this first blood here. Neither one wants to be the team to throw away an early lead.
Yeah, Advice doing what he's supposed to do as a Tahm Kench, kind of just sit behind the Jinx every now and then, step up to get the Tongue Lash to slow the opposing lane member. But the gank might be coming in very early.
The Devour is going in there. Nice job from Advice to keep his teammate alive. Grail being optimized a little bit there. The Sion actually TPing down, and so did the Urgot underneath the tower. Nice knock up there from Please Be Patient. There goes in the ult as well, trying to do a decent amount of damage, almost finding the boss from the Requiem.
Yeah, that's just a level 6 Requiem. no major items, but you can see how much damage AP does so early on in the game, even against an Urgot that we're so used to seeing being a tanky menace. MR just is not optimized, and you gain so much more MR per level, but with everyone at such a low level, that was very close to being a kill. More closer than what I thought.
That was a very strong committal there from Butler, bringing everybody into that situation. I mean, Seton Hall matched it in that case, but I feel like, you know, in the scheme of things there's so many resources. I mean, I guess because it was matched with a TP there, it wasn't the end of the world.
2 TPs.
2 TPs. So it actually ended up being fairly even there. Obviously, Butler would have loved to have walked away with some kills of their own. That Tahm Kench play was fantastic, and you mentioned it, how powerful that Devour can be in keeping your carry safe. We just saw it exemplified there. That's something I expect we'll see continually as the game goes on.
Yeah, sorry, I was incorrect. Nami Warrior used TP to go back to the lane earlier, but it was because Renegade Mac got there first.
Yes.
Because he shoved in Nami Warrior, was able to rotate down to the bottom side of the map. He did use Flash and Ignite to try and pick out a kill. He used it on Advice. It forced the TP out of Please Be Patient, which then the boss has to answer as well.
There we go.
So that's how all of that goes down. And, you know, just an early proactive play by Butler saying, hey, look, you know, let's not have you fall asleep and make sure you're ready for this play, which they were. Summoner spells used, but good play there by Quinton E and Advice. They held on to theirs, and they'll be able to utilize that later on as they get aggressive on the bottom side of the map.
I'm actually really pleased by that for the side of Seton Hall. No flashes burned there, and then entire engaged, showing a lot of discipline and the trust with that Scion coming in to help back them up there. So really nice play from Seton Hall. Again, because this will allow them to play a little bit more aggressive in this lane matchup should they need to, but both flashes still available on the side as Butler there as well. So really just, I guess, respectful play coming in from them, despite the fact there was a really nice two-man flank from Butler to start that off. Seton Hall stayed calm, composed through all of it, and Butler also didn't overextend. Just really, I'm actually really impressed. These teams have improved even from week 1. They've improved quite a bit here.
Yeah, it was a call and response. A little bit of improved, but also just playing a lot more patient. As you can see, Brady Hayes, the jungler on the top side of the map, has spent probably about a good portion of a minute sitting in this lane, siphoning off experience from Please Be Patient, waiting for an opportunity to cut down to Boss. DeBoss does not have Flash and might be in trouble.
He might be in trouble here. He's getting chunked down right now. The shotgun, he's trying to return as much damage as he can, but he does not have it. The HP just not there. The patience from Seton Hall paying off here with first blood.
That was important to happen because Brady Hayes spent so much time in that top side jungle, or his top side lane bush, that if they did not get that, it would have been a huge waste of resources, as well as Master Gamer and the rest of Butler picking up the Drake as we take a first look at that blood.
First look at that first blood.
Yeah.
I like it. Let's take a look at this again. And all again, it's just slow, consistent damage trying to get back here. Doesn't actually channel the Q long enough there to beat the stun. Please be patient. But he's doing a great job of tanking up this damage, allowing Seton Hall to get that consistent damage over time. Just chunking through it. Doesn't have to be all burst. Doesn't have to be all at once. Just consistent.
Back to farming it up here on the bottom side of the map, we take a look at the items. Jinx falling slightly behind in CS because of the major investment on the gank that Renegade Mac and the rest of Butler used there on the bottom side. So down probably about a wave of CS. Both supports now getting their support item completed, so we'll get into the Vision game at 11 minutes. Vayne farming up well, building the Blade of the Rune King first, so she has the Bilgewater Cutlass, but no crit multiplier yet for Jinx. So Quinton E just going to farm this one up. And we touched on it a bit earlier. Quinton E, Nami Warrior, and Advice all switching roles throughout the season. Advice actually started as the AD carry for the team. Played a couple games with Caitlyn and said, hey, Nami Warrior, I think you'd be a better AD carry. And now Quinton E saying, actually, I think I'll be the best AD carry. And Nami Warrior going to the mid lane.
And this is something that I actually I very much like from the side of Seton Hall, because if you've played every single one of these roles, then you fundamentally know how they function. You know how far you can push it, and so does your teammate. If everybody's played support, if everybody's played ADC, if everybody played in the mid, they know how these rotations should be coming through. They know what the communication should be looking like. So when you have that flexibility, you know these matchups so well, and you know what your allies are capable of. That enables you to make more concise, calculated plays.
Yeah, and I think that has been a strength of Seton Hall. If you ever see anyone that is out of sorts, it probably usually is Brady Hayes going way too aggressive on an aggressive champ. A good way to fix that is have everyone be on the same page by playing all these same roles, and then don't put Brady Hayes on an aggressive champ.
I mean, that's really, yeah, he's sitting back. He's farming right now. He will almost certainly get this. Yes, he will. He's totally fine. Totally fine. We're not going to see more snazzy pickups there. Kills by the Rift Herald. That's not going to happen today.
No, unfortunate. Shelly goes down, but simple gank in the mid lane.
Nicely done. Nami Warrior will, of course, have the Frozen Tune, keep himself alive a little bit longer. Now we have Advice coming in on the flank. Renegade Max give the target. He goes underneath the blood pool. Is he going to get himself out? There's the ult coming in, though. And is it going to be enough?
Good heal.
No, it is not. Beautiful heal to keep him alive. Oh, Nami Warrior almost finding it. Nice survivability there, or nice survive from Butler right there. Bouncing on a razor's edge.
Yeah, miscalculated there. Don't let Nami Warriors do your taxes. You might end up owing some money because you didn't calculate that one too well. Renegade Mac able to get the very last stack of transfusion at the last second from Advice so that Requiem didn't do enough damage, and everyone stays safe.
Everybody's barely, though. I love it when I watch those plays like that because like one auto attack, one ability goes one way slightly different and you have an entirely different fight right there. It just goes to show how evenly matched these two teams are going into this. We are seeing a potential, no, just returning back to lane now for Butler. Both of these teams are playing this so passive, Degon. We're 13, almost 14 minutes in. We only have a single kill.
Yeah, I think it's both teams saying, hey, I think we actually scale harder than the other team right here. Quentin, oh, that was a missed hook. If that hook lands, he's dead. Immediately he's dead. But it's small windows like that where both teams need to capitalize because both teams are willing to just kind of farm it up. And I think this favors Seton Hall. You have Karthus in your jungle. You have an extra late game scaler. Master Gamer Live needs to continue to be proactive as he was in the mid lane on Nami Warrior and find more picks. You know that you burnt the flash of Nami Warrior that last gank. Get back in there, go back and cash in on that Summoner Spell trade and get Renegade Mac going on the Vlad. Other than just CS leads. He's up 20 CS right now, which is pretty good, but you're going to get outscaled with the Karthus in the jungle, continually farming Dark Harvest stacks.
Something we're going to have to keep an eye on as the game progresses, because I agree for sure. Seton Hall, the longer this goes on, the safer they play this, the better off they are going to be there. That Requiem in the late game is just so difficult to deal with because you know it's coming and you have to try and you play around it, but you can't. You kind of basically have to try to lead them to start off these fights, but it's really not how they're going to be able to play this out. There's going to be a lot of space created by that Tahm Kench, by that Sion, by that Lissandra. So now Butler has some clear series of events. They need to go in, get some picks, make sure they're in a good HP position in these fights, but that's a lot of the onus on them to make something happen. And as you said, both of these teams tend to have, compositions that also can play back this kite game, which I'm just not sure they're going to win.
Yeah, and maybe it's just also a symptom of picking meta champs that people aren't comfortable with. Renegade Mac, I think the last time we saw him on Vladimir, he did not do very well, but we're so used to seeing him on Cassiopeia, and on the opposite side, Seton Hall on Karthus. Nami Warrior not getting his Anivia. Is this going to be an issue? But we have an engage here from Renegade Mac.
Sanguine Pool goes in, does a lot of initial damage, but beautiful return CC. The Frozen Tomb going down as well, but Seton Hall is now in a really good spot trying to go in there. The Dragon does go over to Butler, and looks like Butler's actually going to walk right on through the Urgot in the midst of all this. Beautiful hook as well from Hoffenator, now chasing down Seton Hall. Please be patient, is the last man standing. What looked like a good opening there for Seton Hall turned on its head.
No, it all started with Renegade Mac on a big flank, getting damage down to the back line and taking down the opponents. We take a look here on how it all started. Right there on the blast cone, being very patient, asking the rest of his team to please be patient, and bam, big transfusion. A Hemo Plague hitting 3 members, getting Ignite down on Seton Hall. Very low is that Karthus, and down he goes. Advice did all he could to be the tanky frontliner, and Quentin E was okay. Look at this hook right here. And that would have been, that might have changed things, but the health bars were so healthy because the damage dealers had to kite for themselves. That's the power of a Vladimir. We talk about how much time a Lissandra can buy. Vlad can do the same thing when he goes into the pool. Also will be building Zhonya's later on in the game. And so Renegade Mac making the first play here in the battle of the mid laners and putting Butler up in their first gold lead.
Butler, of course, the school that did not have a whole lot of success last season, but has totally changed their tune here. As we do see the Rift Herald going on in, not getting a whole lot of damage done to that central turret, which is what Seton Hall would have truly wanted here, because if you could open up that big center turret in the mid lane, man, it opens up so many opportunities to make plays going into the opposing team's jungle. But that's not even necessarily they're going to look to do at this stage in the game. They still want a few more items on this Jinx.
Yeah, Jinx is going to want to get that second crit item, and with the lead that Alexstrasza has now, also building MR, and that's look across all of the boots here. Merc Treads in the top lane, Merc Treads at the jungle role, and Merc Treads at the AD carry role, making sure that Karthus effectiveness and the Karthus scaling won't be as punishing as the game goes on. You're already going to have attack speed from your Blade of the Rune King. Afterwards, going to build in the Ginsu's Rage Blade to make sure you get multiple stacks of your passive off if you're Vayne, so that you can dish out the damage.
One interesting thing I want to note here, Degon, is how these lanes have swapped up here, which is to note. We actually have the bottom switching with top for Butler. We have bottom switching with mid for Seton Hall here. So both teams are trying to find these favorable lane matchups as this goes on, and both are playing a little bit of mind game.
Yeah, I like the fact that Seton Hall was ready for the lane swap. Usually once your tower goes down, the opposing team wants to put the bottom lane on the top side of the map so that they can take the next tower. However, it was read early by Seton Hall, so after respawning, Quintany and Vice go run straight up to the top lane. They match, and now it's just basically the bot lane on the top side of the map with Nami Warrior holding zone against a boss, but that's a very difficult thing to do against a fed Urgot at 2-1.
Yeah, 2-1. Already got a 450 gold bounty on his head. Something that Seton Hall is going to have to look towards here, but yes, as you mentioned on Lissandra, not the easiest of tasks. We do see the full rotation coming up now for both sides here back in the top lane. We're going to let the beefy boys potentially battle it out once more in the bottom, as Sion's going to look to rotate back down there, and as you said, deal with that very fed Urgot. He's not necessarily going to win that lane, but he's not going to lose it so much either. Nice hook going in, though, from Hoffinator, doing so much damage to Advice to start this off. That Tahm Kench, he's a big boy. He's a bit of a target.
Yeah, he is a bit of a target, and after getting hooked like that, he gets chunked to half health, even with the gray health healing. Doesn't do too much for him, and he needs to be aware of the dive, so it was a good ward to make sure that Master Gamer wasn't going to wrap around from the jungle.
Ooh.
Now Seton Hall has to show up and help them hold this top side of the map with a lane pressure. Renegade Mac and roam. This is a dangerous spot here for Seton Hall. If Butler decides to pull the trigger, they decide not to, and they're going to run back mid and try to open up things there.
I like this decision from them. They're ahead a few K gold, they're ahead a little bit in kills, ahead in structures. There's no reason to try and force a play at this stage in the game. You're pretty good in terms of your power spikes right now. You're looking pretty good if you can just get a clean fight around an objective. There's no reason to try and dive under a tier 1 tower and potentially give up some dumb deaths. Not really what they're wanting to look to do at this stage here, especially because they feel comfortable knowing, hey, you know, our Vayne's going to be able to scale up pretty well here. So is our Vladimir. And again, Master Gamer live, once we can start to combo off of him in these next few fights where he's feeling strong, we're going to be in pretty good position.
So at this point of the game, you expect a little bit more firepower with the Drake coming up for the 3rd time in the game right here in Mountain Drake. You can see the Vision Game being dropped. Vlad is going to get the Scuttle Crab to help out the rest of his team. And maybe this is where we get to see our first fight. Jinx does not have a fully completed Zeal item yet, but does have Zeal itself. That does give a lot of the crit bonuses that she is looking for. Vayne hasn't completed her Ginsu's Rage Blade yet. And again, where's the initiation going to come from the side of Seton Hall? You have the Scion that can go in, but if he misses his onslaught, then you don't have someone peeling. You saw what happens last fight if there is no one peeling, Renegade Mac off of them. So, Seton Hall give up the Drake. It looked like they did want to expend a little bit of their resources there because Please Be Patient was there in the team fight, just decided not to go in.
Yeah, it's the first 3 Drakes of the game going over the way of Butler. This is potentially going to pay dividends for them later on. It's already doing some work for them here, you know, just making sure they're continuing to propel themselves forward. Only about a 3K gold lead for them, but at this stage, Seton Hall, I feel like they're obviously in this position where they're comfortable scaling up late game. They're content to sit back here, but maybe there's some opportunities they can look to contest here, Degon. When it comes to overall power spikes, is this something they should be looking to do here, or are they totally fine just knowing, hey, we have the better late game scaling, we don't need to worry about this right now?
Yeah, both teams, I think both teams truly believe in their late game scaling, and again, when it comes to champion picks, I think Seton Hall's champion picks scale much better with the Karthus, even though everyone's building some MR. The fact that everyone on Butler has to alter their build path and build MR a little bit earlier means that their damage spikes are going to also happen a little bit later. But in terms of players, you've got one of the best AD carries in all of the league in Alexstrasza on a champion that he's shown heavy carry potential with, looking pretty at 1-1-3, and has been undeterred in his farming. So in terms of play, I'd give it to Butler, but either way, both teams seem very content with it to try and farm to that the first couple of item spikes. And interesting little wrinkle here from Quinton E. Instead of going for Rudon's Hurricane and trying to dish out a bunch of splash damage as quickly as he can, he's going to build probably rapid fire cannon so that he can see us from further up, as you see Renegade Mac and Nummy Warrior go back and forth here. A lot of positioning around the map.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's a lot of little swaps happening here, just matching and counter-matching from both of these squads. Still trying to find these favorable matchups, not letting any one member of the other team scale out of control. One other thing I want to talk about, of course, is the vision that is being garnered for both squads here. We are seeing a pretty good job of Butler of keeping up vision in the opposing team's jungle, making sure that they're having some awareness of these rotations. But if we look on the other side, Seton Hall has not been able to cross the river for some time. They have no vision on the opposing team's side of the rift here. So they're kind of playing a lot of this blind. They're having to play a little bit responsive to what Butler is doing. Butler will have the ability to be a little bit more proactive in these engages. I think it has to do with winning that early fight, having that little bit of additional confidence, as well as gold, thinking, you know what, we're not too afraid to push in here, especially because when we have things like this Thresh, we can reposition a little bit easier. We have a little bit more mobility.
And that's what I was going to say. They have an initiation tool in Thresh that isn't secure CC that's going to happen every time, perfect CC, but is spammable CC, right? Once you land that death sentence, you have the decision now, do we go? Did it hit a priority target or not? On the opposite side, you don't quite have that with someone that can spam a skill like that, as Nummy Warrior and Renegade Mac going back and forth the top side of the map. Renegade Mac gets held in place very low, and Nummy Warrior picks up the kill, but the tower heads on over to Butler.
Burning some spells for it as well. So Nummy Warrior does secure the kill, but burns some key resources and loses a turret in the process. There was a bounty on the Vladimir there, so that might have actually not been worth it for Butler there at this stage in the game. It was a bit back and forth.
Yeah, but by bringing all that pressure on the top side of the map, and Quinton E doesn't have the wave clear necessary, they lose the mid turret as well, and that unlocks the rest of the map here for Butler.
Yeah, did not realize that we lost that mid turret there as well throughout all of that. Definitely a positive trade there for Butler in that case. Seton Hall will be able to return the favor, at least opening up their opposing team's side of the map a little bit here, and continuing actually just to push on in. They want to try and extend this as fast as they can, and they actually have the damage to do it with this Jinx.
Yeah, slightly baffling for Alex Strauss and Hoffenator to leave, but here comes a gank.
Here comes the gank on the flank from Master Gamer Live. Not going to be committing the Cataclysm, though, off of this. He realizes the turret is already long gone, and now everybody's just piling into the mid lane here. And it looks like Seton Hall might want to try and convert this into something else as well. They got 2 turrets functionally for free.
Yeah, I think Alex Straza got a little bit too CS happy, wanted to go to the top side of the map and pick up a wave, but by picking up that wave, you lost 2 turrets because the pressure in the map was gone. Sometimes the best thing to do is sit at your turret and realize how the waves are playing out, and that's the big difference between I think collegiate play and pro play. It's not only where the waves are, it's manipulating the waves and controlling when they're going to crash and where they're going to crash by maybe just damaging one melee minion a little bit more on the opposite side of the map. Eventually your minions will stack up and hit the turret in a minute and a half, and you set up that play. In this case, Alex Straza saw minion, went minion, lost not 1 turret, but 2 turrets.
Saw minion, went minion, and that's what it's all about. A hook now coming out of the back. The Sanguine Pool is going in. We try and hit the ult on as many members as possible. There's the going gold, though. Bringing them back in with the Fear Beyond Death. A nice ult there coming in from DeBoss. It is now Seton Hall being forced back into their own jungle. Advice is going to drop as well. That is 3 members dead, as now the side of Butler looks towards this Drake.
Yeah, again, just that's the fight that they wanted. It was the initiation started up by Butler yet again. And very low is Alex Straza, but he's able to health steal through, and those early magic resist item buys keep him alive through the Requiem. Seton Hall wanted to play through the jungler, through the Karthus, but he's being negated currently by simple MR items.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not feeling as impactful as I think they were hoping at this stage in the game, and the Jinx is just not hitting as hard as they want to either. It's really, though, it's coming off of how they're able to split this fight around the Vladimir. Watch how fast Butler is able to rip down this Baron here at this stage in the game. They have a lot of damage. Degon, walk us through this fight again, though.
Yeah, it all starts with who initiates who first, and it's Butler getting the jump onto Seton Hall. This game is currently about burst damage. That's what this meta is about. A 3-man Hemoplague yet again from Renegade Mac, getting value out of his ultimate. And then after that, you just dealt so much damage to their backline damage dealers. the lines of scrimmage are just messed up. Jinx wants to kite backwards, have Tahm Kench nearby, have Sion in the front of the fight. When Renegade Mac continually gets these flanks off in the middle of each team fight, they don't know if they need to go forward, if they need to go backwards. The call needs to always be fall backwards, kill whoever's on top of Jinx. But because Renegade Mac can use Sanguine Pool, because he has Zhonya's as well, he buys so much time, they don't know who to target, and the rest of the team just runs over. A Master Gamer Live comes in, throws down the Cataclysm, gives a wall for Alexstrasza to stun people into, and able to just clean everything up and now take a strong hold of this game.
I feel like we're sort of sitting in the middle of the road of all of our predictions for this match. We talked about who was going to find the initiation to start this off and how important that was going to be. Then we also talked about how important peeling was going to be. And we spoke about how important having these strong frontliners was going to be. And it seems that Butler is able to address every single one of these points. They find the openings with the Thresh. They make sure that they have their tanky frontliner there in the Urgot. And then they deny the Sion with these amazing Vladimir flanks.
But they shouldn't be. Like, it shouldn't be like that. Vladimir has no CC. You just cannot get in a position where Vladimir, who didn't even use Flash in that last team fight, gets onto your back line. There's no world where that should happen. So Seton Hall's not playing these team fights out well. They have to realize, hey, look, we don't have vision control of this area. Vladimir could be here. So you go in first, Zion. You go in first, Tahm Kench. There comes the ulti, and now fight around the gate. Oh my goodness, Tahm Kench gets deleted before he can even use Thick Skin. The gray health turns to black, just a gray screen, and the turret's going down. Butler cracking open to the base in the mid inhib.
Oh, this inhib is not long for this world. Butler is still sitting strong with a lot of HP to work with. They got that initial pick onto the support. It's one of the tanky members of Seton Hall now exposed as they're trying to take down another turret here, but going in on towards the Nexus here. A nice ult though, the Frozen Tomb. Forced to pop the Zhonya's now is Hoffenator. He's just going to get picked apart, but he's creating space for the rest of his team to take the second inhib turret. It is still going to be a 4v4, and it looks like Butler's going to back out. They got what they came for.
Yeah, Hoffenator had the case of the Lee syndrome, lands a death sentence and writes his own name in his death note, falls to his own death. But that's the kind of fight that you want if you're the side of Seton Hall. You saw as soon as the hook landed and then they kind of caught out Thresh, they ignored everybody else on the front line. Yes, the turret was there to help, and they just took out the Thresh. Like, take out the threat that is closest to your Jinx so that Jinx can dish out the damage. Quinton E on the Jinx now has 2 completed Zeal items in the rapid fire cannon and the newly changed static shiv. With that, Jinx will be dishing out lots of damage, but you have to give her the front line to do that.
Yeah, she's 0, 1, and 2, looking towards her counterpart though, which is 5, 1, and 3 for Alexstrasza. 1,000 gold bounty. Just imagine running around with this giant sack of gold on your head. That is the target that Seton Hall is looking for here. This is still a bit of a rough position. Yes, Jinx is going to start to hit harder now, but if Butler is given an inch, they will be able to take a mile.
Well, Butler has taken a mile, so I can only imagine what else they're going to take after that. The Nexus.
Many kilometers, all right, Degon. That's what they're going, like 2.6 kilometers.
That's a Canadian thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I'm pretty sure I got that math right.
Yeah. Miles, USA.
I'll give it to you here, buddy. All right. Looking to expand the colonies now as Butler trying to take down additional turrets up here in the top lane. As we do see this Vladimir, who's been such a threat all game long, just keeping up pressure and more importantly, diverting the attention of Seton Hall. And he has mobility with the Sanguine Pool to get himself out of these tough situations. As Butler's just looking to get multiple objectives simultaneously. That skin is sick though, for the record. Can I just comment on that?
Yeah, Dragon Slayer Vayne just wearing the scales of the Drake. It'll be spawning here in just a bit. The other thing to note is while we were admiring Vayne's skin, the rest of the team was clearing out all of the jungle wards on the bottom side of the map. So Seton Hall has no business trying to contest this. They're doing the smart thing here. Super minions streaming out into your base. You do not have lane priority with minions. Don't try to contest Drake. You're just going to walk straight into another Renegade Mac flank that will delete everybody. So smart play here. Cut your losses. Just realize, hey, we hate the fact that they have 5 Drakes, but we haven't played well enough to earn one of those right now. But we can earn ourselves a team fight win if we set it up on our own terms. Right now, our bot lane jungle is no longer our bot lane. You can see on the mini-map just littered in wards, no reason to go there. Somewhere that they can go is on the top side of the map. They have placed Vision Ward, they have their own green ward at their blue buff, so they know that's a safe area, so they can start doing exactly what they're doing now, clearing out vision and trying to contest the Scuttle Crab so they slow down the next Baron.
I like this proactive thinking here from Seton Hall, but Butler reads it as well, knowing exactly where Seton Hall is going to be rotating here, as all the team is starting to position up here towards this Baron. And this is all the battle of the vision right now. Everybody sweeping it out, trying to shut it down as soon as it is planted. As we can see, Butler, though, does have this river control still. They do, of course, have this 10K gold lead, which is going to be difficult for Seton Hall to overcome here. They are going to have a masterful team fight if they have any chance here, because Butler looks like they just might want to commit on this Baron.
Butler turning their eyes to it right now, and it's getting set up. Realized by Seton Hall, so here comes the fight.
Yeah, charging in with the Scion there, but already Butler has picked this up as the fit is breaking out. Nummy Warrior is going to be there on the front line, trying to make something happen. A nice big ult from him. His patient is in the back line, though, but Nummy Warrior is already falling. Diving now into the back line is Master Gamer Live. He's taking a lot of damage, though, from Quinton, who's starting to be able to dish some in return. Master Gamer Live is in a rough spot, but the rest of Butler is still here. The Tomcat should be the next target, pulling him right back in. It is Quinton against the world right now, trying to go off, trying to make it happen. No! Instant deletion there, not even a chance, as we now see all the Super Minis pushing on in here. Baron empowered, easy, no problem, and that is Butler looking so clean, so comfortable in this fight, knowing they had enough damage to take down the objective and win the game to boot.
And so that was the kind of fight that Seton Hall wanted earlier. Everyone used their bodies as the front line for Jinx, but they were so far behind they weren't able to dish out any damage. The win heading on over to Butler.
Nice game number 1 there from Butler, showing that the team that we saw in season, or last season, has certainly changed their stripes, or sharpened their fangs,
Changed their stripes, sharpened their fangs?
Yeah, well, they don't really have stripes.
Lions to tigers? Are they ligers?
They're a bulldog.
I know, but you said stripes.
I know, and I instantly changed my mind. I went to sharpening fangs. Dagon, thank you.
You could go, their bark turned into their bite.
Ooh, that one's so much better. I like that, guys. We're here. We're going to come back with more amazing speaking like this.
Analogies.
In our next game. Analogies with game number 2. Just a minute.
Can great minds do?
While at Seton Hall, I interned with the Superior Court of New Jersey, and that inspired me to go to law school.
I am a physics and civil engineering major, and I want to work on infrastructure in underdeveloped countries.
I'm the news director at one of the top college radio stations in the country.
I'm working with my professor on research that could help athletes during sudden cardiac events.
I started my own business, Classic Soccer Cleats, and I just sold it to a company in England.
Come see for yourself what great minds can do.
Definition of a champion. Definition of a champion. It feels good to be home. Back like we never went. And it's evident greatness starts at home. And energy is the residence established through time. Only could be defined in the Big East, the place where the champions reside. I'm always a winner. Even if I fall, I can still get bigger. The definition of a champion. Definition of a champion.
The Big East tournament at Madison Square Garden. Get tickets now.
We aren't just dreamers. We're doers.
My time. None of you people can tell me to stop.
Good things happen when you unleash a Butler Bulldog.
My time. None of you people can tell me to stop.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Big East Collegiate League of Legends spring season, where we just saw Butler take down Seton Hall in game number 1. My name is Paul Inverum Todd Keel, joined here once again by the illustrious Daniel Degon Gonzalez.
Oh, illustrious.
Yeah,
Alex Strazius. Can we throw that one out there? Because we've seen Vayne play all day.
Absolutely. I mean, that was sick. The Lifebinder action.
Yeah.
We're going to go a little bit off topic with that reference there. But either way, absolutely fantastic. As we got to see, that great game number 1. Let's take a look at some highlights from it, actually, because while it was a pretty slow early game, things did eventually pick up.
Yeah, I think both these teams realize what's at stake here, specifically playoff positioning, and they played much slower than what we're used to seeing them play when they're loose and they're comfortable. These team fights were really decided by the Big Mac in the mid lane. That's Renegade Mac on his Vladimir, getting multiple flanks off with Vlad and splitting up the lines of fighting for the side of Seton Hall. You wanted to play through Quinton E. He finally got to multiple crit items, but at that point, you could see this whole fight. Gets like 6 or 7 auto attacks off, and it's just tickling the Urgot in the front line. Even the Vladimir, Renegade Mac going back in yet again, and it was just too little too late. So I think Seton Hall needs to be doing a better job at executing their game plan.
Yeah, for sure. And again, it felt like there was just a few moments there where both teams were playing a little bit scared, and there's a lot on the line in this particular matchup for both of them. Both are sitting in the middle of the pack right now. They want to make sure that they're securing these wins to get themselves towards the playoffs, because, of course, it's not just about this 1 week. It's not just this one game. There's a whole tournament going on, and if you're just joining us, we're actually going to break down how it all works.
So here's how it works. 7 teams representing the Big East schools will compete in a single round-robin best-of-2 regular season. Each match day will consist of 2 games against the same school. The standings are reflective of their game score. From there, the top 4 teams from the regular season will seed into a single elimination best-of-3 bracket. Whoever makes it into the finals of that slugfest will advance to the College League of Legends Championships play-in, where they will have the chance to advance to the CLOL National Championship. There, they will have the chance to cement their place among the greats of Collegiate League of Legends.
Well, as you can see here, we've had a few weeks of play as we are here now on week number 4. DePaul, a team we'll be seeing later on in the afternoon, is currently sitting at 6-0. Villanova sitting not far behind. Butler, though, going up against Seton Hall, the number 3 team, up against the number 5 slot. So this is such an important match with such similar overall scores right now. This game is really important, and St. John's, I get to see all these teams vying for these top spots today. What a great day of games.
Yeah, we'll get to see St. John's and DePaul playing a little bit later. And St. John's, the new team in the league, has done well to find themselves in playoff position, that 4th slot. Again, finding a roster swap, right?
Yeah.
They went with the roster swap. They have a new mid laner now, and so it'll be a great matchup later on. Turning our attention back to this game, though, I want to see Seton Hall play through how they know to play. It's aggressive jungler.
Oh,
You got a little cute with the Karthus. That's great. Pick your meta pick, but Shaco's up. Seton Hall, Brady Hayes, the jungler, Seton Hall, known to play Shaco. Banned every single game. This game, it goes unbanned, and they try to get cute with the Karthus, and you could see how if a Karthus doesn't snowball ahead, everyone can itemize against it. Those Requiems were more like lullabies because they barely did anything and just put everyone else to sleep. Not in the dead kind, but just kind of like it was very boring. Seton Hall, the jungler, needs to find something that he can dictate the pace with. The way that Master Gamer Live could have with the J4, played a little bit more reactive, but we did see him go to the mid lane, burn a flash, go to the bottom side, burn the flash. Didn't capitalize upon that, but that's the gameplay we're used to seeing Seton Hall play through.
Yeah, I'd like to see Seton Hall bring out something, as you said, a little bit more, maybe something like Kha'Zix coming out here, something he can set up some big plays with. We've seen some Zigzag plays coming out here as well in the Big East too. Maybe not quite as much in his style, but if he can bring the team with him in that kind of situation, set up those picks early, not play so much for the late game, that might be in a better position. Let's just get into the draft, though, because we'll talk it through as these players are picking up these champs. We'll see how they adjust from game 1 to game 2.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say that they played poorly. They just played lost. They played scared. You're playing without your leader leading the way. And I think when you put Brady Hayes in something where he's not looking at lanes as much in terms of kills, he's looking at lanes like, hey, where's the pressure? Can I farm this safe? Can I get to be a big scary Karthus? maybe that is what happened. Both, like, all three lanes just seemed to be just kind of hanging back, holding their own. It wasn't until he went to the top side of the map, ganked the Urgot, please be patient, and got himself a kill there, the boss, and got a kill there, did something actually happen. So once the team didn't have their jungler being as proactive, it was like they weren't doing anything at all.
It felt like they were making these rotations and they were trying to contest these points, not because they felt like they wanted to, but because they had to. They were in some positions there where they're like, maybe we don't quite have the positioning to do this, or maybe we don't, contest this Drake. Maybe we don't quite have the positioning or the gold to contest this Baron, but we have to do it, guys, or else we're gonna lose. And that's actually what ended up. Like, maybe they just could have turtled up more. They could have just sat back more, farmed up more, but instead they decided to try and push some of these moments because they were constantly responding. Yes, the J4 on the side of Butler wasn't really setting things up super well, but the whole side of Seton Hall was just answering questions or not having answers to questions.
Yeah, and one of the answers that Seton Hall needs to come up with is, what is Nami Warrior going to play in the mid lane? His Lissandra play wasn't great. He did find himself at least one kill, but it was relatively fed over to him, and they take away the Anivia again from him. So even right now, they could still swap roles, theoretically. Quinn can go to the mid lane, Nami Warrior can head back to the AD carry role, and Advice can play support, and flex not the champions but the players, and that might be a little bit more comfortable for them. But Rengar, Renekton, Anivia taken away by Butler on the opposite side. Knee-jerk reaction, let's take away that Vladimir. Remove the Karthus so that Master Gamer Live will not have it in his own hands, and Seton Hall can't play it. And Caitlyn removed. And Caitlyn, that's surprising to me, because no one played Caitlyn in that last series.
It was banned, to be fair, but...
Yeah, but even then, the Caitlyn player on that team is Advice, and he's playing support. So yeah. I'm not exactly sure that final ban there by Seton Hall. I guess they didn't want to give it over to Alexstrasza. Alexstrasza will be more than happy to play Vayne, so you just have to have an answer into it. And one of the best counters to Caitlyn to Vayne is Caitlyn. So it just feels like they banned themselves out into a little bit of trouble. Butler going back with Urgot, DeBoss. Back on the Urgot, opposite side now. Seton Hall will have the proactive J4, and this is the J4 that I think both you and I will both like. Yep. Not farming until 6, not playing passive, go into the enemy's jungle at level 3 and just straight up duel, fight, go into a lane, try to burn some summoners and give your laners opportunity to outplay against a summonerless opposition. And
I like this Lucian here as well. He peaks more towards the mid-late game there as well. He doesn't have to go hyper late to be super impactful in these fights. I'm a big fan of this more from Seton Hall. It's less of a defensive playstyle, and it's more something they can go in and brawl with. Over on the other side, though, you want to talk about brawling. Get in there with the Urgot. Get in there with the Sejuani. Find those early rotations. Find the ult. Get that pick. I mean, that's going to be scary. I mean, Master Gamer Live coming out of the jungle, if he can be more aggressive than he was in game number 1, and we can see ganks and counter ganks coming out, hopefully we see a more entertaining early game.
Yeah, we did have the opportunity to see the Sejuani taken away, and ooh. Yasuo. Renegade Mac, I believe, has pulled that out before.
I think
he's played Yasuo once before and was proficient on it. Does open up the counter pick here. They didn't ban out a ton, but again, Nami Warrior, not, I guess, newer to the mid lane. 2 weeks under his belt compared to the 2 weeks that Quinton E had under his belt in weeks 1 and 2. They're going to go with, okay, so no longer the J4 at the jungle position. It could be Kayn. Actually, no, Kayn could still be flexed. We've seen Kayn in the mid lane. Kayn's skills don't get blocked by the Yasuo wind wall. So again, a little bit of flexibility here on the side of Seton Hall. We saw that in their first draft as well, with the Karthus, Sion, and I forgot what the last champion was that they were flexing around that could have gone anywhere.
Lissandra there.
Lissandra, right. So Seton Hall gonna cover up their draft a bit, and they're gonna start cutting into that 80 carry pool. Yeah, ban that Vayne away. I would say that's a pretty good ban.
That's a smart call. I think that is a smart call there because Alexstrasza was just so safe in that last game. Even in some moments where he took a little bit of chip, he was just able to peel back, roll back in these fights, and totally reset. The front line that Butler put together was just indomitable there. Always able to keep him alive. Did he die? I think he died once that entire game.
Yeah, I think he might have died once, but Alexstrasza throughout the season has been undefeated on Vayne. And I think one of Butler's big boons here is the fact that Alexstrasza has played fantastically with Hoffenator, Renegade Mac, Master Gamer Live, and DeBoss, all returning members from last season's difficult winless campaign. And when you get when you get a player like that and you want to build around him, Butler's realize, hey, look, we all are good players. Alexstrasza is a great player. Let's put the eggs in his basket, and it's worked out relatively well for them. Another aggressive AD carry taken away in the form of Draven. Lissandra removed from Nami Warrior. So Nami Warrior's champ pool getting very squeezed here, unless he is playing one of the J4. Actually, he could play Lucian mid as well. Like, it's relatively
You're getting
flexible
out there
here.
a little bit here, Degon. Come on.
It's getting relatively flexible here, and that wouldn't be too far-fetched because he was playing AD carry earlier. So you can play the Lucian in the mid lane. You are lacking a lot of AP on that team composition. We got to see what it was like. Butler's not afraid to build some early defensive items to shut down the aggression of Seton Hall.
Butler's looking to play things out a little bit more towards the late game here with this Ezreal pickup. One of these picks we've been seeing consistently in collegiate play. Paired up with the Zyra, you've got a pretty strong lane down there as well. Once they both hit level 6, a decent amount of damage they can dish up, knock up into the Ezreal out there as well. If you can find a rotation in from that Sejuani to boot, that is a Butler that hits level 6 and gets very scary.
Oh yeah, very scary. And that poke lane here, and Alexstrasza now going to play the Ezreal. We've seen Ezreal play it a lot recently, just to stay safe, scale up, get to that later portion, and in the hands of someone that is a mechanical monster like Alexstrasza is, Ezreal can reposition, dish out a lot of damage, but the Heimerdinger locked in now, so this is interesting. Lane matchups can go any which way here. Heimerdinger can go top, can go mid, can go bot lane. Quinton E could give the Lucian up and let it go mid for Nami Warrior. J4 could be top, could be jungle. I'd imagine that it is Kayn jungle because you want to get Kayn to that level 6 where he just and then get into the transformation, that whether he goes darkened Kayn, or if you go Rust, that is. And it looks like this is how they're going to lock it up. So Heimerdinger in the mid lane to match up against Renegade Mac. I think that's good. It'll be annoying to deal with turrets. You have the wind wall to stop the turrets, but your wind wall doesn't last forever, and these turrets will just be annoying. Once Renegade Mac gets a couple of items, he'll be able to use turrets to dash around to, which will be a little scary for Nami Warrior on Heimerdinger, who doesn't have a movement speed, a movement skill, any escape. He does have the stun with the grenade. However, it's kind of just like another, let's farm up on this lane, let's be safe. Another champion that kind of fits that mold of what Nami Warrior is. He's a guy that wants to sit in lane, farm up. If you go roam, that's fine. I'm going to punish you for roaming, and hopefully my team doesn't get ganked.
Yeah, he does like that very passive style of play. But going up against Renegade Mac, it's going to be interesting for him. And Renegade Mac, actually one of these players we've got a chance to sit down and hear a little bit from earlier on in the season, talking about his team. Because, again, this is a bit of a Cinderella story here for the side of Butler. Again, they did not find success last season, but they're coming into it now looking really impressive, up 1 game in the series. And I think he had to say was, we all get along really well, and we trust each other fully. That trust, I feel like, developed in hardship, and now being rewarded here in this new season. Just saying, look, guys, we were stuck it out when times were hard.
Yeah,
we survived, and now we're being rewarded for it. I love it. I love this.
I think if you would have taken bets on if you would see Butler not in last place going into the next season with mostly the same roster, no one would have taken you up on that.
So, yeah.
And except now. Butler finding themselves in 3rd place and trying to solidify their spot into the playoffs for this Big East regular season.
Up in their way, Seton Hall, Butler dueling it out right now. Game number 2 here for them. Of course, these are best of 2s. We are not going to see a potential 3rd game should Seton Hall turn this all around. These are all best of 2s here. Point-based system. And already we're seeing the battle for vision breaking out over the river here. No real surprises from either of these teams. But I would hope that we do see a little bit more aggression to start things off than that last game. We didn't really see much happening even before the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, both teams just scared. I think it's a little bit fear. So they got their game out. They realized, okay, first game, done and dusted. We realize let's not let Alexstrasza get rolling. And it's very difficult to outplay a team, even if we have a team composition that scales, like a scaling composition and a champion that can be cut out by just simple item builds. It's rough. It's rough. So the Karthus pick, not the way to go. And I really like the fact that Seton Hall is on Kayn. Like, that's super important for the success of Seton Hall here. We got to see him play on a passive jungler. Now, if we're going to lose, let's lose playing our style, and that's what the Pirates will be doing here.
Yeah, I like this call from them. I mean, again, I complimented it in the last game, the idea that they were trying to flex into multiple styles here, trying to show that they weren't a one-trick in the sense that we can only play these early game aggressive compositions. We do have what it takes to go late. Of course, they just showed that maybe in this case, they still need a little bit of work in that regard. It didn't quite work out for them here, but I like going back to the tried and true, going back to what works in the situation. And I'm excited to see what this early game can do, or early mid, hit level 6, go make some plays, go set some stuff up for your team as well. And you do have things, look towards the mid, like this Yasuo as well from Renegade Mac, who I'm looking to also make some big plays here from him. He needs to step up in this game again for his squad, because if Seton Hall is allowed to run away with it in the mid game, they do have the potential to close this out.
So early on, you get to see how this interacts. Nummy Warrior just sits around with his turret anytime Renegade Mac steps up. Kind of gets poked in the face, and then it's all about dodging the tornado, no knockups early on for Nummy Warrior. I would say that's a pretty hard lane to gank if you're Master Gamer Live. Yes, the Heimerdinger is very immobile, but if you miss and if you're CC, you get punished pretty hard.
Yeah, you do.
So with the turrets, with the rockets, and the grenade that comes out from Heimerdinger, so maybe we'll see a little bit more action on the bottom side of the map.
Maybe we will here, because as you mentioned, this is a very poke-centered lane coming out here from Butler with the Ezreal, with the Zyra, throwing out the plants, just throwing out the Qs all day long for Ezreal, just hitting those Mystic shots. If you can consistently land those, it is just so difficult to deal with. What I'm really looking forward to, though, from Seton Hall is when they do finally decide that it is time to pull the trigger, go in with that Alistar, start to set up that CC, see if they can get a kill, or at least burn some summoners here in the early game.
Taking a look at the junglers' paths so far, both of them now on the top side of the map. 3:30, around the time where junglers could, if they do a clear of their major buffs, then roam to a lane, get their first ganks off. Both of them are going to decide against it. They'll just continue to farm up. There you got to see Master Gamer Live run into the Ghost Poro and realize, okay, Seton Hall has been here. They do have vision of where I'm at. Not a huge deal, but probably means that no gank's going to work in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect to see that here. Both teams are playing with some respect here. Again, we called it playing a little bit scared here in that first game, but there is a level of respect from both of these two squads as well. And now that, as you mentioned, they've got that first game out of the way, they kind of work through some of these jitters. Let's see what they can do with it here. Again, respecting the vision. We are actually going to see a gank potentially come up here onto Please Be Patient in the top lane. Nice little flag drag, get himself out of there as well. So Master Gamer Live is showing that, hey, I am on the map, I am here, but he's still not much of a threat yet with that level 6.
Yeah, not a successful game. You're hoping that you'd be able to blow Summoner, or catch him in the middle of the animation. The way that animation worked is he got bumped before he started moving. If he would have gotten bumped after he started moving, it would have stopped his momentum, and he would not have moved all the way back. Unfortunately, didn't quite work out, but a little action on the bottom side.
A little bit of action, yes, indeed. Trying to lock in on support with heal. Heal beam out. Oh, not the Q, not being able to land there from Quinton E. Can he get the W off? One more shot. Not able to make it happen. Alex Straza up there in the front, able to get his support out alive and deal nice return damage as well. Please Be Patient. Also walking away from a scrap with 0 HP to speak of. Both sides trading early blows.
That is crazy. It wasn't the heal that kept the Zyra alive. It was actually a last-second level up from the bot lane Hoffenator.
Oh,
just
yes.
Picking up XP from a minion that was miles away. That kept him alive for just a little bit longer when the double tap came in by Quinton E. And you could see there at the last second advice, hesitated a couple of auto attacks so that he could feed the kill over to Quinton E. Quinton E was out of range, not able to pick it up, and slithering away is Hoffenator.
Hoffenator walking away with, you know, I was going to say tail between his legs in that case, but no, he's walking away head held high. He's like, yeah, you came for me, and I was able to able to get out of there unscathed. Well, at least not unscathed, at least alive. And that's exactly what, that's what Butler's looking to do right now, because if Seton Hall can get any momentum back from that last game loss, they can look to snowball. These teams are evenly matched, despite how confident Butler looked in game number 1. I feel like a lot of that was on Seton Hall putting themselves in a rough position. They definitely have the chance to tie this series up 1-1, and they need to start making these plays now, which is exactly what they did draft for this time around.
Yeah, and you could see the adjustments that they made, right? You touched on draft. Get your aggressive player onto an aggressive champion and facilitate around. Seton Hall still power farming to level 6, hasn't been pressured too much. Master Gamer Live made that one attempt on the top side of the map and wasn't able to cash in. I think something to note is that Please Be Patient canceled the TP of DeBoss, and so DeBoss had to swap out his summoner now using Unsealed Spellbook, and here's our first gank in the mid lane.
Nice little play there from Renegade Mac to get himself out, though. Forced him in the flash, though. So a nice little play from Seton Hall to burn this at this stage, but I mean, Master Gamer or Renegade Max still can be content to walk away with this one.
Yeah, but that is what we wanted to see out of Seton
yeah.
Hall. Like, you wanted to see an aggressive jungler blowing summoner spells in a way that he didn't do, and just quite frankly is unable to do on a Karthus. A Karthus running at you from a little further away has to burn his own flash, put down the wall of pain to get you to burn your flash. So flash for flash can work sometimes, but as a jungler, it's a success when you're able to roam into a lane and burn flash because of your positioning and your flank potential.
Both of these teams playing a little bit more aggressive here in this first game, which is exactly what I like to see. I'm looking to see, once level 6 is reached, from more members here, what they're going to be able to do with Ultimates online. I'm expecting to see some fights break out pretty much instantaneously. The fight for First Blood is real. The fight to get some push in while this turn plating is still in effect. Start to snowball a bit of that early gold, and when you have champs like the Sejuani, Master Gamer Live, he was a little bit quiet in that last game from Butler. He was pretty consistent all in all, and he found those big moments when he needed to, but still generally not the person we're talking about like the Seton Hall jungler, Seton Hall. I want to see him coming in right now, as we are seeing a gank in the mid lane right now. Renegade Max here, not a lot of mana to work with. The wind wall is going down, but there is the initiation from that Alistar. Renegade Max looking to try and get a kill at the back. It's walking underneath the turret, but it is going to be First Blood going over the way of Seton Hall.
Yeah, Dash just almost got himself out of that little bit of a pickle. Fortunately, dashed under the turret, took a turret shot, and going down, and was on the wrong side of the map, wasn't able to kite downwards. But let's take another look how this one gets set up. He was trying to ward down on the bottom side of the map. Nami Warrior just in the right position. Here comes Advice. You see the flash pulverize in just a second, throws down the wind wall, bam, there it is. A little bit of scary positioning from Seton Hall and Nami Warrior when they line up like that to get a final breath off, but it was more like a final whisper because not a lot of breathing done by the Yasuo after all was said and done.
After all was said and done, First Blood going over to Seton Hall, who are now going to look to try and snowball this into an objective of their own in this first Drake. However, Butler is aware of what's going on. They're starting to set some vision up around this. They might look to try and rotate in on this, but Seton Hall is in a pretty good position here to lock this down. And they are going to secure this first objective of the game.
Yeah, capitalizing on the early aggression. One thing to note, though, is the CS disparity on the bottom side of the map, how close Alexstrasza was to falling. He did not, and now Zyra and Ezreal just dishing out the pressure here from Alistar and Lucian. And that's a way to mitigate the insane pressure that an Alistar and Lucian lane can provide. Stay outside of engage range, throw down the plants, and just dish out punishment every time you even think about getting in. The only way to make this trade fair is a full-on all-in from Quinton and Advice. And if you don't have the confidence to land your skills and hold down the Ezreal, it's not worth even trying. So you just kind of sit back under turret, farm up, and every now and then you miss some CS, and that's how we see a big disparity on the bottom side.
Yeah, I mean, a 20 CS difference already at the 10-minute mark. It's feeling pretty good if you're Alexstrasza, who is more than content to sit back, play safe, let himself scale off of this. They know they've got champs that can help carry them in this mid-game now. Again, I'm looking towards Master Gamer Live. I'm looking towards DeBoss and crew, and of course, Renegade Mac there in the mid on that Yasuo. We know he can make big plays.
You know he can, and just given the right position. Someone in the wrong position, though, is DeBoss.
Ooh. Cataclysm burn, just for good measure to make sure he does not walk right on out of there. So that is going to be 2 kills going over to Seton Hall, stepping up a little bit too far forward. That seems to be sort of, it doesn't even feel like Seton Hall is having to do too much to set up these first few kills. Just seems like Butler is not respecting their opponents here, not respecting the positioning. Maybe it's a lack of vision, maybe it's a lack of communication. Despite the fact that they trust each other, that's all well and done. You got to listen to each other.
Yeah, but this is the difference between Seton Hall on a farming jungler like Karthus or someone like Kayn. He's looking for these opportunities, whereas with Karthus, it was all about farming and then trying to get to a position to team fight. Whereas here, he's looking at lanes, looking at pressure, seeing how the laners are playing against his own laners, as we have a gank now coming in from Master Gamer Live.
Master Gamer Live forced back a little bit by the culling. We do have the root underneath the turret onto Advice. It will go gold. Squintneys can be the next target to follow up, but a lot of damage being dished out by this turret, forcing back the Ezreal. But that is Renegade Mac picking up Seton Hall. Advice doesn't have a lot of HP to work with. The TP is coming in from the boss, who's able to pick up that kill nicely done. He will fall to the turret, though. In response, Master Gamer Live, one more shot, does take him down. Oh, no! Disastrous now for Butler diving in way too deep underneath the turret, and that's going to be Seton Hall cleaning things up, turning things around. I cannot believe it. That is 4 members dead for Butler.
Yeah, Butler tried to make the proactive play here, and MVP is the turret. The turret taking down a couple of kills there, but making sure that heads over to the coffers of the Pirates. And so the school from Jersey finding themselves a way back into this game. Let's take a look at how this gank started off. Nice stopwatch by Advice to buy time after initially getting rooted down right here. And then good play by Quinn not to get burned off immediately. He stays alive for quite some time. The TPs have to be matched, and for whatever reason, everybody left the main damage dealer down. Alexstrasza under the turret. The boss greeds for a kill. He gets killed by the turret. Here comes another turret shot, and the third turret shot takes down Renegade Mac. Not exactly sure what Please Be Patient was doing with that last Dragon Strike, but it doesn't matter. The team gets 4 kills in a counter gank.
That was absolutely gorgeous. Turret play there from Seton Hall. We can make him the turret MVP of the map, the game. I'm not even sure, but that was fantastic. Really what that came down to was how not to juggle aggro, courtesy here of Butler, who is now in a lot of trouble once again up here in the top. DeBoss is trying to get himself out, but that is 3 members of Seton Hall looking to move on into Cataclysm to help secure this, the knock to fall, and that is going to be another dead Urgot here in the top. Let's make it 7 kills to 3. Seton Hall is starting to roll.
Yeah, and you love to see it every time an Alistair just roams, leaves his buddy behind, says, hey, look, this bot lane's getting really difficult. Where can we capitalize? What can we do? Let's just sack the bottom lane turret. Let's go to the top side of the map. Not only will we get the kill there, we might give up first turret gold, not a huge issue because you have plating gold. We'll also get control of the Rift Herald as well. And so you can see the team get some plating turret gold, take the Rift Herald, and say, hey, look, we'll fall behind in gold for a little bit right now, but we'll have this as accelerant in the Rift Herald later on in the game.
They are going to have that to help open up the map even further. Nummy Warrior might be in a little bit of trouble there in the mid, but Advice is doing a great job of peeling for him. Renegade Max will be the next target, forced into a very rough position. This is Nummy Warrior looking to chase him down. Pops the stopwatch once again to stay alive as the rest of Seton Hall is there in good form. Nicely done.
Yeah, lack of communication. You hit on it earlier. You know that the team just took Rift Herald. Also, you knew even before that there were 3 members on the top side of the map. What are you doing that far up, Renegade Mac? Again, we've talked about it. He can play that carry role, but we've also seen him feed a couple of times, and now he seems to be on one of those giving moods right now because he's giving all the opportunities over to Seton Hall to take advantage of this game.
We've identified Renegade Mac as someone who can make these big plays. I think part of the problem is that he's identified himself as that person too, and now he feels like he needs to step up, even in situations where he shouldn't try and make these plays. He knows that his team is looking to him to make it happen. They're waiting for Alexstrasza. This Ezreal is a long way from critical mass. He still needs some time, despite the fact that he's had a great early game, can sit back, can farm. Yes, he's given up 1 death, but he's still done a fairly good job otherwise. So it feels like Renegade Max, like, I have to be the one to make this play now. We're down 5 kills, it's all on me, and he's just getting a little bit too antsy.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of pressure. I think it's just lack of focus here. Yasuo still wants to get his items before he goes in and starts waving his sword around. So maybe he's focusing a little bit too much on the CS. I don't think it's going in and trying to make a 1v3 play. It's just lack of respect, lack of communication here, and it gives an opportunity for Seton Hall to now take control of this game. They rotate to the top side of the map, and they have one heck of a juggernaut right now, and Please Be Patient.
Yeah, Please Be Patient has been doing such a great job. One of those players you identified going into this match as consistent, and he's showing it here once again in this playing a champ. I'm not sure we've actually seen him play yet before, going for more of an aggressive style top laner here in this J4. And he's been doing it beautifully. He's been able to take down turrets like this, get into fights, set things up with Cataclysm, make the Urgot's life miserable. And Urgot's like, dude, that's my job.
Well, he'll realize later on in this game he's not going to be able to continue to split against the boss. He needs to find fights like this where he holds people in place and sets them up, but might be biting off more than he can chew. Oh, there's the Ezreal ult coming on in as well.
Nicely done. The Zyra ult there on the flank, not really doing a whole lot. His Renegade Mac is the one trying to dive back in to his jungle there. They were able to pick up 1 kill to start that off. Please be patient. We were complimenting him, and then we caster cursed him as they walked back into that really nice ult there from Alexstrasza from the mid, able to help pick up that one there. They thought they had enough damage, but a beautiful play from Butler to stay alive through the initial burst of Seton Hall, walked away with kill of their own.
Yeah, Seton Hall recognized that Urgot's on the bottom side of the map. They'll have a de facto 5v4 if they can find an engage and stall out, but that's the issue with the J4. You can go in, but if you're not building tanky, which he's not, as he shouldn't because he's so far ahead, you don't really buy that much time with your Cataclysm, and the team was too far behind to catch up and help out. Great ultimate use there by the Kayn. Read Renegade Mac like a book, not a textbook, because we all know we don't read those. And Seton Hall, Brady Hayes, that's why he needs to play these carry-type junglers. Saw the pop-up coming out, used the ult, and outplays the heck out of Renegade Mac.
Read them like the PowerPoint slides?
Yeah, I'd say, you know.
More in line. That was really nice play, though. That just goes to show that at this stage in the game, you put Seton Hall in an aggressive jungler, you get a few kills under his belt, you give him a little bit of momentum, you give him a little bit of confidence, and he can deliver when he needs to. That was a solid outplay, 1v1, and that's got to be going into the minds of Butler right now, thinking like, oh, we are really not in a good spot in this game.
Yeah, they're not in a good spot in terms of kills, but in terms of gold, they're actually ahead right now. They have to just slow it down a little bit, stop trying to make these hero plays. You realize if you just fight over vision, fight over wards, Seton Hall has a propensity to throw that back over. They obviously aren't in position to make macro plays because the Rift Herald just gets dropped mid and isn't doing anything right now. And Butler trying to hold off Shelly before she can get her head reared into the turret, and there it is. Yeah, gets cut off, does not hit the turret. Value wasted by Seton Hall. So going back to the decision earlier to sack bottom lane, get some pressure on the top turret, and get Rift Herald, well, they didn't utilize the Rift Herald that they got out of that trade in the first place.
Yeah, it was really nice support play there from Hoffnader to keep Shelly distracted for long enough to not get that charge off. Beautiful play there from Butler. And yeah, absolutely correct. Yeah, while they are behind in kills, as you said, or as I said, they are doing very well still in terms of farm, in terms of gold, and Alexstrasza is still sitting back here. So yes, while they are still playing a little bit over-aggressive in some weird positions, they are still an overall good spot in terms of their late game scaling, in terms of where they want to take this composition still. Renegade Mac just needs to sit back, take a bit of a breath, and identify, look, this one is going to have to be Alexstrasza's game.
Well, a lot of games have to be Alexstrasza's game, and he needs to realize he can't be a deterrent to getting to that point. Alexstrasza up in CS, still scaling up with the Muramana, in the process of building Blade of the Rune King, as he should be. The next item after that is the Seraph's Embrace to continue to build mana. That every time he lands a Q, it deals a damage based off of how much max mana he has. So, mana is the key here for Ezreal, but you can only get mana items through getting a lot of gold.
He's continuing to farm it quite well here. Pretty much the most CS in the game, as we are going to see a fight break out around the Drake pit right now as Seton Hall is looking to try and take this down. Master Gamer Live and crew are on the flank here, though the Smite battle is going to go in favor of Seton Hall as we now have Sejuani in the midst of everyone. The Urgot is there as well. Look at the damage going through. Ezreal ult way too late. That is 2 kills instantly for Seton Hall. Big tanky health bars count for nothing here.
Wait, that was a terrible play by Butler. There was no reason to teleport into that if you're the boss. Master Gamer Live, I get it if you want to try and go in and steal away the Drake and then possibly flash out, because he did have flash up, but he gets absolutely melted by a full culling from Quinton E, and they're just, again, it's a Mountain Drake. There's no reason to fight over that to that point, and unfortunately they pay for it with their lives, and Seton Hall should take this little bit of a power play, I would say, to get some map pressure down, as they are doing that. Kayn on the bottom side of the map will be taking that. Good response here by Butler to say, hey, look, he's going to get pressure down on the bottom side. There's no reason to try and split up. Let's see if we can get some chip damage down on the mid lane so we can reclaim some of the map control as well. They're not going to be able to, and it all stems from just a poor decision to teleport in, a poor decision to go in for a steal in the first place, and Butler keeps shooting themselves in the foot. They are still ahead in CS, they're still ahead in gold, but it's only through the play of the Yasuo in the mid lane and the Ezreal, but the experience difference right now is pretty massive as well.
It is indeed, and I have to say, Seton Hall didn't capitalize quite on as much on those 2 kills as they kind of expected. They backed up, they reset a little bit here. They weren't actually able to get that turret down on the bottom side of the map. And Butler was actually able to get a pretty much equal chip damage there in the mid. So yeah, they gave up a couple of kills, but it didn't do a ton for them, or didn't put them behind massively there. Seton Hall is doing such a good job being aggressive, exactly what we asked for him here, putting that poke damage on the Sejuani, being a threat in the jungle, hopefully looking to set up some vision as well, because that's something that Seton Hall is distinctly lacking on the Butler side of the map.
So Butler and Seton Hall gonna slow it down yet again now that the major objective is gone. Both teams, again, still playing a little slow in their own right. They do not want to make a major mistake, and it kind of seems like, all right, DeBoss and Renegade Mac, you guys have made a lot of mistakes now. The next one might throw the game, and they continually say that to each other. The next one might throw the game. The next one might throw the game. Get rid of those 2018 tendencies, and let's get back into the 2019 form. And they're trying to jumpstart that rather than slowly working it together. Like, play around Alexstrasza, find your engage through an ult from Master Gamer Live. They haven't been able to do that. It's been these weird one-off flanks or these weird poorly communicated ganks, overextensions, and Seton Hall's punished at every turn.
They have, and again, you're seeing it reflected in the kill feed there. I mean, 11 kills to 4. That is still Seton Hall feeling very comfortable there. As you mentioned, the CS is still going in favor of Butler, which means the gold is there as well. But they're slow. I mean, again, I feel like this is just based on some pure mechanics here and just sitting there. And now Master Gamer Live might be paying for his hubris a little bit, trying to go forward and sweep out some of this vision. Is Renegade Mac going to be the target? Seton Hall is going in deep. Nice ult there. Connecting though, but still just instant deletion from Seton Hall. They're committing all the members, and now DeBoss committing a TP as well. These TPs have been so suspect.
Yeah, what are you doing there? The team isn't there. Alexstrasza's farming up his tier in the mid lane. What are you doing there? Like, drop your wards and get out. Don't die over ward. You can only fight over a ward if the rest of your team is there. They're not there. You know that. He's farming in the mid lane. He's saying, hey, I just finished my Muramana. I'm going to be online in about 5 minutes, 6 minutes. If you just let me farm.
I need 5 minutes.
What, you want to fight around Baron Vision right now at 23 minutes? Okay. Oh, wait, you didn't want that? I'm dead. It's just, this is poor play out of Butler, a team that we both expect more out of. You know, we've been talking about the Cinderella story right now, and it's almost like they have the glass slipper, and they're tempting fate with it by, like, smacking it on the stairs and then smacking it with a hammer and see, well, what kind of glass is this? Do you think this is a tempered glass? Do you think this is a plexiglass? And eventually it's going to pay, but now Seton Hall getting himself caught out.
Himself caught out, forced to use the ult defensively there to try and get himself out of roast spot. But the boss actually take a lot of damage in response. They're going on in. Nice ult from Please Be Patient to try and lock the team out. Are able to connect the Urgot, but he's getting chunked in return. Master Gamer Live is going to be the nice job as a front line. Device is there as well, trading out 1-for-1 to start things off. Seton Hall on the flank might look to try and reinitiate here. Nummy Warrior as well, trying to get some poke in. Zyra's doing a good job of keeping up the plants, keeping up the vision, making sure that they aren't getting caught out here by Seton Hall.
Yeah, and this is the kind of fight that Butler wants. And again, it's the same thing. If you or Butler just stick together, Seton Hall is going to give this one to you. Literally, Seton Hall, the jungler, out of position, getting caught out, was able to get away, but that's how the fight starts off. You don't have to do anything overly fancy. It'll be given to you because this team is prone to making mistakes. You see Advice going in.
Advice goes in, but actually baited a little bit flash right now. The Alistar may have overextended,
yep,
and he has done so. Beautiful capitalization there by Alexstrasza. That bait was actually perfect there from Butler. Ooh. He wanted to get the knock up there, wasn't able to do so. Zyra, beautiful job there. Hoffnader's actually getting really aggressive for his squad. Let's watch that back again, though, D-Gon.
Yeah, just Brady Hayes on the bottom side of the map for some reason, just going back and forth with DeBoss, and he's like, yeah, sure, I'll fight a tanky Urgot that is against an AD top laner, so he's built armor, and then the rest of the team shows up. And just not exactly sure what Brady Hayes is thinking on that one. It forces the rest of his team in. Cataclysm could have been better. Unlucky that it split everybody up. So Ezreal's on the backside saying, hey, this actually works for me. You are peeling for me, J4. I'll shoot you a couple times during your Cataclysm and you're going to die. That's exactly what happened. And that is the player that wants that, right? If you're Butler, it's like, yeah, play around Alexstrasza, play around this Ezreal that is now starting to scale, get online, get the items so that he can get the mana and deal damage.
Well, it's interesting because the Urgot was trapped closest to you. The Sejuani was trapped in the pit. Those are not the targets you want to be in. Those are the targets that are like, please, I'm doing my job. And all the while, you just see the Mystic shot after Mystic shot after Mystic shot coming out from Ezreal in the back. And he's more than content to just keep whittling away at your HP. That's exactly what Butler did there. And again, both of these teams, it seems like there's a bit of a lack of discipline from both of these squads. They see what could be a good opening rather than like double checking, confirming. They're just like, yeah, we're just going to do it. We're just going to go and hope for the best.
Yeah. So now, if you're the side of Butler, you've got to start playing towards Baron and then be aware later on in the game, because it seems like if you're going to win, it's going to go late. You've got to keep control of the bottom side of the map. The Elder Drake will be in play since Seton Hall has not only 4 Drakes themselves, but the all-important triple Infernal Drake. It's so much additional damage that they're going to have, that they have already. And if it gets amplified by an Elder Dragon at the end of the game, be even worse, almost impossible to fight them. So Butler has to gain control in the Vision game so that they can position themselves on their own terms at these major objectives.
Looking dead even in terms of structures. We're looking, you know, almost dead even in terms of structures, I should say. We are looking positive for Seton Hall in terms of kills, but still the gold lead goes over to Butler. They are just farming so much better throughout all of this here. Seton Hall, they could work on that themselves. They would be a tough team to deal with here because they've been able to take a lot of decent fights. But now it looks like Butler might finally be hitting the point where they're looking to try and fight back. Advice goes in. He is going to be the target, being knocked right back over there by the Urgot, doing a great job taking the front line there. Renegade Mac going maybe a little bit too deep there. Not too much to work with the ult in the back line. From the Kane, they do have the Zonias to try and get him out of this. To Seton Hall in real deep, doing a lot of great damage. The J4 on the flank with the Cataclysm. Renegade Mac walking away with an HP. And now it is all of the side of Butler being forced on back. Seton Hall looking so good.
Yeah, and it looked promising to start. The Heimerdinger got picked very early on and stunned, forced to use these Zonias, and unfortunately not bursted down. Butler not able to get their damage dealers onto the back line. Renegade Mac and Alexstrasza slink away as we take another look at this Baron take for Seton Hall. It all started with Seton Hall, the jungler, taking away the blue buff, positioning on the top side of the map, and then DeBoss right here gets on into the back line, which is pretty good. Great ult there by Master Gamer Live, but it takes so long to burn through the front line of Butler that they weren't able to burst things down. Seton Hall buys himself so much time. J4 comes in, gives him the slam jam, a ram, a dunk right there, and then Renegade Max slinks away. Please be patient again. Questionable flash at the end of the team fight, but either way does his job. As we come back into live, it's a shutdown kill. Nami Warrior taking down Renegade Mac.
Ooh, no, and now we have Baron and Power Minions trucking on down the mid here as well. 17 kills to 7. Seton Hall finally pulling ahead in terms of gold. This is their moment in the game. Try and make some plays here, look towards these inhib turrets, look to do some real crucial structural damage, crack open the base.
Okay there?
I'm good, I'm fine.
Smoked a couple?
No!
During that last replay?
Absolutely not. Just drinking some water, going down the wrong way because I'm parched from these plays, man. I want to see more action.
I know, it's been a lot of positioning here and not a lot of engaging. I think there were other opportunities earlier for Master Gamer Live to facilitate 1G hit level 6. We saw him gank topside a couple times pre-6, but since then he's been relatively quiet. And again, this was the advantage that I thought Seton Hall was going to exploit in this matchup before game 1. It's going to be through Brady Hayes in the jungle. Use him as your leverage over a good but not great jungler in Master Gamer Live. That's what they've been doing in this matchup so far in game 2, and it's been to great success as we have the final Drake online. It is a second Mountain Drake, and it will be collected by Seton Hall as Butler has no vision and no business to fight over.
No business being right there. This is going to be Seton Hall in a great position, picking up all of these initial Drakes. They are in a great spot right now, pulling ahead, getting all of those outside turrets down. Butler is able to hold on to some in the inhibs. They didn't lose anything too substantial there. They do have the ability to come back in this game, but as you mentioned, that Elder Dragon, should that come online for the side of Seton Hall, that's basically all she wrote.
Yeah, I'm with you, Twitch chat right here. Come on, Butler, what's going on? Big Mac, step up. He's getting eaten right now. He's getting grilled. He's on the grill.
He's on the grill, yeah.
Yeah, he's just a couple patties because he's getting smacked in the mid lane by the Heimerdinger.
Nummy Warrior stepping up, yeah. I mean, you're making me hungry. Thank you for that.
You're welcome. And good on Nummy Warrior to show off, hey, look, we picked 3 champions. I've shown 3 champions that all kind of play the same way, like to farm up in the mid lane, play safe. He's finding another one that now people will have to think about when they ban away his Anivia. Hey, look, this is something else I can play. I'm proficient at it. 6-0-5, he's doing great. Someone else doing great is Seton Hall.
Seton Hall's looking so fantastic right now. DeVos has a lot of HP to work with now. He will be able to get on out of this, but he's still so scared. He's still just like, oh, there's one of them. And where there's one, there must be more. Our jungle is no longer our jungle. They're doing a good job of trying to deward some vision of their own in response to this while clearing out some waves. Or trying to clear out some waves there, but it is Seton Hall looking to try and split push their way into the base right now, creating space with that J4 as well here in the bottom. I like this play from Seton Hall, rotating to the 4-1, forcing a response now from Butler. This could be a big opportunity for Seton Hall to make some plays.
Paul, I'm loving it. We finally did our job in Twitch chat. We're saying, let's go Seton Hall, the player.
The player,
yeah,
perfect.
Just one fan of Seton Hall, the player, not of the team.
Fun fact, we did actually talk to him about his name. And we did get confirmation. It was actually just to troll us.
He's a troller dog.
Yeah, he just wanted to troll the casters so that we would be confused.
Thanks, Brady Hayes.
We appreciate it.
He's at Seton Hall. Just search Seton Hall Brady Hayes. You can find him and show him. You can send our condolences to him. Yeah. Troll him back for us.
Exactly. And also, fun fact about him though is he can 5-star like all the songs on Guitar Hero with just an Xbox 360 controller. He said that when we interviewed all the players at the start of the season, and we're like, no way. No way. And then he sent us video of him doing it, and it was real. Go back and check the VODs later, a couple weeks ago. It was absolutely wild. I challenge you. He was actually amazing. One of the coolest things I've seen in a long time.
Yeah.
As we try and fill this downtime right now, because Seton Hall does not want to throw away this little lead they developed for themselves. Both of these teams are playing terrified. It's like they're about to go to prom for the first time, and they're about to ask her, like, just go for it, guys. Make the play.
Yeah, they need to make the play, but something they need to be aware of is Alex Strauss is coming online now. Not only does he have a finished Muramana, but he has a fully finished Seraph's Embrace as well. So every time he does land a Mystic shot, that will hurt. It will hurt a lot. So, and we've seen in the last couple of team fights, and Alex Straza has proved it throughout the season, his positioning within team fights is very good. Very, very good. So you have to be aware of that if you're Seton Hall. They're also lacking something that can immediately dive to the back line. Seton Hall, the jungler on Kayn, can walk through walls, get the movement speed, and get to the back line. But again, very susceptible to being outplayed by Alex Straza, who does have the shift and can get himself out of trouble. So it'll be a nice little battle, because I imagine, again, like last game, it's going to be 2 different lines of fights. You're going to have a front line fight and a back line fight for both team, and both AD carries, Quinton X on the Lucian and Alex Straza on the Ezreal, have movement speed or movement abilities to lead to outplays.
They do. Both teams have the ability to find those big outplays, as you said, and it's going to come down to this next fight here over the Baron. This is what it's all going to come down to. This will be the make or break. Can Butler get it done, or will it be Seton Hall pulling ahead of this right now? There's the ult going on through early, doing some good initial chip damage, but the Baron is going to be picked up here very likely for Seton Hall. Yes, they do. Look at the big Cataclysm in the back as well. Lots of damage going over to the side of Butler, as they now are in a bit of a rough spot. Lots of damage coming on through there from the mid. Master Gamer Lives on the flank. Seton Hall is trying to pick him up right there. Renegade Mac is also going to be the next one up on the menu. Can they get him? Yes, they do. Alex Strauss is doing a great job of trying to get the damage in the back, but it is now Quinton E trying to make things happen here for his team. The AD carry battle is there, but 3 members still alive for Butler.
Yeah, 2 for 1. Seton Hall take the Baron. They're happy with that trade. And you got to see how much of a nuisance Brady Hayes was on that Kayn in the back line. It took all the focus off of dishing damage to the damage dealers of Butler into like keeping Alex Straza alive. The other thing to note there is Advice did a fantastic job. As soon as Master Gamer Live went in with the Sejuani, got headbutted to back behind the pit, no way to get in, no way to steal, and a secure Baron take by Seton Hall. No answer now because Butler lost 2 members and a 5 Elemental Drake Elder Dragon buff is going to be headed on over to Seton Hall. 1 auto attack is just going to melt anybody as we take a look at that Baron replay.
Yeah, let's watch that back again. Wow. So this is the fight here. And look, as you mentioned, keeping Master Gamer Live out of the fray there was Advice. Beautifully done there, keeping him stunned. No chance to snipe that out. Cataclysm went in. Looked like it could have started with some big plays. And watch Alex Straza through the course of this as well. He is sitting back so safe. He's being left totally untouched. He's doing so much damage, but it's just not enough. The rest of his team can't make those big plays themselves. He is their only source of damage in these fights.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate because, again, he's done a solid job clawing his way back in while his team around him has been crumbling. And he is starting to reach all 6 items, but it's just not quite enough yet. So with Baron empowered minions barreling down the base, wasted ultimate there by Heimerdinger. You can just see how much damage. Look at how much damage over time Alex Straza just got knocked with. Every time someone gets poked here, it's going to be so much damage. Here comes the engage.
Seton Hall is going in, taking a lot of initial damage, though, as the high ground turret will fall. Renegade Mac, though, is going to be the next target, going in, finally getting chunked. Culling from Whitney in the back is just ripping right on through them. So much damage. You cannot deny the buffs right there. Hoffnader, you tried your best, and that's the inhib going to drop as well. Seton Hall walking in. They won this one by the death of 1,000 cuts, just slowly grinding their way to the victory. 24 kills to 8. Seton Hall takes it, makes the series 1-1.
So the Pirates finding their answer, and I think it's staying true to who they are as a team. You know, they've spent all season figuring out what playstyle they want to play. They deviate from that because an opportunity in draft comes out, and I think they outsmarted themselves in Game 1. In Game 2, they go back to it, say, hey, Brady Hayes, nice guy, great at Guitar Hero, carry us and lead us to this next game. And that's exactly what they did. Great job there, great adjustment in the draft. And it made it very, very difficult for Butler to respond. When you pick a Yasuo, you have to have the cojones to play it, and unfortunately in this case that did not work out for Renegade Mac. He has a bunch of other champions in his champ pool, and instead it got taken away. He tried to go with the Yasuo, get too cute, and that didn't work.
Didn't work out for them here. Let's take a look at the replays, because there was a lot of interesting moments in that game where things might have gone a different way. This was one of them. These fights, a lot of these fights were so close, but it all came down to the damage dealers being able to stay safe at the back of these fights, and which one was able to be more impactful for the course of it.
Yeah, you could see Quinton E in this fight just goes absolutely untouched. He's like, somebody.
I think he got auto-attacked once.
Somebody.
Get close
hit
to me.
Instead, I'll just double tap you in this one. Great headbutt there at the last second by Advice to stop Master Gamer Live from getting in. After that, keep your eyes on Seton Hall. Right now, he's on Master Gamer Live, and Alex Straza cannot step forward. And all that tanking is that DeBoss and Renegade Mac were using as a front line was for naught, because Alex Straza had to just walk away backwards and keep his flash up in case he got engaged upon. And then at this point, Elder Dragon, if you ever wondered what the power of a triple Infernal Drake Elder Dragon looked like, that's what it is right there.
That's right there, right? That's exactly the one right there. And watching back a lot of these fights, there's one thing that I'm distinctly seeing a lack of. We'll talk about it, though, in just a little bit, though, because we actually do have an interview coming on in with Brady Hayes over at Seton Hall, going to be joining us right here. How you doing, bud?
I'm pretty good. Pretty good, not gonna lie.
Pretty good. How did that last game feel for you? Playing a little bit more of an aggressive champ, we could say?
Yeah, oh yeah.
A little bit better?
Oh yeah. So, yeah, so the first game we kind of like devised this whole like Karthus strat where we're going to farm it off, and honestly I don't think that fits our playstyle. So by the second game I'm just like, okay, screw it, let's just pick Heimer, let's pick Kayn, you know, let's pick all these absurd champions you don't see too often. And I think with our style that just works way better with this aggressive, like, we need to constantly fight style. And I think that showed well in the second game. I mean, even the CS numbers were pretty low because we were just fighting all the time. And it really helps when we got, you know, 3 Fire Drakes, 2 Earth Drakes.
Yeah, you had the help of RNGesus in that game too.
Oh yeah.
Do you feel like when you spend so much time devising these strategies and you come up with, it was clear that it was the Karthus composition built around you. Do you feel like maybe you kind of outdrafted yourself there? You outthought yourself because that was what you practiced, so you went with that?
Yeah. So honestly, I'm more of a fan of a poke comp when it comes to a Karthus comp, and we devised like a more heavy like front to back comp, and I don't think it worked too well considering their Vayne just popped off in fights. The Vladimir had a lot of really the Vladimir honestly had a lot of really good flanks, and we got kind of like screwed over by that. But yeah, so we were just like, okay, you know, screw normal drafts. We're just gonna go for more heavy engage comp, and yeah.
Clearly worked out for you there because you ended up coming away with the W. I'm going to sidetrack us a little bit here because Big Pugs in Twitch chat accuses you of being terrible at Pokemon. And would you like to defend your honor on that one, sir?
So, man, that's tragic. Well, I'll see him in week 12 or whenever we play. But we do like a draft oriented Pokemon league, and I'm currently 1-4.
Ouch.
It's been pretty rough. I'm running a different team than I normally do, and it's not working too well. I've been playing bad, but
sounds like your whole Pokemon season went like your game one there.
You walked
sorry,
into,
you walked into
that
one,
man.
Yeah, you let me walk into that one. All right, so let's retrack you here. Let's retrack you here. I think you guys have done a fantastic job. Ebbing and flowing with the season. Right now, you're in the hunt of the playoff race here. How do you guys feel about moving forward as we get closer and closer to the Big East playoffs?
So with the new patch coming around, we're gonna probably focus on a lot of solo queue. I've been playing a lot of solo queue, and we need to just focus on figuring out what champions work best with us. What champions we can play at an efficient level. I feel like we're not going to win too many games by communication or by team play, and it's just going to be this skirmish heavy thing. If we do somehow learn how to play with our brains, you know, it might be effective. But at this point, I think we're going to just roll over with, you know, crazy. You'll see some crazy stuff later, but we have a lot that we want to bring out and show that we can do some stuff that maybe people won't see coming.
Well, we're excited to see it here. I know we love seeing these creative drafts come out for you guys. Congratulations, man. Thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us and having a good time, of course. Woo! All right. Okay, I love giving the players a bit of a hard time. Sometimes they get those great results, and I love the fact that he's like, look, we've identified where we're strong. We've identified where we're weak. Maybe it's our brains. Maybe that's fine.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was going.
Maybe it's our brains.
Who needs big brains when you have fast, blazing fast Guitar Hero fingers?
That's exactly at 8 p.m. off the charts. We're going to be back after a short break with our next matchup, which is Providence up against Villanova. So don't go anywhere. We have more amazing collegiate Big East action when we return.
can great minds do?
While at Seton Hall, I interned with the Superior Court of New Jersey, and that inspired me to go to law school.
I am a physics and civil engineering major, and I want to work on infrastructure in underdeveloped countries.
I'm the news director at one of the top college radio stations in the country.
I'm working with my professor on research that could help athletes during sudden cardiac events.
I started my own business, Classic Soccer Cleats, and I just sold it to a company in England.
Come see for yourself what great minds can do.
Definition of a champion. Definition of a champion.
Madison Square Garden. Name another place better for the Big East to take place other than the Mecca. From the players on the court to the chants in the stands. This the origin of greatness, birthplace of the champions.
I'm always a winner. Even if I fall, I can still get bigger. The definition of a champion. Definition of a champion.
The Big East tournament at Madison Square Garden. Get tickets now.
We aren't just dreamers. We're doers.
My time. None of you people can tell me to stop.
Good things happen when you unleash a Butler Bulldog.
My time. None of you people can tell me to stop.
Welcome back, everyone. Some more amazing Big East Collegiate League of Legends spring season action. My name is Paul Inverum Toddkill, joined once again by Daniel Degon Gonzalez. We just got to witness our first set. Pretty good, all things considered. Went 1-1.
Yeah, but to be honest, Advice is the hard carry of all the... I messed it up. Sorry, copy pasta. To be honest, Advice is the unsung hero of Seton Hall. Hard carries all the games.
You know what? Yeah, totally, absolutely. We're going to go with that one there. If you're just joining us for the first time here for the spring season, this is one day of many in the overall scope of our tournament. So we're going to break down exactly how the whole thing works.
So here's how it works. 7 teams representing the Big East schools will compete in a single round-robin best-of-2 regular season. Each match day will consist of 2 games against the same school. The standings are reflective of their game score. From there, the top 4 teams from the regular season will seed into a single elimination best-of-3 bracket. Whoever makes it into the finals of that slugfest will advance to the College League of Legends Championships play-in, where they will have the chance to advance to the CLOL National Championship. There, they will have the chance to cement their place among the greats of Collegiate League of Legends.
As you can see, there's a lot on the line for these games, playing into the going towards the play-ins for the CLOL National Championship. But up next, we have one interesting matchup. It's Villanova, our returning champions from last season here in the Big East, going up against Providence, a squad who has had a less successful season so far than I think they were looking for.
Yeah, and it's so interesting because they return one of their star players in Honor Lord in the mid lane. They were 4th place, snuck into the playoffs last season, but haven't been able to get anything going right now. And even in the highlights of the offline match that we got to see last week against Seton Hall, they're in it. They're in these team fights. They're playing a big skirmish style, but they're not able to generate the gold leads after these team fights. So I want them to be able to turn a team fight win into an objective and then move on from there so that they don't fall too far behind.
Yeah, they're going to have to up their game because they're going up into a very tough opponent in Villanova. Villanova is one of these squads that started off the season as well in a little bit of a weird spot, trading out games with Butler, the team we just saw, the team who was had no success last season. But they've stabilized a little bit here. Pixel Drum, their jungler, making huge plays. Billy Toe, technically their sub, his Thresh play is actually wild. I want to calculate what this man's hook percentage is because I swear it's off the chain.
Right, and Cryonics has the highest KDA in all of the Big East tournament. He consistently puts out performances. I think the biggest part comes from their mid laner, their captain, the native 192. He's the definition of feast or famine. And there's been a couple times Villanova's gone hungry, and it's been Cryonics and Bilito stopping off at McDonald's to pick up some Big Macs to bring it on back. Yeah, yes. Renegade Max, right?
That's exactly it. Yeah.
So I think Villanova needs to continue to take care of business, but the teams behind them in St. John's, in Butler, and Seton Hall, those are some matches later on in the season that might catch up. So they need to make sure they get these wins where it matters so that they don't lose one of the top 2 spots.
Let's look across, though, at their opponent in this match in Providence. Providence, you said, they focused a lot of their attention around their star mid player in Honor Lord. He's one of these players who is consistent across the board. But one thing about him that's interesting is he's often put in situations where he does fine in the early game. He's totally okay, and he looks at the map. He's like, all right, guys, it's a few minutes in. We're doing well. Oh, my teammates have died 7 times. That's fun. Let's take a look at the roster because, yeah, I want to talk about the rest of these guys. And it's, again, Dupe Teacher, Slinky, like, IMB Rizzle, Floyd Sasser, they've all had okay moments, but there's just so many times where they've just been capitalized on in the early game, and they haven't been able to recover at all.
That's right. Floyd Disaster living up to his name. It has been a disaster on the bottom side of the map. They are the new players of this Providence roster. Dupe D and Trislinky, you expect more out of them because they're returning from the playoff roster. And you're right. Sometimes it's Floyd feeding. Sometimes it's Dupe D feeding. And Honor Lord looks around and it's 10-1.
Yeah.
And he has
literally
the 1 kill at 10
yeah.
minutes. And it's just... it's crazy that this team hasn't been able to get things going, and I personally feel like they're just a game away, just one little success away from turning their season around, and they have a tough task here against Villanova. I think the saving grace here is, again, if there's a weakness on Villanova's roster, it's in the inconsistency of the mid lane play of the native 192, and their best player is Honor Lord. Honor Lords, Orianna, something that just, again, it's such a weird ban because Orianna is so far down in the meta pool. However, a comfortable Orianna can land shockwaves that change the landscape of games. And so, you know, that is a way that they can get themselves into the game.
Well, let's see if they end up going to that or flexing something a little bit different here as we go into our very first draft. I'm curious to see if we're going to see some of the more I want to say stylized picks of the Native 192, Yasuo, Echo being a couple of those picks coming out here. Again, Feast or Famine, he either makes the sickest play you've ever seen or he almost makes the sickest what could have been, and then he gets killed 4 times in lane.
Well, I wouldn't be afraid to see the Yasuo because we've already seen one Famine Yasuo earlier. It was a very scrawny, small, very hungry Yasuo after giving away multiple kills in that last game so far. So bans coming out very fast here by both teams. It's Zach Kha'Zix and Talon removed by Providence on the opposite side. Yorick, J4, and Caitlyn. That Caitlyn removed yet again. B-Rizzle has played a lot of Caitlyn early on in the season. Obviously did not success, but Villanova still felt comfortable taking that away. Lissandra, first pick here for Honor Lord, possibly Dupty. In the mid lane, opposite side, early Riven for Whimsical Melody. We got to see it on the LCS stage in the hands of the Master. I Am Viper. Now, in the hands of Whimsical Melody, a player who, again, not only has been consistent, but relative to pop off. Lucian locked in to play the aggressive bot lane with Cryonics and Bilito. This time, a Sona locked in, so Thresh not banned, and Bilito probably showing off some of his champ pool, and I believe in one of our interviews earlier with the Native 192, he flaunted the champ pool of Bilito. This time, they're just going to go to it early.
Interesting, bringing out their other support player, 2Wokes, sort of a supreme comfort pick there in that zone as well. That's kind of interesting how they're sort of going back and forth on that one. Super fast drafting coming in here. Jungle's being denied now for Villanova as well. To the Nautilus and the Ezreal being picked up for Providence here across the board. So we do, I mean, you can flex that support top there as well. We do have the top and bottom lane secured for Villanova. So it looks like the jungle and mid is going to be the jungle being picks denied across the board actually from both teams here, wanting to make sure that Pixel Drum does not get one of his comfort picks, though.
Look how many
the
bans
Zach's
here.
still open.
No,
it's not. It's the first ban.
So
okay.
it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 jungle bans. So both Pixel Drum and Trislinky are going to have to dig deep into the pool of tricks, and it's going to be a Pantheon that possibly could come out of Pixel Drum from the jungle position. It could be jungle Riven. Wouldn't rule that one out from these tricksters here from Villanova. Let's see, and Kayn is left up.
Good.
That's a good pick there for Trislinky. He'll get aggressive. Right now, Providence is lacking. I guess like immediate CC upfront burst damage possibly. You get that from Lissandra before, but with the patch changes, you don't get as much burst damage. You have engage with the Nautilus, but no, it'll be a lock-in here for Taric. So now you have some tanky front line with his ultimate as well to buy some time. And we're always talking about buying time, utility in forms of CC, but also buying time if you're able to stall out Zhonya's pool, Frozen Tomb, whatever it may be. Providence has a lot of that now on their team composition. The opposite side, Villanova, waiting to lock in that last champ. It's going to be a Twisted Fate in the mid lane. So we're going to play some macro game, boys. Once we hit level 6, if you're Villanova, you're playing around that Twisted Fate ultimate. For years, it was always talked about until Twisted Fate fell out of the meta a bit. It's all about getting that first ultimate off. If you're able to get your first ulti off onto another lane and make sure that you use the gate and get behind someone, get a first kill, get value out of that, Twisted Fate is able to snowball out of control. If not, then you're kind of stuck until your next ult, and you're just stuck in lane with kind of mediocre wave clear. You didn't really help anybody out, and you're just kind of someone that sits under turret. So here's an opportunity for the Native 192 to expand his champ pool, play something that, again, can kind of be another Feast or Famine type champ. Yeah.
All right. I mean, I like how they're going out there a little bit. They're digging into the piggy bank of champ pool here and starting to bring out some cool picks. I dig that, but also Villanova's had some interesting stuff to say over the course of the season, and one of those members was Cryonix. And Cryonix has been a player we've consistently raved about playing from the carry position. You mentioned he is the top KDA of anybody in the entire Big East here. So we actually have a quote from him, which I'd love to pull up on the screen right here, which is, "Every member of our team has achieved a certain level of skill that makes them individually formidable opponents." And I love how he's talking up his team when himself as well is a crazy mechanical player.
Yeah, he has shown that he's proficient at what he does, dishing out damage, staying alive, making sure to clean up kills too. We've seen so many champions slink away with no health, and Cryonix, sure of his own skills, but sure of his teammates' skills as well. And I think it shows, right? I think Villanova was a little too loose in the first game. Yeah. Giving up a game to Butler and not being in that championship form that we thought they would be in week 1. Since then, they've shored things up, and they're on a beeline to DePaul, but before they get there, they've got to take care of business against Providence.
Yes, they do. And again, this on paper looks like it should be a pretty clear, cut and dry game here for Villanova, or set here. But you can't count out any team here because Providence, yes, they've lost every single game, but they haven't lost a lot of them by severe blowouts. They've been relatively close. They've just been unable to close it out, unable to extend the small leads that they do get and make anything worthwhile out of them. If the practice they've been working, which I know they've been putting in the practice behind the scenes, if they can continue that, if they can fix some of the problems they have, this team has a chance to not necessarily make it to the playoffs, but at least get a couple wins.
Yeah, and I think the best way to describe them is they have a lot of firepower, but right now they don't know how to use that firepower. And so it only takes just one lit fuse for the firepower, the powder kegs to explode.
There it is.
It might explode right here onto the returning champs of Villanova. The likelihood of that seems a little bit lower. They need to get their house in sorts. What lane are they playing through? If it's not playing through you, learning how to lose a lane gracefully is a very important skill, and Providence doesn't know what the word gracefully means.
Not really.
They do things with...
They go kicking and screaming.
Yes. They are the child of a soccer mom or soccer dad, and it's pretty awful. It's not the greatest look so far, and it's unfortunate because we've seen what some of these players have been like before in the past, and they just need to work their way back to that, and starting with the basics. Get back to the basics. You're playing against a team that is favored. Do the small things right. Do the small things right first, and everything else will fall into place. And a team like Villanova, who has shown that they can skip a couple steps and make themselves vulnerable, is a good place to start.
Yeah, this is a game of inches, not miles. And you got to start off, as you said, do those little things right. Make sure
kilometers.
Kilometers. I'm trying, man. I'm trying with your freedom units here. Give me the benefit of the doubt.
Inches.
Inches. Exactly. We still use inches.
Ounces.
Anyway.
Gallons.
Do the liters. Do the little things
quarts,
right. And
pints, cups.
Okay. All right. Units of measurement here, courtesy of Degon. Degon's labs for later, all right. We'll get that. I know you're measuring things out behind the scenes. We'll introduce the audience to that in a bit if they aren't familiar with it. But one of the things I have to say, is I follow up on what you said exactly, because Providence, they keep trying to make the big plays without doing the groundwork first. They're trying to build this house of cards, but there's like just 2 little cards at the bottom. They're building this precarious structure on top of it when they haven't done the basic things right first.
Yeah.
So it keeps falling over, and they keep wondering like what's going wrong. And a lot of it's just like, okay, you get a kill, convert it into something. Get a turret. Get set up vision, set up towards the next objective, keep going, and then just keep thinking steps and steps and steps ahead, and they don't even do that. They just like, we got to kill, cool, I guess we're going to, and then they ask, what do we do now? Then they ask, what do we do next? And that time, I feel like it takes for them to do that. At least that's what it looks like watching their play, because there's so many moments of hesitation.
Well, a lot of it is also that, again, right, I think that would be great if they even get to that point. They're getting to the things that they're doing in lane. It's not even about getting the turret. It's like, hey, we got the CS. Let's not overstay, let's back, right? Like, don't even worry. If you get outpushed and you're going to miss a wave of CS and a wave of experience, that happens. Like, that happens every now and then. But if you overstay, you now are at an item disadvantage. The jungler can come in and gank you while you don't have an item, or you can get dove under turret, and all of a sudden it snowballs out of control. They need to even do the small things right about when to recall, when to shove out a wave, when to break your freeze, and simple things of that nature. So hopefully they'll be able to knock that one out.
We'll see if they're going to be able to do it here as we load into our very first game between Providence and Villanova. Sorry for the bit of the delay there, folks, but we're into the action now. Oh, you forgot what these spicy team comps were. Let me reacquaint you.
Acquaint me.
Oh, well, you can look at them there. They're right on the screen. We have crazy things. We have crazy things going on.
We have a crazy roster swap here. So Bilito is actually the substitute support. Will be playing the mid lane Twist His Fate, and 2woke, you touched on it earlier, will be at the support role.
First Blood goes the way of Villanova. Sorry, I was going to let you introduce them there, but they decided they wanted to instantly get kills. Yeah, 2woke, she's known for playing the Sona, and instantly starting things off on the right note is Villanova.
That was pretty good.
Thank you.
And I hate to be the bearer of bad news and Ringen beating the dead horse. Well, it's dead.
Well, it's dead.
But Providence didn't need this start.
No.
They did not need this start. A basic bot lane invade against a bunch of different CC type champs. As we take a look at how this all broke down, it just Slinky
walking into a tri-brush.
He saw it.
He did.
Got to get away. Got to get away. Saw the gold card already up. Didn't want to burn flash early. Tried to flash over the fat wall. Missed it because he wasn't touching the wall. And it's just insult to injury to this team that's looking for any sort of solace. And Villanova says, no vacancy here, my friend.
No vacancy here. Well, that was the start that Villanova was certainly looking for, and definitely not one that Providence wanted to start things off. Again, this is a team that is coming into this 0-6. They're looking for their very first win here in the spring season of 2019 for the Big East. If you're just joining us, Villanova coming into this 5-1. They are pretty much already secured their playoff spot. They're looking to try and come out of this in the #1 spot here, and they got to go through Providence to do it. And one of the ways I think they're doing that is obviously switching some things around. The native 192, their captain and mid laner, not actually able to join them, so their sub Bilito, touting his massive champion pool, will be playing in the mid right now, and they're bringing in their second support, 2woke, to step in and get some sick plays.
Yeah, good to see 2woke. She's been missing for the last couple weeks. Got to play that first week, hasn't played since then. Some computer issues last week, and is able to rejoin the team, and that's the power of Villanova right now. You have not only a strong starting 5, but a rotating support, and now a support that can play mid lane as Doopty and Trislinky gonna battle out with Pixel Drum.
Whimsical Melody's coming in here. Can he get the knock-up? Looking for it. Does find it onto Trislinky. He's going to try and turn this around. Dash out as best he can. And now it looks like they're going to turn their focus to Doopty, the Nautilus. He's so big and beefy. Might actually
Doopty, no.
Oh, hang on. No. Ooh. Forced to burn the flash over the wall, too. Burning so many summons early as Villanova right now. Their pressure is just going completely unanswered.
Well, remember, there was knowledge that Trislinky did not have flash. Everybody saw him fail the fat wall flash earlier. So the chase wasn't too bad by Whimsical Melody and Pixel Drum. Again, just hesitation there by Doopty. Great rotation over by the main man in the mid lane, Honor Lord, to use the frozen ground, hold people, both members of Villanova in place, but then Doopty was like, oh, are we going in? And that little bit of hesitation meant that Whimsical Melody and Pixel Drum would have been able to chain their CC, burn down Doopty, so he was forced to burn flash. And when you are the defensive, tanky top laner in this aggressive versus defensive matchup, flash helps you so much later on as Whimsical Melody gets items. And now it prevents Doopty and Trislinky from getting aggressive on the top side of the map. Whimsical Melody not only has broken wings and multiple jumps to get himself out of trouble, he had flash to get himself out. So just these kind of small micro mistakes are leading to big gaping holes that other teams have been able to run through Providence. So the Friars need to get on the same page here.
They really do. And again, I touched on it before we got into this game. It seems like when things go right for them, they react because they don't actually expect it to go right. Well, they're having to think about it afterwards, like, wait, we actually did this, now what do we do next? And the same thing kind of happens when things go wrong. They don't know when to cut their losses. And you mentioned this, the idea of losing a lane gracefully, how they don't know how to quite do that. They don't know how to, like, say, yeah, he's dead, leave him. Just leave him be. Move on to the next thing. Move on to the next thing. They don't. They kind of get hung up on trying to min-max these plays, and instead of min-maxing them, it's just minimizing them.
And I like this team composition here by Providence. If Doopty is able to hold his own CS under turret here, there's a lot of CS. There you go. There's a lot of CS under turret. He's not that... Oh, missed the cannon minion.
Oh, no.
Not that far behind, but now Doopty trying to slow down Whimsical Melody. Gank attempt, not going to... Oh, God. Not going to land, and Trislinky just getting slinked away upon by Whimsical Melody. But with that stopped recall, Doopty just missed probably about, like, 6 CS. That's like gold that they're missing, and now Oh boy.
Oh boy. Cryonics and 2Woke down here. Just with all the utility that the Sona is able to offer to this lane, the healing as well. Cryonics is just feeling so comfortable. The walk-in right in here. B-Rizzle does not have any mana to work with there, so he's just walking away. Going back, going to do some initial damage to the wave as well, cutting that beautifully, waiting for their initial, or the additional push to come in here under the turret. Going to try and get as much of that early turret plating gold.
Yeah, Floyd wanted to land his stun, did get the dazzle down, but didn't realize, well, there's a lot of damage with a Sona and a Lucian, especially if he has Ignite, and gets burned down early. And it's the same story here for poor Honor Lord in the mid lane. The game in multiple lanes starting to break down before we even hit the 10-minute mark. It's a 1.5 gold lead already for Villanova over the Friars of Providence College.
Yeah, Villanova coming into this again. They were the favorites. They were the team second place, 5-1. And they're showing us why right now. As you said, already extending this pretty substantial gold lead. And they're doing it not just on one single champion. They're not doing it in just one single place. They're finding value in the top. They're finding value in the mid, and they're finding value in the bottom. Oh, it's pretty much your only options here. Even the jungler of Jaslinki on the side of Providence hasn't been able to do much in his own right. So something is going to need to change here, Degon. Something is going to need to turn around for Providence so far in this game. What is that going to look like for them?
Yeah, I think it's just, again, just give Honor Lord a chance. Give him a chance, boys. And B-Rizzle and Floyd Disaster, hey, again, lose gracefully. Oh my goodness, the empowered auto attack from Sona is just so painful. It is so painful to deal with right now. And look at all the damage that's already been done to the bot lane. Nice stun there by Floyd Disaster.
There we go.
Honor Lord gets to play the game. Who would have guessed it? A 4-man gank down on the bottom side of the map, and Providence find themselves the first couple kills in the first 10 minutes.
There
that
we go.
I can remember in recent history. This is the playoff team. This is good form here. Now, what did they pay for it? Bilito in the mid lane shoves in, so we're going to miss some CS for the Lissandra. However, she did get a kill, so that does help. She's already up 15 CS, though, so that's pretty good. Now, Doopty taking on Whimsical Melody, but Whimsical Melody might be in a little bit of trouble, able to get away from the damage, but here comes the TP from Bilito. That's the ultimate I was talking about. If you're playing Twisted Fate, open the gate, get behind the enemy, and pick up the kill. Nice play there by Whimsical Melody.
Giving him a little taste of destiny. Let's take a look at that play one more time. It all started with this gank down here in the bottom. Watch the frozen path, the glacial path coming in here as well. And then the follow-up ult connecting onto both. All of the damage. Not a chance in the world. The best CC is death or a really good frozen too.
Yep, both of those applied in this case. A nice play by Whimsical Melody to bait out Doopty. Doopty was like, wow, look, Whimsical Melody using all of the cooldowns of Broken Wings so early. I feel like I have an opportunity to do this. The mistake isn't the mechanics of going in with the Nautilus. The mistake is the fact that you just showed 4 members of your team on the bottom side of the map. What are you doing trying to go in? And now Jaslinki in a little bit of trouble. Yeah. Goes down. His own jungle is not his jungle, and the communication between the top laner saying, hey, I don't know where Riven is, might be somewhere. Yep, it's in your face. Yep. You're dead.
Yeah, all your jungles belong to us, says Villanova. As once again, they're going down here on the bottom. Floyd Disaster is going to be the target. Cryonics is there with the culling, doing so much work, standing in the middle of all of it. 2Woke is just this beacon of destruction for Providence, and there's just so much confidence in Cryonics. We saw it in the quote earlier that he just feels so comfortable playing with his team. He trusts them completely, and this is why he knows he is fully supported in this matchup. And now as we look towards the top, Duke, you got the sense of that one.
Yeah, you saw Pantheon coming on in. Pixel Drum can just flash stun, and so an early flash keeps him alive. 2Woke, I think, actually missed the crescendo, only hit B-Rizzle, not the Taric at the time. But the biggest point here was that they hit the level 6 power spike, got their ulti, and flash in. There was no hesitation from hitting level 6 into using the ultimate. B-Rizzle and Floyd Disaster at the time were still level 5 from the early gank that their team helped off with and the early death that they had. So just maximizing the damage output and the skill differential at the ability differential at level 6.
Yeah, we've seen that those small moments capitalized on quite a bit here from Villanova, identifying where they were strong, where their opponents were weak, and making them pay for it every single time. The one small saving grace for Providence right now has to be the mid, as we are seeing Honor Lord to set up these big plays. Jaslinki is there, but Bilito, so much confidence, able to just sidestep that with ease. Nicely done. We do see Pixel Drum looking to try and enter the fray right here, but a little bit late, just a little, as they're now starting to poke underneath this turret once more. Honor Lord forced back. But again, I think Villanova's realized this too. Honor Lord is the saving grace for Providence.
Yeah, I think Villanova will have to focus in this mid lane just a bit, and that's like the second or third time we've seen Traslinki miss the skills with Kayn. Needs to make sure he's landing the skills early on, as thinks about walking through the wall. Honor Lord just going to take a couple of those cards to the face and realize, I'm going to recall here. Wave's already shoved, there's no worry, and you can see the ping's already going down.
Oh no.
Bilito realizing he's shoved in. Honor Lord, nowhere to go for Floyd Disaster. He'll be falling in just a second. Good dazzle might keep him alive for a little bit. Here comes Cryonics, but no, Bilito says, you're all mine. The stun possibly coming down onto Pixel Drum. Ulti being charged in. Traslinki in a little bit of trouble. Will be able to dance out. No, the only dance he'll be dancing is to death. And now Doopty TP'd to help out his buddies, but he's under the turret, which doesn't have a lot of health, has a bunch of minions there. And Villanova going to think better of it. Nice hook by Doopty, getting Cryonics under the turret. Cryonics doing a great job juggling turret aggro. Ulti hits 3 people, but B-Rizzle a little too late. No damage either, and it's just a cleanup under the turret. 2 more kills heading over to Villanova.
2woke is dueling the carry of Providence and coming out ahead in these trades. The Ezreal just does nothing at this stage of the game, and 2woke is feeling so confident just at the power cord, those empowered auto attacks, just doing so much work. Everything about it, it's just so rough to deal with, because look at the confidence of Villanova is saying, we can dive under your tier 1 turret with impunity this stage of the game. It's 8 kills to 2. There's nothing you to do to stop us. Challenge us. Challenge us to stop us at this point in the game. And at this point, Providence just doesn't have a response. This turret's just so low, and it's going to be the first of many to fall in the next few minutes.
Yeah, not quite. I think this is one of the points that it's a little bit tougher to realize. All right, we need to just give up this turret. We lost this with our first couple of deaths. Yes, we have a kill. Yes, B-Rizzle is 1-0-1, but we can't fight this. And again, I think we've seen a lot of this in collegiate and just even in professional play in general. Players get so uncomfortable around champions that they're not used to watching. They're not used to playing against a Twisted Fate that can use Destiny and open Destiny's gate all across the map so quickly and join in a fight. So with that, Bilito has found 2 kills already, 1 in the top lane, now 1 in the bot lane that led to another one that's going to lead to this turret. And it's just very uncomfortable for Providence to play into.
It is needed because they're just not feeling safe. They're not feeling comfortable at this point, and Villanova is not giving them a moment to catch their breath. I mean, again, I asked you before, what do you do to come back from this? But now that you've seen even more additional kills coming out, there's got to be some sort of drastic change. Is it more great ganks from Honor Lord, or is it sitting back and looking to try and farm up your Ezreal? There are a couple of different options. We're sort of at a crossroads right now for Providence.
Yeah, the one that needs to farm up the most isn't necessarily the Ezreal, it's Traslinki on Kayn. If you're going to pick a Kayn, you have to be facilitating it. We got to see Brady Hayes, Seton Hall's jungler, do that early on, and it wasn't even just with getting your evolution, it was also just getting into the lanes and burning summoners and putting pressure down on the map. And we haven't seen a lot of that from Traslinki, especially none of it that has been successful so far.
We're going to need to see more of it. Providence has any chance of coming back in this game so far. We are seeing the first turret falling up in the top lane. A little more of a scuffle maybe breaking out is in the mid. This Pixel Drum. Pixel Drum is one of these players who either is incredibly loud, he's banging on those bongos, or he's kind of quiet here when we see him play champs like Zac. Look for those high engage sort of champions, which we can actually see from this Pantheon here. He's generally making a lot of big plays, but I feel like he's not even needed so far in this game because players like 2woke are just saying, that's fine, I'm going to enable our team to make these big plays.
Yeah, well, although he's not influencing the lanes as much as we've seen him when he's playing like a Zac, as he's known for, he's way ahead in CS right now. As you can see here comes a gank potential. Good shift away by B-Rizzle, and they're going to think about turning around. However, it is a 2v4. No, it's a 3v4. Pixel Drum might have bit off more than he could chew, and now Traslinki trying to get the damage down, but he's so weak because he's only at he's 0-3. Great stun there, and here comes Honor Lord.
There's the follow-up CC that Providence needed. They're now trying to go on to Cryonics as all 4 members are here, but look at the play from 2woke and the flank coming in now from Bilito, able to rip right on through them. Beautiful play. Traslinki's trying to take down the ADC of Cryonics, not able to get that trade that he needed to. 2woke in the midst of all of that, giving so much utility to the team, the speed, the heals, everything they needed to keep going right on through that. And that was Providence thinking they had it. Providence overextending, and the ace for Villanova.
Yeah, it's real tough there because Honor Lord did a great job saving his frozen tomb for the Lucian as we see how this starts off. Actually, 2woke, we've been praising her a lot. whiffs that crescendo, and that
just a little bit.
creates an opening here for the rest of the team. Traslinky, if he had more damage, would have taken down Pixel Drum so much earlier. Instead, he's forced to flash defensively, run backwards. Another great stun there by Floyd Disaster. And this is where you think, okay, we have enough damage. It's just a 2v4, but here comes Twisted Fate on the back line. Cryonix is able to walk himself out. There's no more damage going forward. Traslinky does not have damage on his kit, and eventually everyone falls one at a time. And that's just real tough there, because it's all of the small losses and small deficits from earlier in the game now showing its face here. If they had just one more item, a little bit more damage, a completed item, an extra skill, an extra ability, an extra level, one of those guys would have died earlier, and you would have been able to punish 2woke's missed ultimate. Instead, they're able to kite it out, and Cryonix, with his Blade of the Rune King, heals up, tears through everything, and unfortunately for Providence, they've got a long road ahead of them, a 10,000 gold lead at only 16 minutes.
I think that's probably the biggest gold lead we've seen yet at this stage of the game. Up 10 kills already. This seems to be a bit of a hallmark of Villanova. When they do look for these fights early, they almost 100% find the kills they're looking for. We see a lot of these collegiate teams, they idea in their mind, like, we should go for this gank here. This is on paper what we should do, but they don't have quite the communication or the skills to actually execute it. Villanova has both. Their timing is impeccable. They know exactly where their opponents are going to be. They maintain fairly decent vision, a bit lacking on it in this particular game. But they always seem to execute on those kills in those clutch moments, and it was allow them to propel further ahead, as you're saying, and deny their opponents getting those small advantages that would keep them even.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure that Villanova doesn't get too aggressive here. They need to make sure that, you know, if 2woke's going to hop on in, as we see Honor Lord have to use Frozen Tomb on himself, the rest of the team there realizing, hey, I will use my body for you. If they are going to get aggressive the way that 2woke did there at that last bottom fight, you got to land your skills. 2woke, flash, miss, crescendo, and those kind of skills, those kind of misses can be game-changing against a team that isn't 8,000 gold down at the beginning of that team fight. So good practice there for them, but they need to make sure that they continue the pressure on and land those types of things if they want to play aggressive.
They are continuing to keep up the pressure now in the mid. Pixel Drum is going to be the target, looking back underneath the turret. There's the ult they were looking for, securing the kill onto the Taric. Nicely done. That was the pick-off that they were looking for. All the while, in the bottom, Riven was there, doing great split pushing there. They are now going to see the Rift Herald summon once more. Summon for the first time, I should say, in the mid. Keep pushing down these turrets.
Billy Toe, you might try to hide it, but I saw you flash forward and throw your gold card onto the turret. Everybody saw it.
I wasn't going to call him out, man. Come on.
I'm 100% calling him out on that.
That's fine.
Because even in that last team fight there, he used a gold card on a minion. That time he didn't get to use a gold card because Riven took care of business. Now getting stuck under turret was the Nautilus, being held in place though. And there's a couple of low health bars. Maybe an opportunity here. Cryonix in trouble. His KDA is going to take a hit, or will it? He life steals and stays alive. No, he does get taken down by the Ignite. Honor Lord picking up another one, and now Bilito on the wrong side of the map. Will be 1v1 versus Honor Lord. Honor Lord, Ring of Frost. Will it be enough? No, it won't. Bilito take it down. And now Shelly, the extra person, will take an attack onto the Nexus turret, but the inhib goes down in the mid lane.
The inhib goes down. That's another ace for Villanova. Beautifully played there from them. Right up until the time they decided they want to just go for those crazy extra little kills. Going just a little bit too far. Going for style points here. Cryonix's KDA rip a little bit on that one, giving up. Actually, you know what? I think he can afford one. No, he's got 2 deaths. That's absolutely, that's terrible for him, Dion. Oh no.
Oh no. I'm telling you, like, when you divide your KDA in half, it's not a fun thing. You could have stayed a little bit further alive.
Further alive?
Yeah, further alive.
Just a little bit further alive on that one. I absolutely agree.
I think the question is, when KDA is calculated, do you take your overall kills and your overall deaths, then divide it, or you take the KDA of the game and then add them together?
So what we generally do is, at least for our stats, which I might have to get to in a second here, as there is another fight bringing out here the mid. Broken Wings going in, trying to find that the return knockup, though, going on the Rhythm Wisdom Melody, trying to execute B result in the back. He is not going to be, is able to do so. I spoke too soon, trying to get himself out now, as we do see the return stun, the ult going in, and his Cryonix, the target, getting locked down, trying to do as much damage as he can with the Piercing Light, but the Ardent Blaze was not enough to get the kill before he did end up falling, and it is for Slinky now. Going to be the last target is Pixel Drum. His Pixel running him down, and able to get the dunk underneath the turret with the Riven there to back him up. The Nexus turrets are exposed. They've got one little minion here, and it's doing all the work as they're pushing down these turrets.
Yeah, these turrets.
Not long for this world.
Not long for this world, and doing as good of a job as Providence was at staying alive, which was not very quick. This was a 23-7 shellacking by the Wildcats, finishing this one up at 20 minutes and 25 seconds. And again, right, Providence finally got things going, I think, to the stage that you were talking about, where it's like, okay, what can we make on the map? How can we move around? But it was after they gave up some major gold leads, starting with the very first blood before even minions spawned.
Yeah, there was just that early game there not going in their favor. There's those few small things, not respecting what their opponents could do, not thinking they were going to get totally outmatched in the laning phase there. Again, Honor Lord did all right. They found some okay ganks. They're like, all right, maybe we can make this work, but just not able to turn it into anything. But again, that's only game number 1. Maybe they can learn some lessons here and come back. We'll have game number 2 for you in just a second here after this quick break.
Divine Providence. It's a reason why Providence is making that trajectory toward greatness.
If we get you on this campus and you just walk around for an hour or so, you're going to feel something that's qualitatively different.
Providence College is a place that has helped people think, thrive, and achieve. Divine Providence is right here. Open your eyes.
Sold out for the biggest show in the Big Apple.
Definition of a champion. New York, big city of dreams, big stage, the arenas as big as they seem. The city that never sleeps, running New York daily, make it here, you make it anywhere. New York, baby.
Back and forth they go. Double pump.
The Big East tournament at Madison Square Garden. Get tickets now.
Meet Fliz One. It's tiny and complex, and to our research team at Villanova University, this protein may hold the key to new tests for breast cancer. I started this work my second year at Villanova with a world-class researcher who is now my mentor and colleague. I stepped on campus an aspiring oncologist. Now, I'll start med school with a real understanding of the science behind the practice of medicine and Villanova's Augustinian values to guide me. Ignite change, go Nova.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. Returning for more amazing collegiate Big East League of Legends action as Villanova is going up against Providence. Villanova coming out of the gate swinging with a 20-minute game up against Providence. Ouch. I don't want to. It was a game. It was more of a.
It was a game.
It was a calculated slaughter. Let's be honest.
It
was a game.
It was a game. They got to play.
Yeah, I'm in Verum. That's Degon. Oh boy, they got to play. They got to press some buttons.
Yeah.
Not the R key though.
No.
If you were in fact Doopty.
Yeah, no, I mean, Doopty got a couple of ults off, but in the top lane, I think the teams need to communicate a little bit better. My heart is warmed because I got to see Honor Lord roam to a lane that wasn't broken yet. It wasn't roaming to the turret of dead teammates. He was there with his teammates, and it led to some kills.
They actually got some kills.
Yeah, again, just Providence. You play around Honor Lord. Give my man a chance in the mid lane. Lissandra or Yana, he's played multiple different champs. Not only held his own, but had gold leads. And in this case, out-roamed a Twisted Fate. Give him a chance.
Give him a chance.
Give him a chance.
Let's take a look at some replays because there were some moments in that game warranting of taking another look, and this was the one you were exactly talking about. He roamed to a lane, but they didn't win the game.
Yeah, he was able to get there, and it was after the first blood had been given up in the very beginning of the game before minions spawned. This looked so promising, but because they were so far behind in gold, look at the gold chart right now. It's 7,000 gold difference. Look how low Cryonics is, but he's able to live lifesteal through. There's no way to get onto the back line of the Lucian, and him and the rest of the team are able to clean it up, and even Honor Lord can't stand through that onslaught of a counter gank. And then after that, Rift Herald diving into the team's base. And after that, Riven just gets to play and do Riven things and hop all over the place, hit people with her sword.
Yeah, it was basically the gist of the last of this one here. They did end up picking up a couple of counter kills, but the damage had been done at that stage of the game. I mean, you just have so much gold differential that early on, especially on key members there. Cryonics did end up dying a couple times, ruining that really good KDA, unfortunately. But it is what it is. The team still came out on top in 20 minutes to boot, but it's only game number 1. We will have hopefully a chance for Providence to, if not necessarily take this, at least show some forms of improvement. You know, you were kind of bantering with them a bit in chat a little bit, so they do at least have a bit of a sense of humor going into this.
Yeah, their spirits are definitely high, and I think they recognize that it is a difficult matchup here, and they're working on some of their other things. But again, communication is always key, and it really doesn't matter who you're playing. You've got to say when your lane partner is missing, if you're playing a weird champion that you don't get to see that often, like a Twisted Fate, whenever he's missing, hey, you have to realize he might be right here. We got to see the first 2 teams of the day play scared. You have to do that against some of these different champions, like a Rengar, like an Evelynn, and in this case, like a Twisted Fate. You have to play like you're scared when he's missing. They didn't take caution, and there was a reason why they needed to take caution. Villanova took advantage of that.
Threw Destiny to the wind on that one and just walked into some gates and had some flanks. And don't look at me like that, Degon. All right, there we go. Totally worth it there. No, they didn't respect it. Not a champion you're playing against very often right now if you're queuing up. Not something you really see in pro play a whole lot at all. Played really well, though, by Billytoe. And that's funny to me because it's so validating for him as a player because he's been a Thresh one-trick. This whole season, he's the sub, he's the Thresh one-trick, but he came out here, stepped up in a big way after the native 192, the captain who's taking a day off, I guess, hyped him up so much. 2-0 came in, played her staple champion pool, totally fine, but it's Billytoe. The guy's like, I can play literally anywhere, and I'm going to wreck it.
Yeah, and he did a good job. He did get bodied in CS. He was down like 30 to 40 CS, I think, at 12 minutes. So, again, Honor Lord showing, hey, look, you can put anyone here, but he's not going to win in my lane. And so he goes to the top lane and is like, oh, hey, Doopty.
How's it going?
How's it going? Thank you for that little bit of gold that I was missing.
Perfect.
Don't mind if I do.
Don't mind if I do. Exactly. Yes,
I'm
exactly.
Challenger.
We're going to get into the draft here in just a second for game number 2. As this is the chance for Providence to turn some things around. This is a chance for them to make some adjustments. But I'm not sure what you ban, to be honest here, because it seems like Villanova can adapt to a bunch of different styles. Maybe you get rid of Cryonics Solution. He crushes on that a little bit, but I don't necessarily think that's the. There's no one champion that it's like, yeah, that was the problem.
Yeah,
it's just consistently good play.
And I think maybe you had fun targeting Pixel Drum. Now target somebody else. Why don't you target Billytoe? Just target mid lane. Do a quick search. You're going to have to copy that weird logo of an O.
Yeah, that weird O.
And then hit that up in your search and then see what his most played champs are that aren't Thresh. And probably just in case, ban Thresh, just in case.
Just
and
maybe,
then
just maybe do it.
and just knock him out of the game. But either way, it was I think just maybe banning meta picks, but it does look like they're gonna stick to the same strategy. Zac removed from Pixel Drum. So again, Zac is a champion where you have to adjust the way that you play because of the different types of angles he can engage with and engage from. So getting those, being proficient in those types of champions are just, it's such a power move here by Villanova that Providence are hamstrung in their pick and ban phase. Lucian, Zac, Yorick, and J4 all taken off the table early on. No Lucian, so Cryonics will have to move on to something else, but he's been fine on a lot of different champions that have upped his KDA so far in the season.
I like Villanova's thought process here with these bans because these are champs that can run away with it if they get some sort of early momentum going. And I like the idea that, look, if somehow we do mess this up, we don't want to give over, you know, some of these champs that could potentially just weirdly outscale us and weirdly find these power spikes if they do, or if they are able to convert on some kills early. They're sort of shoring up the one place where they might actually have some weakness, which is if they make some dumb early game moves. So I really like this thought process. Villanova, though, is going to get Pixel Drum on another champion that he's so well known for. It's his Kha'Zix. He's going to go in. He's going to be this fiend leaping out of bushes onto your face and then swiftly removing said face.
Yeah, Kha'Zix, we got to see him banned in the first set, and we've seen him banned consistently throughout Collegiate. Pixel Drum, a crafty, I call him a crafty jungler. I wouldn't say he's quite the hard carry jungler style like a Brady Hayes, but able to weave himself in and out, and that's exactly what a Kha'Zix does, especially with the evolution of his cloaking, going into the bushes and just kind of like living there, waiting until someone sneaks up on him, and then he uses his Evolve wings to dish out the extra isolated damage. So definitely a champion that plays to his playstyle. Whimsical Melody will get another Riven game.
Oh, no.
And it's into a tank. Doopty, again, on tank duty. This time Scion, instead of Nautilus, has a little bit more fight back, has a shield built within, and then has the Unstoppable Onslaught to engage in, if need be, disengage. I like the fact that Traslinki will have the Sejuani. He needs to get himself to the point where he's going to have his ultimate ready to go, Glacial Prison, so that he can lock down targets and, again, play through Honor Lord. Make Honor Lord your focal point, however you want to do that. IMB Rizzle now switching his focus onto the Kai'Sa. So a late game scaler here needs resources, needs to be protected. Again, I don't know if that's the pick.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. Yeah, I just they haven't won lane.
They haven't. And
ever really.
It's not like, I don't mind this pick if they're going in and not trying to lose lane, or not trying to win lane, but just
try not to lose.
Don't lose too hard. However, Kai'Sa is a pick where it's, again, you don't have any innate, like, pick a dominant lane and try not to lose. Right?
Like, pull out a Draven or something. Like, just try and, like, just body the kids in lane. Just try and go all in. Just try and commit, because, look, at this stage in the game, you're on week 4. You're down 0-6. You got to try and make something happen. Bring something a little bit bigger out here. Draft me, like, a really dominant, scary duo lane down there. Try and just poke down Cryonics and 2 Woke. Plugging up the Nami, another one of her comfort picks there. Try and make something happen there, because trying just to kind of not lose is not really an option at this stage. I don't know. I'm not loving it.
Yeah. I was just going to say something else that has a little bit more movement speed on the bottom side of the map. Maybe movement abilities. Like, yes, you can reposition and with this additional movement speed of Kai'Sa, but again, I wouldn't consider her a safe champ, and especially if they get dove early, which Villanova showed they're not afraid to do to the Providence bot lane. Kai'Sa isn't very helpful in that. No CC, just kind of gets caught up unless the support can make plays. So Floyd Disaster going to pick up the Bard. Okay, so Karthus going to be locked in here in the mid lane for Bilito, and then Draven locked in for Cryonics. So if you're talking about hyper aggression, there is this is an answer to the Lucian Braum. It's the Nami Draven. Nami, a lane bully when played to its peaks, and 2 Woke, a very aggressive support, maybe sometimes too aggressive. She'll get her opportunity to do that here with the KDA leader in Cryonics in this matchup.
Interesting here. Okay, we're actually seeing, okay, Karthus, all right, I like this a little bit more. So yeah, so this composition from both sides, very much, or not very different, but somewhat different than what we saw last game here. Walk me through this draft of Providence. How are they going to be playing out this early game?
Yeah, I think, again, play through Honor Lord. There isn't a lot of early game pressure. The only place that you could find that is in the top lane with Dupty against Whimsical Melody in terms of a Scion, but there aren't very many champions better than a Riven at level 1 with Broken Wings. You have multiple swings of the blade, as well as the stun and the knock up. So it's a difficult position to be in if you are Providence for your first couple of levels. You don't have a place where it's like, okay, there's a lot of damage here. A Bard possibly can use the Cosmic Binding, and using Meeps with early AP damage, that might help a bit, but into a Draven Nami, the margin for error is just so small. Like, if you get hit by a bubble level 1, Draven with the Whirling Axes can just step on up and dish out a ton of damage. So it's really tough if you are Truslinky. Where do you go? What lane do you push? Or what lane do you cover? Maybe you're just there to counter gank and you're just sitting in the mid lane being like, Honor Lord, we're just going to help you out.
I'm going to need to see more of these rotations from Honor Lord, shut down those adoration stacks. We'll see as we get into this game number 2 if that's what's going to happen, or if Villanova are just going to run away with it. They want a strong early game composition to get some momentum early towards the bottom of the map. That's what you're going to find.
So Villanova, gonna normal spread out here. Nothing too crazy, I don't think.
30 seconds.
And if you're Providence, let's build upon last game. Last game, it's just let's not give up first blood. I think that's a good start. Use the major rotations here, and I think a big difference is that Honor Lord will have a difficult time shoving in Bilito, because Bilito will sit under tower and farm and it'll be fine. So Honor Lord needs to find the opportunity to either TP in and get a major gank off and try to get a 4-man gank off, especially on the bottom lane, because you know Cryonics and 2Woke are going to be pushing up and playing aggressive. So B-Rizzle, Floyd Disaster, watch your resources, watch your mana, watch your HP, and then let Honor Lord and Truslinky swing on down behind, get yourself a double kill, and then rotate back up to the mid lane.
It's a pretty substantial sequence of events there going on there for Providence, but I don't disagree. Again, not starting things off with quite the same disastrous opening as game number 1. Providence is already looking fairly solid here in the sense that they haven't given up first blood.
It's a good start.
It's a good start. Already better than game number 1. This is what I'm looking for here. I'm really just looking for them to shake this off. This is a test, really, of their maturity here. This is a test for them to show that they are able to reset mentally after a game like that. After going down in 20 minutes in such a dominant, convincing fashion, you got to be able to just laugh it off and say, all right, that game was, we know where we messed up there. Let's change things up here. But Bilito in the mid, I think he's kind of an okay.
I think that's just tilt. Honor Lord knows he's the guy. He's got to be the one that pushes the tempo and sets the pace for the rest of the team. You need to just wait till level 2 in this matchup, especially if you don't have your Q here. If you're Honor Lord, you're stuck under turret because you're only melee against this Bilito Karthus that can continually spam out his Skittles and pop you right in the face. So it's very difficult to play into until you get some items and all-in potential. As you see, Power of the Bard on the bottom side of the map. Cryonics taking a bit of damage. B-Rizzle as well, but this could be a target as we move on. Will be difficult because both supports have heals built into their kit, so the AD carries can play a little more aggressive, and that will bode well for Cryonics, as each one of his auto attacks just worth a little bit more than the Kai'Sa's at level 1s, 2, and 3.
Yeah, we do see a little bit of aggression now from Honor Lord onto Bilito in the mid. Doesn't have a lot of resources to work with to respond to this, but able to just walk back out of there. Not seeing the most successful farming coming out from him. He's so focused on trying to poke down Honor Lord here in the mid that he's actually missing out on a decent amount of CS, which is interesting to me, the fact that he's actually only dead even right now.
Yeah, it was a lot used early, but I think it's fine because he was able to get Honor Lord's flash very early on. So even if Honor Lord wanted to play aggressive and try to find some success that way, it's just too risky right now because any sort of rotation from Pixel Drum, who was able to out-smite Truslinky for the top Scuttle Crab, would lead to certain death for Honor Lord.
So we do a slight pause here, something technically maybe going on a little bit here for one of our players. Pretty slow start to start things off there. No real surprise. We are seeing already being forced back in a couple different situations there. The bot and the mid for the side of Providence. Not the most disastrous opening there for them, but still looks like Villanova is already feeling the control.
Yeah, and that's how the lane should work, especially for both lanes. Both lanes, that's how the lane should work. It's actually mouse issues that one of the players is having right now. So
gotcha.
Once we get that figured out, we'll get it sorted away. But yeah, I think Honorlord just played it wrong. For the bot lane, B-Rizzle and Floyd Disaster, they're supposed to get shoved in. That's what's supposed to happen. For Honorlord, you can't really farm until level 2, level 3 against a Karthus that is ranged and has a spammable skill. And so I think it's just feeling the pressure and getting caught out there just a little bit too much. So no flash. That's going to be communicated over to Pixel Drum. Pixel Drum will probably make a short, quick visit to the mid lane to see how things roll.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things, too, going into this now is that when you're really looking over to the side of Villanova is that they're probably thinking, okay, this match for us, this is, you hate to say it like this, but looking like this match is not the end game for us. This match is the journey heading towards DePaul, heading towards the team that we maybe talked a little bit of smack on here. This is them saying we want to prep ourselves, make sure we're good across the board, working on our mechanics, and we're looking towards this final big boss at the end of it. We're going to get back into our game. Those mouse issues have actually been resolved, so we're going to hop back into it here. But this for them is the chance to practice some different strategies, practice some different champions I'm not necessarily used to working on here. And we are actually seeing a nice little play from Providence, forcing back, way back, Villanova.
Yeah, Flash is burned there. Cryonics getting a bit too aggressive. And if you're a Floyd Disaster, hey, that's a good trade. I don't mind trading out my support Flash for the AD carry Flash, especially one that wants to scale like Draven does, stacking up the stacks of adoration. So good play there by the bot lane of Providence to get aggressive at the right time. The CS discrepancy isn't too bad right now. It's actually in favor of Providence at 29 to 23. So good on them, not only to just be hanging around, but find a little bit of a lead on the bottom side of the map.
They're able to CS with the best of them here. The biggest difference maker obviously being, of course, though, actually, I was going to comment to this. The Kaiser's actually doing a fantastic, IMB Rizzle is actually doing a fantastic job of keeping up here. Obviously, Cryonix is going to have this whole big wave to farm up here, which has actually done a pretty good job of staying relatively even with Cryonix here. One of the big things they have to compliment is 2Woke, and she doesn't have a massive champion pool from what we've seen, but these few champions that she does have, she plays incredibly well. We did see a couple of whiffed Sona ults in that last game, but all in all, she still was in a position to do a lot of work for her teammates. Oh, one more tick.
Ooh.
No! Oh, and Billy Toe, wait.
Yeah, Billy Toe's trolling a little bit there.
Yeah, he is.
Honorlord able to get the corrupting potion stack right there at the end. And remember, Honorlord did not have flash, and again, it's very difficult when you have all the pressure of being the guy. If you're gonna win, you're gonna carry. It's gonna be through you. But now a juicy Honorlord sitting on the plate for Bilito is forcing him backwards, forced to flash backwards. Now Pixel Drum in a little bit of trouble as well.
Oh, Pixel Drum going in saying, I'm going to help to alleviate some of this pressure, and actually forced burning both flashes as well. That is really interesting to note there.
Yeah, good roam there by Floyd Disaster, leaving the bot lane as we take a look at that narrow scape in the mid lane. Honorlord just, yeah, he wants to see us, and it's just so much. And earlier, he was doing a good job dodging out these Qs, but very low. Oh, you think that last auto attack is going to do it. And that last tick from Ignite, not enough. That's got to be like 2 HP.
Exactly 2. It's got to be it.
Yeah, and Bilito realized it, wanted to get the auto attack off, and took a couple tower shots. That left him open for a gank, and things didn't break there. But hey, look at this. We're at the 6-minute mark. No deaths yet. Yes, you're in a slight deficit here for Providence, but this is as close as they've been so far. And now Cryonix in trouble.
Cryonix taking a lot of damage. Nice stun there. Coming up from the Bard, landing onto him. 2Woke is allowing Cryonix to take a little bit of punishment there. We'll watch for the heal to go on through as well. Keep him back up to speed. There we go. They're still pushing onto this tower completely unperturbed. Truslinky, though, looking to get a little bit saucy onto Pixel Drum, who's being incredibly feisty going in after the buff of Providence right now. This has been scouted out, though. Straczynski's going to try and come in and contest this. Will they be able to do so? And no, Pixel Drum is going to be able to pick this up, winning the Smite War, and now it is IMB Rizzle looking to try and chase this down. 2Woke is here, and so is Floyd Disaster going in over the wall, but having that support they needed now, it is all of the crew of Providence forced back into their own jungle, not feeling confident. There goes the ult on through. Does it find anyone? No, it doesn't, but it is Floyd Disaster, the one in a lot of trouble. IMB Rizzle trying to get him out of there with the additional speed boost from the heal, but it is going to be the Kha'Zix jumping on in. That is the first blood going the way of Pixel Drum, who's now looking for a little little bit more on the back of B Rizzle, diving onto the tier 1 turret. Is Draven looking to take that down simultaneously on the back end. We have the outgoing from Whimsical Melody. Nicely done. Finding that additional pick there, moving all the way across the board to help the team out.
Oh, it feels so bad because B Rizzle knew that the flash ulti was coming from Whimsical Melody, tried to flash out of the way, and flashed at an angle where just the corner of the Wind Slash was able to land. Let's take another look at that roam from the top laner. So ulti comes down with the power of Karthus, especially early on when there is no MR. Good heal to keep Floyd Disaster alive. Did not have his Cosmic Binding to hold Pixel Drum together. And then you see the flank, Whimsical Melody coming on down. B Rizzle knows it's coming. He's got to flash more to the left, but he flashes backwards in a straight line. I wouldn't say quite predicted, but good coverage of an ulti there by Whimsical Melody to get the kill and pay off for his roam leaving the top side of the map.
Really, a really nice play there, the flank going all the way across. This will allow on the side of Villanova to convert this into a map objective in that Drake to boot. So now we're feeling in a pretty good spot for Villanova. We're up, 2.5k gold, a couple kills, and map objective. Looking towards some turrets here as well. Gonna chip down that turret plating as best we can. We have an early game Cryonics who was not actually able to cash in those Adoration stacks. Taking a lot of damage, though, actually. The second I talk about him here, he's actually going to go down, so not able to cash on that at all. The damage coming out from the side of Providence all at once there. Looking really nicely done, well put together. IMB Rizzle saying, yeah, I may be a late game scaling champ, but I can do some damage when I need to. Set up beautifully there by Floyd Disaster.
Yeah, that's a little bit of hubris there, I think, on Cryonics. He wanted to get the stack of Adoration, wasn't able to, and now with the investment of Pixel Drum's time on the bottom side of the map, Whimsical Melody in a little bit of trouble. Slinky getting off a successful gank to the top side of the map. That's the first time we've seen that in a long time, so Doopty on the board, Trslinky getting a first gank off.
Showing some life is Providence in this game. Yes, this is what we wanted to see. Saying, hey, Villanova, we see you. We can find some plays as well. This is exactly what they needed to do. Shut down the bottom lane, shut down the top lane, not let Whimsical Melody on this Draven get too out of control, and shut down Cryonics on that Draven. That was key.
Yeah, good roam there, and that's the right response. You see that they're going to spend their time and resources on the bottom side of the map. Trslinky been setting up things on the top side. You take a look at the vision game right now at the map. Control wards on the top. Scuttlecraft taking over. Now Floyd with another roam in the mid lane. Billytoe, no flash.
No flash. He's actually trying to get a counter kill onto Floyd Disaster. Is actually able to do so. Billytoe identifying how much damage he could dish and how much pain he could take with that wall of pain. Oh my, Providence. What a disaster!
Yeah, and it's so unfortunate because it's a good roam yet again from Floyd Disaster, and that is what you're looking for out of your Bard. Bard able to go in and out with the Magical Journey and get some nice low cooldown Cosmic Bindings. Not able to find it there. Pixel Drum takes a turret shot, might be in a little bit of trouble. Trslinky and Honorlord need to get on the same page. One's going forward, one's going backwards, and they decide to back off. Cryonics now getting aggressive. This is what a Draven does under the turret into the tidal wave, and no ulti from Bard, able to help out. And the kill picked up by Cryonics. The stun going to land, but Too Woke has too much healing. Trslinky now thinking about trying to join the fight. Flash over the wall by Pixel Drum to come and join in. Does not lead to anything. Binding going to slow down the aggression overall. The kill in the bot lane for Draven, able to cash in a couple of Adoration stacks, but we might not be done yet.
We might not be done yet. The ult is going through from the Karthus. Not able to get the kill, but the follow-up ult from the Draven. Trslinky is now back under the tower. The Cosmic Seed, nice stun there on the Pixel Drum underneath the turret, taking a lot of damage. Good job from Trslinky, able to flash out, able to get the kill initially there. And no, the snipe from Cryonics. But we do have a couple of kills going over the way of Providence in return. Getting so greedy is Villanova.
Yeah, Villanova pushing the tempo, and it's fine. They're just getting sloppy here. And Trslinky able to pick up a couple of kills because of the turret shots. So one death in Pixel Drum, one in Too Woke at the Nami as we take a look at how all this unfolded on the bottom side of the map.
It all starts with a low health Trslinky. Wow, we really want this kill. The ult goes through. I think maybe it'll be enough. Floyd Disaster is going to be the next target. Beautiful snipe, but watch what Trslinky does here to bait them out so beautifully. Pixel Drum goes in, thinks he's going to have enough damage. All the dodges here stayed alive for so long that the committed resources for Villanova were such that they had to give up 2 lives for it.
Yeah, and it was actually a very great mechanical play there by Trslinky. Went in, allowed Pixel Drum to hit him first, then ulted so that the turret started aggro on Pixel Drum. and then was able to flash away from the Void Spikes and unfortunately into the stand aside by Cryonics, but with that, Nami was still under turret. It was a good mechanical play, led to a little bit of gold back to the big tank initiator Truslinky, but it did mean gold heading over to one of the major damage dealers of the opposing team in Cryonics, and already has a finished Bloodthirster. Here comes Cryonics getting aggressive again, though.
Cryonics is going in, but there are multiple members of Providence here to try and shut down the tidal wave to keep Floyd Disaster at bay a little bit longer, but there is the shutdown onto the Draven. Not expecting the third member from Providence to be there, and Nami's like, I can't dive with you on this one here, buddy. You're all by your lonesome. Nice prediction there from Providence. I think expecting him to continue to go aggression or just right place, right time.
Yeah, right place, right time. I think, again, just unfortunate for Providence to have B-Rizzle fall again. You got to shake the fizz so you can get the Riz going, and right now the Riz is not going, so all you in Twitch chat got to start shaking. He's sitting at 0-3. He needs to make sure he's using his Killer Instinct ultimate backwards. The Draven is diving past the turret, so keep kiting away from him. If you give him an opportunity to land yet another auto attack, that's another proc of Bloodthirster, able to get the healing down. You know that the gank is coming, so just kite away towards him. Like, I think one thing that we see here is that a lot of people outsmart themselves thinking, hey, I'm the bait on a stick. I'm gonna look real juicy, and then they get themselves killed. It's like, just wait that half a second to 2 seconds to just for the opposing team to get closer to you. Don't bait too hard.
Don't bait too hard. We're now seeing Pixel Drum committing onto Honor Lord here in the mid. The turret is still standing though, getting a good amount of damage on Honor Lord. Honor Lord not actually not able to blow any summoner spells there, but he was still able to stay alive. Looking at the Tier 1 turrets for the side of Providence, they are getting mighty weak. We are now past the turret plating point. However, a lot of initial damage has been done. Looking to chain up a second Drake is Villanova.
Yeah, Villanova just taking control on the bottom side of the map as expected. Cryonics and Tuwook, a solid bot lane duo here. They're just shoving in and just gives so much more map pressure to Pixel Drum. And even if Cryonics gets chunked under turret, he has the Bloodthirster to help things out.
He does indeed, and we're not seeing too much aggression here from Villanova. I think the big goal for them right now is to just take down a few of these turrets and open up the jungle of Providence. Once that goal has been accomplished, they are going to look to start to find some more invades, utilize their Kha'Zix in the jungle of their opponents. But for now, I think they're just going to focus on some of this basic macro play before they get too antsy. So we are seeing Truslinky making his presence known, though, helping to create that line of scrimmage, getting that vision with the Scuttle Crab as well. That kind of play is super important at this stage because you cannot allow these continued ganks from Villanova to come on through. You need to make sure you have that control, so when they do try and go on you, we see what we saw the last time, which is a collapse from Providence.
Honor Lord has been relatively quiet after that very difficult early start, 0-0-0. Still hasn't died. Hanging in there, starting to build some MR after building the first piece of Nash's Tooth. He has the Stinger, but both he and his bot lane have lost turret and have to turn tail. I like this from Providence, realizing, hey, they're in a little bit of trouble, but here comes Truslinky on the backside, trying to cut down on Cryonics. Cryonics, a little bit of trouble, gets locked down. Bilito able to get the kill. The Requiem sings true here, but the TP has come through. Doopty and Whimsical Melody now joining the fight on the bottom side of the map. Truslinky trying to turn back around. Whimsical Melody still has Wind Slash, trying to get people low. Very low is Truslinky. Where's the damage going to come from for Providence? It's not going to come because there is no rotation from the mid laner. Honor Lord going to be late to the party. Bubble going to land onto the side. Whimsical Melody now diving under turret. Might be in a little bit of trouble. Able to get himself out. Honor Lord has flash. Dashes forward. Good ult by Tuwook to save her top laner, but she will be cut into pieces here in just a second. Bam! There it is.
Putting it on. Down was Doopty. Beautiful collapse there. What a series of events from Providence, Villanova, Degon. That fight was crazy.
It was crazy. And again, B-Rizzle and Floyd Disaster did a good job running away from turret this time, realizing, hey, no point in staying here. We're going to lose this turret. But the Draven is so far ahead. The early Bloodthirster gives so much lifesteal, plus the shield. And with the additional spinning axes damage, he heals up every auto attack so much. He was able to get one last auto attack on Floyd Disaster to make sure he stacked in his adoration stacks before Truslinky was able to do the deed and put him 6 feet under. And unfortunately for them, not able to find the answers. Pixel Drum now in trouble.
In a very rough spot now up in the jungle. of Providence. He is going to go down, but the rest of the team is here trying to go on. Trzasklinski doesn't have a whole lot of HP to work with. A stun hitting 2 members. Duke Team, didn't think that's the button you wanted to hit there, good sir. And now we see the killing spree going in from Billytoe. This is a 3v2 situation right now. Oh man, the Karthus damage is doing so much work. Duke Team not able to land these key stuns. Honor Lord is going to be forced right on back. The Wall of Pain still continuing to chunk down Duke Team, but he doesn't have anywhere to go. The mini wave is still there. He's going to be forced back into his passive. Honor Lord leaving him to his fate. Shelly continues to wear down the tower, and there's the ult going on through, but no, Honor Lord, you had an HP. Oh my, that was a bit of luck.
Yeah, that was the second time in this game that he's been able to slink away, and again, it just unfortunate set so far for Floyd Disaster. He wanted to help out, he wanted to get the ult and try to hold a couple of his enemies in place. Instead, he just held his tank in place, and it just allowed the Villanova boys to reset as we take another look at this fight. Keep your eye on Floyd Disaster's ultimate here. The Tempered Fate not going to land on the right person as we see how all this starts out. The Rift Trail dropped down. Pixel Drum looking like his hand caught in the cookie jar. Surprise. It is, but he's able to stall out long enough to allow Cryonics to join the fight. Here he goes, and then Karthus is dealing a lot of damage. Floyd Disaster like, I'm going to hold Billytoe. Oh, so Doofty gets a great stun down, but there's no follow-up damage because he's held in place. And that allows Cryonics Billytoe to reset, and that's the lifesteal I was talking about earlier. Cryonics just auto every time, getting 50 to 100 health every time he auto-attacks and is able to walk out scot-free.
Really, a lot of this comes down to how these teams are fighting. As we see another fight breaking out, though. Locking everybody down. There's the shutdown onto Cryonics. 2 Oaks able to get herself out. Now it's Pixel Drum crew in the back. Whimsical Melody going in, fighting to knock up onto multiple members of the side of Providence, but he's taking absolutely chunked in the midst of it all. Riven is finally going to fall. Pixel Drum is here trying to split up this fight, but Billytoe is still alive, still full HP, still full of a desire to lay waste to his opponents. We do see the heal going on in, but Billytoe is still alive. Look at the way they're stacking up in the midst of this jungle, doing so much splash damage inside of Villanova, and they're just slowly chipping them away. They don't want to leave quite yet. This Kha'Zix is thirsty, wants a few more kills. 2 Woke is here as well. Wake up, they say. Let's get a couple more. Taking down the Scion as well. Villanova will not stop.
Yeah, it looked so promising to start for Providence. And remember, this one is a 2-for-1, so not the worst trade in the world here for Providence, but not able to be coordinated in their escape. I think Honor Lord could have walked a little bit closer with with Doopty, so could have Trzasklinski to prevent the Pixel Drum flank of completing. Instead, they got isolated, extra damage going down onto your Scion. He's actually not that tanky, he gets cut up. So we take another look at that fight in the bottom jungle.
This is how it all started. This is how it all shook out here, as we can see. A bit of an evade going in from Pixel Drum. He does get caught out. He seems to be the clear target, but when they try and dive in from him, they maybe overextend, and this is flank on flank. Great job here initially, picking up the Draven, shutting him down, but Pixel Drum in the back gets an immediate counter kill, and then Whimsical Melody goes in. Yes, he eventually pays for it, but look at how much damage he does, D-Gon.
Yeah, he does a decent amount of damage, and then from after this, look, Billytoe goes untouched for quite some time as he's laying waste all over the members of Providence here. Just skittle after skittle, and then here, retreat together. Retreat together.
Or don't.
Guys, that
Team?
isolated damage on the Q from the Kha'Zix dealing work to Doopty. Then they try to come back, and then the bubble almost makes him pay for it. So we go back to live, and oh, Honor Lord has another kill, this time on Cryonics. Cryonics' KDA is actually...
not gonna be the highest after this week, that's for sure.
We're gonna have to do research this time.
Figure it out. I mean,
5 deaths. That's
probably
more than he's had all season.
That might actually be a fun thing to look up here, because I believe it's probably pretty accurate here. As we're now looking 14 kills to 11, I would say this is one of Providence's more successful games up against such a tough opponent. You know, they've had situations where they've been able to trade relatively even, but they haven't been able to convert off of it. Now is their opportunity. Great tidal wave going for 2 to stay alive. Force back the side of Providence, and now on the flank, Honor Lord's going to be the target. So Whimsical Melody is going on in, knocking them up with the broken wings. Honor Lord is going goal. Everybody's going goal. Oh, there we go. Beautiful done there. Beautifully done, as we do see the ult going through, stopping them for a bit. Mr. Slinky is going to be the last one here, being chased down by Billytoe.
Trzasklinski. He's dead. But look at the health bars of B Rizzle and Honor Lord as well. Floyd Disaster finally getting the Tempered Fate that he wanted there. His ultimate, making everyone go golden. And at that point, Whimsical Melody's Wind Slash had missed.
Yep.
He used it right before everyone went golden, so it hits no one because everyone's invulnerable. As 2 getting in there, making sure She can pick up a turret as well. They've been chipping away at this bottom one after every single skirmish. This time it finally breaks into Oak, collects that local gold. But
that's the ult you want there. That's the ult you've been wanting to get there. Not weirdly shutting down your allies at strange moments. Not shutting down your own momentum, but actually saving them at those key times. That's what we've been looking for all game long. Floyd Disaster finally making those big plays for his squad. Still 15 kills to 12, but still Providence is in this game. They haven't taken a turret yet, but they're less out of it.
Yes, they haven't taken a turret yet. The gold is still starting to grow in terms of CS, especially in the jungle role. It's almost a 60 difference in CS in the mid lane as well, 50 difference. And then the bot lane, it's just part of the kit of Draven. Every time he's able to stack in those adoration stacks, his gold increases. Even though he's only up less than 20 CS right now, he has so much gold in terms of adoration. He's been cashing axes and cryonics. Playing a champion where it kind of doesn't matter if you die a lot, if you are fed and you have a lot of kills, you have such a major comeback mechanic as TP forced out, Doopty forced to join the fight.
Ult used early for Cryonics going to this, doing some chip damage as Whimsical Melody is split pushing here as the fight for Baron does break out. Villanova very smartly backing up through this, though.
Yeah, I hate this, though. I hate this from Providence. If you're going to commit to the TP from Doopty and give up the top lane turret that the Riven is chipping away at because they're starting Baron, then you need to commit to the Baron. Now Doopty goes back to the bottom lane turret, which is almost dead. And here comes the TP. Truslinky might have a chance at it. Truslinky with the steal!
Beautiful steal there going in the tidal wave. Not quite perfectly timed.
Run away.
Run for your dear life right now. That was absolutely master. Truslinky trying to get out of this alive, but every single member of Providence is going to fall off the back of this. Off the great snipe. Totally denied now, but still, that was huge.
That was huge, but why was the TP used earlier by Doopty? I don't understand. This is the point I was making before Truslinky made a huge play. You don't have TP now, and that just allows Riven to come join the fight, turn it into a 5v4 against a team that you're trailing massively in gold. You steal this, prevent Whimsical Melody from joining the fight. You might get away with maybe 2, maybe 3 members from that, and only Truslinky's the one to die. But instead, Whimsical Melody is able to flank. You get Baron, but your base is now in tatters.
That's 2 Inhib towers go down. Dion, I feel you there. There's so many opportunities, missed opportunities here for Providence, decisions not taken. It could just propel them so much further there. There's lessons to be learned watching these back, realizing where some mistakes were made. They do have some Baron empowered minions here pushing out here on the bottom side. They might look to try and get some kills of their own. Villanova's doing the dirty as they leave this. No, they're gonna be very nice. They're gonna leave. Okay, no, they don't. Okay, let's go for a second. I'm like, they're gonna leave that one buff for them. How nice!
Yeah, how nice. No, they're gonna definitely take that. But looks like Providence is gonna push the tempo here and try to pick this fight. They're positioning back and forth. Here comes the tidal wave.
Tidal wave to split the team. Doesn't actually connect onto anybody. The tank's doing a great job there. We do see the ult going in from Bard. The follow-up, is it going to be there from the side? Yes, nice, all three up, going to back in. Pixel Drum is there on the flank, doing a lot of return damage. Billy Toe's going to be the target through all of this, but the Draven ult doing so much work. The follow-up is there on the flank. Pixel Drum and crew, all the while ripping right through them. Whimsical Melody giving it to them. That is all of the members. Providence falling. The ace. I cannot believe Whimsical Melody just went off like that. Not a hope, not a prayer. I don't care. Providence, you are just out of there.
Yeah, Billy Toe getting to fight on just a very small corridor and landing every single lay waste there. Puts down his wall of pain, and that's exactly what came through because a whirling death came right on through. Cryonics perfect. His last breath was his ultimate as Draven. And after that, it was all she wrote. Whimsical Melody able to clean up. Pixel Drum able to swing his wings around as well. And it's a clean 2-0 for Villanova.
It is a clean 2-0, but in the end, Providence did show some life in game number 2. They were able to get themselves a couple of kills, capitalize on a few overextensions, find a couple of nice ults and follow-ups there. But yeah, still in the end, that was Villanova showing why they're the team in second place going out of this. Technically in first place now until DePaul potentially plays again. So hey! Enjoy it while you can, Villanova.
Yeah, and if you're Providence, there are things to take away from this, but it feels, if you're getting invested to the team, as I feel like I am now, it feels frustrating because you have the pieces in place and then they're just lapses of of judgment and lapses of thinking, playing towards your win condition and understanding what the other team's win condition is.
Let's take a look at some highlights from that last game, because again, I feel like there's some moments you can help break down a little bit further for us here, Degon, to sort of highlight some of those moments, because again, it seemed like they were going to make it work, and then it all just slips through their fingers.
Yeah, this is a great punish of an over-engage here, and Villanova needs to be careful about this when they play against other opponents. Whimsical Melody trying to 1v4 and realizes, actually, I can't do that, gets out, and then gets punished. After this, get out. Instead, they overstay. Great steal here by Trislinky, and I think Floyd Disaster, this was feast or famine from the support role, but the TP comes through from Whimsical Melody right behind the rest of the team. They do what they're supposed to do. They go in, get Baron, go out of the back of the pit, but surprise, there's a Riven. And then right here, look at this. Everyone's sitting there, and it's like, wow, this is a great engage. But then everyone sits right on top of the Karthus wall, the Lay the Waste. Look at the last second ulti coming out of Draven. You see a big number flash on the screen. It was 1,300 gold over for B-Rizzle because they finally got to shut down the Draven. But they forgot, oh, Whimsical Melody, Riven, able to come clean this one up. And you just cannot fight in corridors. You need to figure out how this team wants to win in macro, but then also how do they want to win in macro? How do they want to, or in micro? How do they want to win in team fights? And they didn't think about that at all.
There were two words that I feel like can apply to Providence very strongly over that last game, and it's tunnel vision. It's the idea of being so set on getting one kill that you lose sight of the overall vision. They stacked so many times in those fights, taking splash damage from the Riven, taking splash damage from the Karthus, and that's why they lost that. They had the perfect setup. The Scion knockup was there off of the great initiation ult from the bar. Everything looked so solid, and then it all fell apart because they were so focused on what their opponents were doing, they stopped to think about what they were doing.
Yeah, I would challenge a little bit to think that it looked solid. I don't think it really looked like it was more like a kind of like a tofu. You know,
Sure,
it's a solid, but it's kind of like squishy and you know, like Play-Doh.
Right.
And or a gelatin, but you know, what did we do earlier? Ounces, units of measure. Now we're doing
gelatinous things.
Yes.
All right, and on that note, we're gonna hop on to a break. We have another amazing matchup coming for you after this. It's gonna be DePaul going up against St. John's. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
Divine Providence. It's a reason why Providence is making that trajectory toward greatness.
If we get you on this campus and you just walk around for an hour or so, you're going to feel something that's qualitatively different.
Providence College is a place that has helped people think, thrive, and achieve. Divine Providence is right here. Open your eyes.
Definition of a champion. Definition of a champion. It feels good to be home. Back like we never went. And it's evident greatness starts at home. And energy is the residence established through time. Only could be defined in the Big East, the place where the champions reside. I'm always a winner. Even if I fall, I can still get bigger. The definition of a champion. Definition of a champion. The Big East tournament at Madison Square Garden. Get tickets now.
Meet Fliz 1. It's tiny and complex, and to our research team at Villanova University, this protein may hold the key to new tests for breast cancer. I started this work my second year at Villanova with a world-class researcher who is now my mentor and colleague. I stepped on campus an aspiring oncologist. Now, I'll start med school with a real understanding of the science behind the practice of medicine and Villanova's Augustinian values to guide me. Ignite change, go Nova.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. We are here with more amazing collegiate Big East League of Legends action. So we're getting to our final match of the day. I'm Inverum. That's D-Gon.
It's me.
Yeah, it's you.
It's you.
Woohoo. We got to witness some...
Just in case people get confused, because we have the same shirt again.
That's true.
Yeah.
You'd think we weren't going to change halfway through the broadcast. It's still going to be the same shirt, guys. We saw some interesting games going into this. We saw some strong performances from our other teams. But if you're just joining us for the first time today and are not fully acquainted with what this whole Collegiate League of Legends business is all about, here's a quick breakdown of how it all works.
So here's how it works. 7 teams representing the Big East schools will compete in a single round-robin best-of-2 regular season. Each match day will consist of 2 games against the same school. The standings are reflective of their game score. From there, the top 4 teams from the regular season will seed into a single elimination best-of-3 bracket. Whoever makes it into the finals of that slugfest will advance to the College League of Legends Championships play-in, where they will have the chance to advance to the CLOL National Championship. There, they will have the chance to cement their place among the greats of Collegiate League of Legends.
And taking a look at the standings, you can see that Villanova now at 7-1, technically a little bit ahead of DePaul up there, but DePaul will have a chance to continue on their streak as they go up against St. John's here. We actually have a member from DePaul on the line. It's Brown Man Darius, and thank you so much for joining us, sir. One of the reasons we wanted to chat with you here so much today was because you got called out last week. The native 192 from Villanova had some choice words for you. We've actually got them on tape for you. How do you keep advancing? How do you take on DePaul?
Well, I don't think DePaul's the best team.
Oh.
I mean, I think that we'll easily. Last year when we played against DePaul, the reason we lost our first game and we weren't first seed coming into the tournament was because their bot lane had 2 Masters players. Now coming into this, yes, they have 1 challenger player, but they're kind of a one-man team. I'm not scared for them.
You hear that? What do you have to say in return to the team over at Villanova?
I mean, obviously last year on the team, I wasn't on the team, so I'm not really that familiar. But from what I saw, it was a close race, and unfortunately we lost in the finals. But hopefully we can change it this year.
What has your addition to the team done for the team dynamics from what everyone's saying, and how have you fit in with the other guys?
I think we've all gotten along really well. I feel like my addition to the team is we all communicate a lot better. I can hopefully keep everyone in check and make sure no one makes any silly mistakes. And just from that, we can just, win every game.
Well, so far you've been doing just that. You're going up against St. John's here in just a minute. What's your thought process going into a team like this? Obviously not a team that was in the running last year. They're a new squad. Are there any weaknesses you're going to look to exploit?
I think we're definitely going to try and I think our main concern is just communication. I feel like all of us have a good mind about what we should be doing, what our jobs are, and when we should be doing them, and not making any silly mistakes, but definitely communication is the key thing about winning this game.
Hey, as the highest ranked player in all of the Big East, Twitch chat kind of knows you, and they want to know, is there a Brown Woman Darius in your life?
There's no Brown Woman Darius in my life. But you never know. Maybe there will be.
I mean, hey, if there's one way to find true love, it's clearly through playing League of Legends. Yeah. Thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us here, man, and good luck so much in your game.
Awesome, thanks.
I mean, I was hoping for trash talk, I'm going to be honest. He was so polite.
He was too polite.
He was way too polite.
He's too polite.
Oh, man, I was baiting him a little bit, to be honest. I was looking for it, and I got nothing.
Yeah, well, at least we set him up. We set him up for the future. Brown Woman Darius, you're out there. Got a Brown Man Darius, highest rank. Challenger.
The only challenger of the Big East.
Milady.
Indeed. Let's get into our very first game. Get us off camera here. Let's just start the draft or something. Let's talk about these teams. All right, DePaul up against St. John's. I'm getting way too ahead of myself. That was a little bit interesting there. Let's start off talking about these rosters a little bit more because we haven't actually seen DePaul for a few weeks now. Let's reiterate the roster here. Let's refresh everyone's memory.
Yeah, DePaul, Brown Man Darius, highest rated player. You just got to see him on your screen, top laner, and has kind of ran through every single opponent that he's had the opportunity to play. The Sheckler, Kamcha, Boris, and Hunky Hank Boris. The former top laner, now at the bottom side, and I believe Kamcha is a returning member from last season as well. DePaul, this was the team that went undefeated last season. We kind of hit that a lot, and they are undefeated currently in the regular season. They obviously fell to Villanova in the finals, called it just a poor timing and an unfortunate set of events, and they really want to show why they were the #1 team, and they've done so far.
Yeah, DePaul is one of those rosters, we got overconfident. We kind of didn't practice as much as we should have. We let it slip away from us. They are not going to do this like that again, or so they claim. Now they need to continue to back up the talk going up against a team like St. John's, who didn't have a roster last year. They're joining us fresh for this season. Talking about their roster, we have to talk about the new mid laner. A new foe has appeared.
That's
Arriving in the mid, it's Woshi Zhang Zihao literally didn't die. Literally didn't die last week.
Yeah, he was filling in for Left for Egg, the Anivia 1 trick Left for Egg, put on the bench, and now it's Woshi Jianzihao. And him and Woshi Vesi Lu. Oh, man, that's
You're welcome, Twitch chat, for those ones.
Yeah, we knocked those ones out. Had great synergy. Basham, one of the highest rated 80 carries in the game, along with Ember Warg doing their thing, and Thonk, formerly Mountain, now Thonk, in the top side of the map. He's going to have the big test of taking on Brown Man Darius.
Thonk, formerly known as Mountain, up there in the top, holding it down, strong like a mountain up there in the top. He's consistent. Put him on Urgot, let him do his thing, chills all game long, and just delivers consistent plays. The bottom as well, such a solid duo lane down there. I think consistency is one of the names of the game here for DePaul. There's some moments where they hesitate a little bit, or they maybe get caught out a little bit, but one member always steps up, whether it be Brown Man Darius coming from the top and something like a Jax, or whether it be down at the bottom, Basham in the bottom. Every single time they need somebody to step up, someone answers the call. And I feel like that's really where DePaul rises above the rest.
Yeah, and I think for St. John's, here's an opportunity for this young squad to really test themselves against the elite of the conference. And I think with this new mid laner, he looked very, very good in a even matchup, a team even matchup. I thought that they were going to go 1-1 in the matches last week. Instead, they went 2-0 in a dominant fashion. And so Woshi Jianzihao has the opportunity here to test himself against a former player of the league, a returning player of the league in Kamcha, and a formidable opponent, especially with the Sheckler. Sheckler likes to get around and deal a lot of damage. And we talk about proactive jungling. That's the Sheckler here to enable his very, very skilled laners.
Yeah, we mentioned this new mid laner stepping in, and he's actually one of the guys brought up from the B team, quote unquote, stepping into some shoes to say, hey, we needed someone to step in, and he stepped up in a big way. Let's get into the draft. We'll continue to talk about it a little bit more here because we did see some flexibility in terms of chance select, but we still haven't seen a lot yet from the squad. St. John's came in. They struggled a little bit in their first few games, but they definitely found their footing as the season has progressed. And one of the things I love about this squad, not only is it their amazing manager, who goes in, one of the most positive human beings, Lawrence, you will ever meet. Like, that positive notion behind the squad, like, you can only continue to improve and get better, and that's what we've actually seen every single week.
Yeah, and you hope to see if they can do it against superior opponent as well. We always talk about, or what I liked about last season, the difference between this season and last season was that last season there was the hierarchy. It was very much, okay, DePaul's number 1, Villanova's number 2, and they're not expected to beat DePaul, but then they're expected to beat, I believe it was St. John's, and then St. John's was expected to beat Providence, and it was just very much tiered. However, in the first several weeks of this season, and even right now, we've got that big, the second tier cluster, right? DePaul's the number 1, and they really haven't been fully tested yet. Here's a team in St. John's that is staking their claim to a playoff spot, trying to make their way into the top 4, and could be the one that pushes DePaul, since it looks like their roster change and working together with Jianzihao might be the answer.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what this new and improved roster of St. John's can do. But again, as you mentioned, they're going up against another tier of competition here in St. John's. I like the bans already coming out from both sides. I mentioned Thonk's Urgot, instantly removed. I mentioned Brown Man Darius' Jax, instantly removed. Clearly some research has been done here looking into what these players find comfortable, and they all happen to be, I mean, this is the case, the Urgot, pretty meta champs.
Well, I'm getting a little excited here because Darius hasn't been banned out yet.
You're getting excited for Degon?
So,
Darius.
Jax and Lissandra removed. Evelyn going to be the last ban here for DePaul, and Woshi Feizi Liu will not have the opportunity to play Evelyn. He played it earlier, was able to make an impact on the game. Braum, the final ban here for St. John's. So Darius is open with Brown Man Darius picking. Obviously not for himself because he hovers over the Lucian and will lock in the Lucian. So Boris gets his hand on a highly aggressive AD carry. We always talk about the AD carry pool. Lucian, Ezreal have been the thing. And even with the changes to the AD carry pool and crit AD carries making a sharp jump back up, teams still seem hesitant to pick it and like to stick with what they know. The Lucian can get in your face, deal a lot of damage, even crit champs. If Lucian gets on you, very, very difficult to work through.
Yep.
Instead, Ember Warg would get his hands on Thresh, and yeah, you know, Thresh, again, one of those champs, makes plays, has the engage, has disengage, puts down the box, flays people away. Overall, a solid champ. It's just high skill cap. So you got to make sure that if you pick it, got to use it correctly.
Got to land your skills. That's the big thing here for Emberworg. Emberworg and Basham, this highly prized dual lane that we talked about. On the other side, Boris and Hunky Hank, their counterparts there. If you were to pick two of the best dual lane combos in the entirety of the Big East, I would probably have to say that these might be two of them here. Basham and Emberworg, the way they work together, the synergy that they have is seriously impressive, and I love this preemptive pickup on the Kennen here for St. John's, going into this potentially top lane matchup, and sort of taking away a lot of the stuff that Brown Man Darius likes to do.
Yeah, again, Kennen can go AD and build Blade of the Rune King, which takes percentage health. Percentage health. So if you pick something tanky and for whatever reason they don't put a carry on Brown Man Darius, Kennen can play into that. Or you could pick, you could play AP Kennen, which is what is normally played, and forget really trying to 1v1 the top lane Darius. Build a lot of AP, work on flanking for the rest of the team. So maybe you sack a couple of CS, maybe the First Blood turret, but you're willing to continue to scale up till you get your Hextech Proto Belt and then possibly your Zhonya's so that you can get into a flank fight and let the rest of the team deal damage. Vladimir and Karma locked in. So Karma, support champ that we've seen sparingly.
I think we've seen him once.
But a poke champ to kind of set up Boris, speed him up. So it's going to be a protect the Boris comp from the bottom side of the map, and wherever this Vlad goes will buy time for anybody. Not sure. It could go top, could go mid. If they get really crazy, Lucian top is a thing. Lucian mid is a thing, so we're not exactly sure yet, but you assume that the Lucian goes to the bottom side of the map. And Basham, one of the top-rated AD carries in the game, will get his hands on the late scaling crit master herself. It'll be Sivir. If you can get Sivir to the late game with the ricochet boomerangs, lots of damage going down, but it's about getting to that point, and Lucian doesn't want to get to that point, so it'll be very aggressive from the bottom side of the map. Emberworg's going to have his hands full with kiting and peeling for the Sivir.
We're now looking towards the ban phase here. Now that we've got some of this locked in, looks like we've got the bottom pretty much locked in for both sides here. Now we're going to look towards the jungler here. Kane and the Xin Zhao going to be denied for DePaul and St. John's respectively. They are looking towards the Sheckler, particularly here for St. John's, and then Wuxifei Zhu Liu on the side of St. John. Wow, I actually managed to kind of say that. I'm really impressed with myself on that. And yeah, deny all the junglers. The J4's out. We've seen some solid J4 play. Actually, the best J4 we've seen today was actually laned up top. Had a lot of success there. So I like the fact that they're sort of picking into these champs that are all about that high engage there as well. Wanting to make sure that DePaul is not the one to start things off.
Yeah, because right now they don't have hard engage. Like right now you have a lot of like run fast with Karma. You can also get that from Kamchef. He decides to, if it's played in the mid, and decides to run Ghost. But we've seen like through Butler and Renegade Mac, you don't need hard CC if they're gonna run into your Vladimir. So maybe not gonna be a problem here for DePaul quite yet. But I imagine they're looking for something with hard engage that makes sure when it's time to fight, they can fight. Because right now they have a lot of peel, but they don't have a tank and they don't have a lot of engage here. For St. John's, they pick themselves up the Gragas. Does both those things. Can be tanky, gets the hard engage with the explosive cask, as well as a Zhonya's builder. So again, you got a couple Zhonya's builder now with the Kennen and with the Gragas to buy time and allow more time for Basham on the Sivir to get the ricochet bounces.
Yeah, well, and there's some fun wombo combo potential here as well, for sure, like with the explosive cask, with things like the box as well, even throwing the Kennen into the midst of all that too, with the slicing maelstrom. There's a lot of cool things that St. John's can potentially look to wombo combo together, should their hearts so desire, though I imagine the positioning of DePaul will be such they're not likely going to get caught out by too much that all at once here, and it looks like they're flexing into a fun jungle pick of their own.
Yeah, Nunu going to get locked in. Nunu and Willump. Now you got to say both names because equality, Willump. Yeti
equality.
Yeah, Yeti equality. Yeti rights matter too.
2019.
And Syndra will be locked in here. So again, not a lot of hard CC here for DePaul, but it is a lot of damage, and Boris does a good job of zoning off the space. So if they're able to get to a spot first, and then Boris on the Nunu and Willump is able to build a snowball and lead engages that way, that works. But again, it's not a very fast engage, and it's not
always the
secure
most
CC.
Yeah, I mean, you're rolling up that biggest snowball ever. You're looking to lob it into the midst of everybody. But, I mean, if St. John's is aware that this is coming towards them, if they've got enough vision, if they have good communication, they can find the split, capitalize on that. I mean, I feel like St. John's has the potential here. There seems to be a lot riding on DePaul here to sort of move as a unit. They don't, again, but they still don't have that true big initiation that I'm looking for.
Yeah, no, they don't. And on the opposite side, you look at it, you have the Kennen press R, all of a sudden you get your stacks down, and it's a big AoE stun, as well as the Gragas to throw explosive cast. That comes out really fast. So St. John's needs to play at DePaul. It doesn't matter that DePaul is a higher rated team. It doesn't matter that DePaul is undefeated. St. John's needs to take the fight to them before DePaul starts to scale. If Nunu gets tanky, if Syndra gets to the point where her Unleashed Power is just a press R champ, super fun, and then Vladimir, in the hands of Brown Man Darius, the highest rated player in the game, just starts running amok and is able to heal up, that becomes a very, very difficult matchup. And I'll be interested to see how Thonk plays out this Kennen. Is it AP? Is it AD? I imagine it's AP. At some point, you get an early Morella Nomicon so that you get the Grievous Wounds, which prevents 40% healing reduction, or which adds 40% healing reduction to the Vladimir. This is an exciting match because although it's 4-4 against first place, St. John's has a fantastic opportunity here.
They do indeed. Let's get into our very first game of the final match of the day. St. John's taking on DePaul. DePaul currently sitting in first place-ish right now. Technically, Villanova did just pass them. This is DePaul's chance to reassert themselves on the top of the pyramid here in the Big East. If you're just joining us, thank you all so much for more amazing collegiate League of Legends action. This, of course, setting up our teams to head into the C-Law play-ins later on this year. And all these teams are fighting not just for bragging rights, because keep in mind, too, there's some rivalries between some of these schools, which we will eventually touch on a little bit more when we find some of those spicy traditional sports matchups.
Yeah, and I think that this is the budding one here on the Rift. With this new team making waves, making splashes, and getting support of the school, St. John's has come in and put themselves in position to make it to playoffs. And this could be a potential preview of a playoff matchup here with DePaul and St. John's. If St. John's sneaks in and has to play that number 1, number 2 seed, here's an opportunity to get a preview of it.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one because, again, St. John's is one of these schools that's just been on the up and up since their debut here in the spring season. And with these recent roster changes they debuted last week, they look like they leveled up in a big way. They, hit some sort of, Firestone, I guess, for St. John. We'll get some polling in on that one, but they definitely evolved into their next form. Definitely not their final form here, as they still have to go up against the Giants that are DePaul.
So early farming here, the way this goes is Woshi Jianzi Hao, the rookie in the mid lane, up against Kamcha, the Syndra. He wants to make sure he uses his Null Sphere anytime Kamcha tries to deal damage to him. And it'll negate the trade, and so that he can continue to trade even though he is a melee champ against this ranged Syndra. So making sure every time Syndra steps up and tries to throw down a Dark Sphere, he's able to use his Null Sphere and cancel out the damage. The spheres, the battle of spheres.
Yeah, lots of spheres in the mid lane there. As we are seeing a little bit of the biggest snowball ever action coming in from Sheckler. Maybe looking to make a little bit of a play down on the bottom side there. Both these junglers going to be trading out these Scuttle Crabs in the river. No surprise there in this pathing, but this is the top lane. This is the lane that I am the most curious about here because Brown Man Darius does traditionally play more of these carry type top laners. He doesn't play towards the traditional hyper tanky ones that we've seen, but I think this is actually the first time we've seen him on something like a Vladimir.
Yeah, he's gotten to play like these bruisers, and
yeah,
you can play Vladimir as an AP bruiser, build a little bit more tanky, the HP first instead of going straight AP in the armor pen or the magic pen. So again, there are a lot of mechanics that go down, and it was definitely flavor of the season last season to get the Vladimir in the LCS. I remember spending a lot of time during the Golden Guardian season last season to practicing into it, understanding what the counters were, so that teams would be prepared for the weekend. As you see, Jianzi Hao getting shoved in. When he's forced to use his Null Sphere to CS under turret, that's when Kamcha is able to punish with both Dark Spheres and Force of Will.
Yeah, we're seeing this now. This little bit of a favorable matchup for DePaul in that situation. Force back under turret. Is still CSing fairly well, though. Only behind by a few CS at this stage, so good job there for St. John's. And not giving up any early deaths, not forcing out any early sums, which is really nice for the side of St. John's. DePaul, though, is still looking fairly solid across the board here. They're actually pushing in multiple sides. We see a little bit of a cheeky invade here from the Gragas, maybe just looking to set up some initial vision. And maybe even, yeah, just looking to set up some initial vision here and make sure he's keeping track of his counterpart in the jungle.
I think relatively slow overall. I mean, sometimes Gragas can get in and try to find himself a flash or two early. Same with Nunu, but more as a drive-by to dish out some damage. But both junglers content to just farm up, and right now Gragas taking the Krugs on the opposite side to add a little insult to injury. And will be able to get himself out. Nunu still has blue buff up, and we'll be taking that one very shortly, as here comes our first gank.
Here comes the gank, doing a lot of initial damage there onto Karma, forcing the flash from Boris as well. They're trying to get the return damage there. And Warg is going to land some spells, but not able to pull them right back on in there. Surviving is DePaul, taking a lot of damage in the process, and using quite a few resources as well.
Yeah, good gank there, so just touching on it, takes the bottom side Krugs, forced to use his flash and Ember Work, but gets both flash of Boris and Hunky Hank along with the exhaust. So summoner spell trade there, not too bad. Basham and Ember Work can continue to put the pressure down now, and this might be the avenue that St. John's wants to play through. Thonk and Brown Man Darius, hey, that's going to be a tough matchup, Thonk. You are on an island. Just please, please, please give us an opportunity to play the game. We're going to focus on the bottom side of the map. With that pressure down, though, what is the Sheckler going to do? He saw the gank on the bottom side of the map. He also saw that Woshi Feiji Lu had to use flash as well. He'll clear out some vision on the top side of the map and keep farming.
Yeah, it's just going to keep on farming here. Though I have to say, looking towards St. John's in this early game, that was one of the more successful jungle rotations we've seen against DePaul overall. Burning out multiple summoner spells, able to steal up some farm from your opposing team's jungle. That's actually not too bad. Despite the fact that he didn't get those kills, he set himself up for future success. And that's something that this lane will be able to capitalize on with the Thresh, with the Sivir. They do have that early game kill potential. And it is DePaul still pretty much going dead even, actually pulling ahead slightly in terms of gold right now, but still showing some respect to their opponents here.
And I think that's a great point, because Hunky Hank and Boris have like used movement to get away before. They would say, hey, we know you're on a skill shot champ, we're just going to sidestep it, we're not going to flash. But you saw how quickly Boris flashed away from the hook from Ember Ward. Didn't have to worry about the initial body slam that Feiji Lu brought. But I think that has to deal with the fact that, hey, this is a St. John's team that knows how to brawl, that does have highly rated solo queue players, and might be able to punish if we don't give them the respect that they deserve. And with that, Basham and Ember Ward find themselves in a CS lead on the bottom side of the map. I would like to see Feiji Lu make that return gank on the bottom side. You know there are no flashes on the bot lane, and just to heal up for Boris, go cash in on that after you clear out your jungle camps.
Yeah, I think this is a big thing here from them. And man, both of these teams playing this so conservatively to start this off. It's interesting because we've often seen DePaul go for some of these early plays, feeling confident in their mechanics, and a lot of the time works out for them. Very occasionally it doesn't, and then second, somebody has to step up towards the mid game. But generally, they've looked to make a little bit more happen here. I think maybe it's this adaptation and they were forced to make in the jungle, bringing out the Nunu here. They're not really maybe feeling quite as comfortable with her not having level 6 yet to really go in and do that.
Yeah, that might be a thing here. I think the Sheckler just seeing the gameplay slow down, and instead of going big in these team fights, no, he does have the Skirmisher's Blade, so he will be looking to deal extra damage once they get into team fight positioning. But once he gets that level 6, gets absolute 0, they'll be looking to fight around areas, control the vision, get to objectives first, and force St. John's to fight into them.
I think that's going to be big here for them. They've got to set the pace of some of these because they don't have that big initiation necessarily that we're looking for here. They do have to play around these ultimates. We do have the death sentence going in onto Boris, but not really able to follow up, not able to capitalize too much. Decent poke damage, though, from Basham in response onto Hunky Hank. He's taking a lot of damage to these minions as well. Did a good job keeping them out of turret range a little bit longer, helping out the CS and Boris.
And I think that's a difference right there that you would see other players take as, I'll hold on to my point, Sheckler in a little bit of trouble.
Sheckler's in a pretty rough spot. Ooh, not quite connecting on some key skills that would say John's now they're caught out from this rotation coming in from mid. The TPs are being burned as well. Basham is in a really tough spot, instantly getting picked up in the box, slowing them down just a little bit longer. We do have the ult coming in, the slicing Maelstrom from Kennen trying to get those team out, but all 5 members of DePaul are here. Emberward going to be the next target, is going to fall off the back of this. Nicely done. 2 kills going over to DePaul, instantly turned it into a Drake.
Yeah, and it was just inches away. If Emberward lands that hook, Sheckler goes down to burst damage, I'm sure of it. Instead, he misses by inches. No mana on your mid laner. Jian Zihao is all out because he had to use some to shove the wave, and it allows Kamcha to rotate first. And again, let's take a look at it. Woshi Feiji Lu trying to get the explosive cask to bounce him backwards. It bounces him into the wall. Look how close that death sentence was. Syndra shoving in Kassadin first. They're stuck under in the wall. Now they're not able to get out. TP's forced out. Thunk trying to help out his buddies, but immediate damage put down by Brown Man Darius. Emberward figures, hey, I'm dead, you guys save yourself. And the play that was supposed to be proactive turned into a reactive combustion right in their face, and an early lead for the undefeated leaders of the league.
And there's a lot of times in these games, some of the ones we've seen today, where TPs have been burned in interesting ways, not really accomplishing a whole lot. That was a prime example of knowing exactly when to burn TP to get maximum value. You saw DePaul with the rotations, you saw the full committals, and they got multiple kills and a Drake out of it. That was exactly what you needed to do. That was the level of communication we were looking for. That was exactly what Brown Man Darius was talking about in his pregame interview.
So with that, again, let's keep an eye on Jian Zihao. He did not rotate first in that fight. We'll have TP, and we'll see if he's able to make usage of that later on as he's scaling up. Only a 400 gold lead right now as we see a full engage here on the bottom side of the map.
The heals being burned, calling not actually the most optimal position right there. They do finally take him down, but Boris has to use a lot of resources to get it done. He is going to get the double kill there on Emberward as well. Boris going off there in the bottom, but forced to burn flash, Neil the boot. Now this Gragas here. Ooh, nice little sidestep though on the dodge, but he does actually the pickup though is Woshi. Gragas going on in, doing so much work. It is now Hunky Hank up against the big boy with the cast. Can they make it happen? This is a skill match if I ever saw it. Beautiful rotation from St. John's.
Runic Echoes coming in on the Stalker's Blade. That's a lot of AP on just a regular cask just coming out. Big damage, pop in the Lucian, but you kind of wonder what's going on with Basham and Emberward. You cannot get aggressive on the Lucian. Hunky Hank keeping him very safe, and just the amount of burst damage coming down. Speaking of burst damage,
I think he's done. I think he's done.
Oh, no! Look at the health. He barely lives. Oh, but on the top side of the map, Brown Man Darius takes down Thonk.
Oh, yeah. I anti-caster cursed that one. I actually caster blessed him.
You did. Also, Thonk had stopwatch and didn't use it.
Oh, that feels bad, man.
That is a super feels bad, man. Did he not have it at the time?
Oh, he might have bought it when he got. Okay, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Either way, Brown Man Darius is showing why he lives up to his reputation as that challenger guy who wrecks us in top lane.
Yep, wrecking people in top lane, had the TP flank for the bottom side of the map, and led to the Cloud Drake being taken early by him. And so now DePaul taking control of this game, and with the early couple of kills, you gotta start to wonder where St. John's is going to focus their map pressure. Gragas himself getting big, but in the mid lane, Jian Zihao just needs to survive, and he's doing a solid job with that, even just with a couple of health points there. He stayed alive, but he's still a ways from scaling. So what will be the vessel for St. John's to scale into the rest of the game? I think if you focus up on Thonk, get him his first item, and interestingly enough, he's going to build Zhonya's first rather than Proto Belt, so that he could deal, he can go all in a team fight. Win that team fight, that would get them back in the game. So Feiji Lu should be focusing on the top side of the map to get that cannon rolling.
One thing I got to give props to St. John's with as well through all this is the fact that they're down 4 kills here, but only down about 2K gold. They've actually been able to farm relatively well here in the mid. Kamcha's in a lot of trouble. Ooh, nicely done, forcing back the Gragas is looking to push that in. Beautiful juice once. All the jukes coming out from him. Wow, nicely done there from Kamcha. Mechanical outplay if I've ever seen one. And in the bottom, the fight continues with Boris going up against Basham and crew. There goes the culling.
Yeah, the culling coming in. Emberward doing a great job using his body to block it out. So the aggression stops, but Kamcha with the fancy feet. Doesn't matter if Syndra floats in the air. He got the moves that's necessary to prevent himself from getting knocked in by the Gragas. And a nice play there. And Woshi Feijilu has done a solid job from the jungle position, staying active while being way ahead in CS here at the Sheckler. We got to see how much damage he is bringing to the fights with his Runic Echoes Stalker's Blade to get the wards down and also get some pop-off. But he needs to continue to try and facilitate these plays to the rest of the team. He got Kamcha's flash, but they need to start getting kills because now, with that little bit of time expended in the mid lane, it allows the bot lane to be attacked and oppressed. The Rift Herald popped, and it does a decent chunk there on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, one thing we didn't really profile enough there was Nunu picking that up throughout the course of all that additional action. So there's DePaul finding more value elsewhere on the Rift, getting these additional map objectives while finding these kills. They're doing it again here. This is the thing about DePaul, is it never seems like there is a moment wasted. It never seems like there's a time where they're unsure of what they should do next. The shot calling on this team is impeccable. They're going to look to continue to chain this on through into another set of kills. Ember Ward, failed flash. Good night, sweet prince.
You hate
to see it.
Ember Ward going down. 0-3-1. That's not what you want out of your bot lane that wants to scale and get to the late game. Ember Ward, you're supposed to be the vessel that brings them to the end. Instead, it looks like you are the luggage that's being carried to the end. Needs to settle down a little bit in that bottom side of the map, stop overplaying, but make sure they execute when the opportunities are there. And I think that's one of the most underrated things that this DePaul team does. They are executing when they have the opportunity. I think they're playing within their means. They're not forcing plays, but they're able to land their skills and rotate at the right time to make sure that they punish when other teams give them the opportunity. As this tower, there it goes.
First turret there, going to be going over the way of Brown Mandarius up there in the top. You want to talk about punishment. I feel a little bit bad for Thonk up here. He's just having a very rough time against the sustainability that Brown Mandarius has in lane. All his chip and poke damage, all the things the Cannons want to be doing in this lane match have gone out the window. Traditionally, we see Cannons brought in to deal with the big boys like the Urgots, the Scions, where they tend to work a little bit better dealing with those sluggish, bruisery kind of champs. But in this case, up against the Vladimir, who has the Sanguine Pool, is going to have that additional mobility, going to have that ability to just regen himself back up. It's just not working quite as well. And as you said, Kennen is going to need to be a force in these team fights. If he's not, this pick has been pretty much negated.
And I think it's fine right now. Like, again, when we talk about losing gracefully, this is what Kennen has done in this matchup right here. He's lost gracefully. Personally, I think it's okay to invest the extra 800 gold early on an Executioner's Blade to stop the healing of Brown Mandarius. That will lead to a nicer gank from Weishi Feijilu as we see him make a play. Ooh. Nice stopwatch, going to keep Kamcha in check, but here comes Kassadin.
Here comes Kassadin, the silence to follow up there, but he's able to get out for just a little bit longer. Bong Jae-Hao was trying to chase him down, is able to do so and get back into the pit. The full chase is now coming in for DePaul. They get the return kill, but that's a beautiful. The slicing maelstrom is going on through, popping the gold right in the midst of all of it. Is Thonk doing so much work in the team fight. There's a reinitiation on the back of the Gragas. Great damage, but the follow-up, the return. Beautiful juggle coming in from DePaul, managing to get the aggro off on every single member, but all the while, Boris is still alive, throwing out all the beautiful Qs onto St. John's, and there's not much HP to speak of, but there's even less for St. John's.
Yeah, it was a great initial dodge there by Kamcha to buy time. Big rotation from Hunky Hank and the rest of the team, and right now with the little health bars that they have, DePaul really want this turret. It's going to be difficult for the side of St. John's to defend, and yep, there it is. The turret on the bottom side of the map goes down as well. Fantastic micro plays here by DePaul as we take a look at how it all shook up. It all starts with Woshi Feijilu hanging in the bush, waiting to hunt his prey. Don't die over a ward. That's one of the rules of solo queue. Kamcha follows it, able to use the stopwatch and buys time. Hunky Hank getting the shield over in time. And then I think Jian Zihao greeting for this kill just a bit, able to pick up the blue buff and get mana back, but then gets rotated upon. Nice ult there by Thonk into the Zhonya's to buy a lot of time. And then Woshi Feijilu very low. The boomerang toss right next to the Sheckler, but not going to land. Ember Ward bought time as well. And then Basham thinking about getting a couple of ricochet auto attacks off, instead puts himself at risk to die, so forced to flash away from that. So close. Great movement there by DePaul.
There was one moment there when Gragas reinitiated into the pit where if Sivir had stepped up, if Thonk had stepped up, they might have been able to execute on those couple of kills, not having the trust that the stun was going to come on through from the body. Everything was going to be there. There was that one moment that could have turned that entire fight around from St. John. I don't blame them because that was such a rough situation. But when you look back at it, eye in the sky, we have this obviously hindsight's 2020. That fight could have gone very differently, and it's a little bit scary for DePaul to see how close that fight really was. Yeah, they're up 9 kills to 2, but a lot of these were won just off of the edges of some great skill plays.
Yeah, and this is kind of what I was going back to. The next TP play, which was that play, needed to be impactful for Thunk. Instead, it was not. He did not die, but his team now falling further behind, able to do things like that, just kind of run into a Gragas. And now, what was your most fed member that was leading the way is now sitting at 1 and 2. 10-2 is the overall score, and DePaul just kind of bullying the side of St. John's to do whatever they want.
I think he's been into the cask a little bit too much there, face-checking bushes when he has absolutely no right to. You think that's your jungle, it's not your jungle anymore. You've already lost your high ground turret, your top turret, for say. There we go. You've already lost your mid turret, so look at all the wards that are now being placed in here by DePaul. That's not where you want to be if you're the side of St. John's. You need to try and create some openings here, make sure you clear out that vision, because DePaul has been very proactive with that.
Yeah, DePaul showing why, like, they're moving so fast, but they're taking care of vision as well while they've been moving fast. They're not skipping the steps, and everyone's been playing a part. If you look at those ward scores, 21 for the jungler if you're the Sheckler, 27 for the 80 carry and Boris, 24 for Hunky Hank. Everyone's pitching in on wards and making sure that the vision game is on point. Not only that they can see, but they're preventing the other team from seeing. And I think that's a major difference between the middling teams of the conference and the top teams. Not only is it the mechanics, the gameplay, you got to see that in the last team fight around the Baron Pit, but also the setup for all those things in the vision game.
We're seeing this higher level play coming out now in this last matchup, particularly here between two teams who are fighting very much in playoff contention right now. And I think it's showing a lot of these decisions that you're saying are really just showing a bit more sort of thought being put into it here. As we are moving towards this late game now, we are going to be looking towards some potentially spicy Baron plays here in a bit. I'm curious to see how DePaul is going to play around this, because what we've often seen here is it's been St. John's the one to try and start these things up, but then it's been DePaul who are closing things out. And it's the counter initiations from DePaul that have been so clean. It's the TP play, as you mentioned. It's these kind of things where put them in a great spot. But if they're forced back into a situation like a Baron Pit and St. John's is able to be put them against a rock in a potential hard place, that's when things might start to go their way.
Yeah, this is how you Baron bait everybody. You see how quickly they're on it. They get off it. Ember Ward, no flash because it was taken away. That's how you do it, right? You don't bait it out that long unless you're able to tank it up. I still think this is a little risky. It's very, very early on, 21-minute Baron, but you do have a Nunu that can tank these things up. But they have a Kennen. Kennen with Flash. Flash should be up in, it won't be up in time. So Thunk and the rest of the boys need to think about what they're going to do. They're just going to give it up because they have no position to do it. And Baron heading on over. Woshi, Jianzi, Hao trying to get the split push on, get some CS, and continue to scale. And St. John's has decided, all right, we lost a couple of early game team fights. We're going to play the scaling game. Hopefully our cast can get to a point where they deal damage. Hopefully the Sivir ricochets can deal damage. But now with this excess gold, a 7,000 gold lead, DePaul want to just, you can build a couple of defensive items. All right, give me null magic mantle. At some point I'll build even more MR, give me a cloth armor, and just play something that, build something that can keep you safe, right? A lot of the times young players want to build the damage. They just want to build the damages. Give me the damages, give me the lifesteal, give me the crit, give me the AP. Instead, build something that keeps you alive, because all those items are no good if you get blown up immediately by a Gragas or by a Kennen. And so that opportunity to live is actually where the DPS comes from.
That's exactly it. I mean, if you're instantly dead, you're not dealing with damage regardless, but you might see a little bit of a collapse coming in here on the flank. Instantly spotted out, though. Great vision from the side of the Paul, getting that pick.
Should have brought some MR.
There you go. Good thought process, though, by St. John. I think we need to get this flank initiation there, but even better heads-up play by DePaul to go on in. Oh, man, the damage on the Thonk as well. These Baron-empowered minions are just chunking on through. The inhib turret is getting oh so low, trying to find the initiation. The biggest snowball ever knocked. Airborne once more. Ember Ward, you can drop the box. They'll be putting you in a coffin, dear sir, as the inhib falls as well.
DePaul is just accelerating this game, and this looked very equal for quite some time, but this might be over in just 24 minutes. We thought that the games earlier with Providence ended quickly, but this one happening so quickly. Baron now shoving onto the Nexus turrets. The respawn timers are low, but I don't think that St. John's has the power spike to fight. Here goes the engage.
They don't. Instant deletion onto the Gregs. The Zoni's coming in there from Thonk once more, but getting followed up on by the Culling. No kills so far going over to the way of St. John's. They're just getting ripped to shreds. 3 members already dead coming back into the spawn number board. It's going to be the next target. The food on the menu for the side of DePaul, who are just going to be content with taking down this Nexus. Or maybe I spoke too soon. They want to play with that food, as they are going to secure game number 1 in their favor.
And DePaul turning it on 17-2. It looked much closer than what the score had indicated, but maybe it wasn't. Maybe this was just most of us making this up, because it seemed relatively close, and then DePaul said, okay, we're done playing around with this. And it doesn't really matter which lane we're playing through. All of us are going to get fed. If you look at the scores across the scoreboard, 3-0-7 in the top, 1-0-11 in the jungle, 4-1-6 in the mid. Where it really happened was Boris and Hunky Hank on the bottom side of the map. We thought that Emberwarg and Basham would be able to hold up. Not the case.
Not the case there. Just overall solid play across the board from DePaul, allowing them to take game number 1. But that's not all for us. We have more amazing action when we come back after this break, so don't go anywhere.
Here, we do what others don't.
Dream what others won't. Driven to leap forward, determined to always give back.
Here, we work where giants have played, where the connection of work and ethic is made.
A diverse community possessed with a passion
to know and grow and go and show the world we are prepared to change it. Here, we ask what must be done, for in doing we learn and earn success.
And you can get there from here.
DePaul University. Here we do.
Definition of a champion. Definition of a champion. Madison Square Garden. Name another place better for the Big East to take place, other than the Mecca. From the players on the court to the chants in the stands, this the origin of greatness, birthplace of the champions. I'm always a winner, even if I fall, I can still get bigger. The definition of a champion. Definition of a champion. The Big East tournament at Madison Square Garden. Get tickets now.
Welcome back, everyone, to our final game of the day. Found DePaul taking down St. John's 1-0. Our very first match in pretty strong form. Some good moments there from St. John's, but not able to quite take the W. I'm Inverum, that's Degon here for more amazing collegiate Big East League of Legends action once more every single Sunday. If you're just joining us for the first time, thank you all so much for doing so. We see you Twitch front page. We appreciate you. We do.
Yeah.
That was a great first game.
Yeah. I think.
Okay. Well, I love there was a moment of it. Well, maybe it wasn't.
It was deceptive. It was a deceptive first game because it was closer than what we thought. But how quickly DePaul is able to take a lead and then run with it. They snowballed it and ended 17-2. But let's not forget, like, a couple of early kills started with St. John's, and it just was a quick reversal of fortune here for the Blue Deacons here.
Snowballing.
Blue Demons.
Okay.
Yeah.
You got there. Let's take a look at some highlights from that last game because, as you mentioned, it was a little bit deceptive. It looked like there was a decent amount of control coming out from St. John's early, but it was moments like this where DePaul was able to flip the script, turn things on their head. But it was not just the kills. It was not just the counter ganks. It was not just the response. It was what they were able to do after. Every single time they got some kills, how they're able to convert them, whether it be a dragon, whether it be a turret, they constantly made something else happen. As you can see in that exact play, they do end up taking an additional objective off of that, and it was the individual plays like this.
Here, yeah, and the individual plays meant so much here as Basham and Ember were out of their own depths here. Boris and Hunky Hank showing why they're one of the top bot lanes in the league. He's super excited to see them play Bilito or Tuwoke. You can see the power of the Gragas going on early on, but right there, you got to see both the kills that St. John's had the whole game. Thonk with the nice flank, getting the ulti down, slicing Maelstrom, thinking that's going to be a kill. Not so fast. Woshi Feiji Lu goes down. And after that, it was just one at a time. And after every single fight, there was always an answer by DePaul. And St. John's just got further and further behind, realized they needed to scale. And once they got too far behind, scaling isn't even an option. DePaul doesn't let it be an option. They just ran them over.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about this idea that, you know, when things do occasionally go wrong for DePaul, they're able to find some area to rally, whether it be around Brownman Darius, whether it be around something like Boris in the bottom lane. They didn't even have to do that. And St. John has had those moments too. They've had those moments where one individual lane has had a rough time, but somebody else has been able to rally to wave the banner that everyone else is charged behind. But that just didn't happen there in that game because every time they tried to make a play, and oftentimes they were decent calls at initiation, it just seemed like DePaul was one step ahead with their response. There was this moment where St. John would go in and say, like, this is our fight. This is our moment. We have to commit. And then they put one toe over the line. They stepped into one additional bush, and then it was game over. DePaul just seemed to be able to read their minds and, like Jedi mind tricks, act before they even stepped in.
Sure, and I think the way that you want to fight the team composition, if you're St. John's, the way that you wanted to play out your fights, is different than their scaling, per se, right? I think you pick a late-game scaler in a Kassadin, not going to do too much early. You pick a late-game scaler with a Sivir, not going to do a ton early. And then with Kennen, so then Kennen has to be your bridge to get to the late game along with your Gragas. Well, you just pick two AP champions that are CC-based and has to be there for the team fight. And he got counter-TP'd every single time. Brandman Darius was there for the teleport every time Kennen teleported down. And if you didn't, just like what we were talking about earlier with Villanova playing a Twisted Fate, if you don't get a good ult off at level 6 against these teams, you fall behind. And you got to see after the first initial team fight, both Brownman Darius and the Kennen teleported to the bottom side of the map. Thonk teleported to the bottom side of the map, didn't get anything. Vladimir just started taking it to Kennen. There was nothing that he could do.
Yeah, there wasn't anything there. But again, I think part of that might have been a little bit of the matchup, something that was, being discussed a little bit. See if things change up as we get into our draft here for game number 2. And again, we've seen the fact that there's a lot of champions that these players are known for, and they often end up bringing out these respect bands. But then there always seems to be another one. Always seems to be another one on the side of DePaul. They bring out, they're like, oh, I bet you didn't know I played that. Oh, I bet you didn't know I played that. And every single time, it seems like a team has found an answer. There's just another card in the deck of DePaul, another champion they're able to play down on the table. Maybe we'll see a Twisted Fate. I don't know.
Let's speak it into existence, Paul. Twisted Fate, it's coming. It
could be Destiny. I don't know.
Oh, well played. Well well played, everyone.
I'm here all week.
Clap it up in the back there.
we
Paul
go.
did very good with that one. You did good. All right, so taking a look at the picks and bans. Urgot and Evelyn taking off the map. Again, DePaul does not want to deal with Woshi Feiji lose Evelyn. You have to change the way you play. When Evelyn is always missing and could always be around, then every lane is playing anxious. Just get that out of here and not have to deal with that. Braum, Jack's taken away because they've seen Braum and Darius just scale and get to late game and not die.
Continually press, just QW,
yeah.
QW, and just kill everything.
And there's nothing, I don't know if there is a change here for St. John's. Yeah, actually there it is. So the Lucian will be the final ban. Boris will have to play something not as aggressive, or you could pick something even more aggressive. Yeah, the man with the mustache. You know, just I would say, I would just say,
you're a little slow on that.
I would just say that that's a possibility here. The Morgana going to be the last ban out here, so Ember Ward again does not have his comfortable champ. Can be put onto Thresh. You know, Thresh has worked out for him in the past, but not so much last game. First pick going to be Lissandra. We've seen that over and over again.
Yes.
CC, damage, buying time.
And that was Zhang Zihao. That was the champ he did so well on in game number 2 last week. That he just ran the table in the mid with that Lissandra, able to set up a lot of not only mid-game fights, but really help secure things in the late game for St.
Yeah,
John's
and I would say that Jian Zihao didn't have an, like, it was very much a Providence type thing with Honor Lord. Didn't have an opportunity to play the game. No. Both because of his pick and because of his bot lane starting to get ran over. Basham and Ember Ward picked a couple times to go aggressive. Nothing wrong with that, but they didn't land the hooks. They didn't land anything, and so they fell behind. First pick Thresh here by Brown Man Darius. So taking that one away from Ember Ward. Ember Ward, again, has played a decent amount of Thresh. I don't think he looks great on it, so maybe this is a good thing for them. And now, the Sheckler hovering a Xayah. We haven't seen a Xayah in quite some time. Normally don't see him without the Rakan. There it is.
There's the prediction.
I get paid to do my job every now and then.
There you
go.
go.
So instead of going less aggressive or picking something crit focus, hey, let's pick the Draven. You can build him a multitude of ways. We got to see the Bloodthirster into Infinity Edge build last time for the Draven in our previous game with Villanova. We'll see what Boris and Hunky Hank have in store for the rest of St. John's.
See if they're going to be able to execute some sick combos. That is definitely something that's going to be a threat in the early game. I'm also curious to see how St. John's responds to this, because we've already seen basically this denial pick in the Thresh, and then Morgana denied as well. So we're going to force Ember Ward pretty far off his comfort picks, I think, at that point. I would also like to see potentially something like the Braum take off the... So they pick up their support. What am I saying?
Yeah.
So right there. Yeah.
Lulu and Ash going to be locked in here. Ash, again, I think I talked about it earlier.
Yeah.
If you're going to lose lane, it allows you to farm safe with Volley. If you get engaged upon, you have Enchanted Crystal Arrow to be your engage tool. And, you know, the Queens of the Freylord now with Lissandra and Ash in the mid lane as well will be a lot of CC, you'll see a lot of flashy crystal ice type things coming out here for Basham and Jian Zihao. Opposite side though, it's fallen pretty low in priority here to the third pick, but it will be Kamcha, one of the returning members for DePaul on Cassiopeia.
This is going to be a little bit rough here for St. John's if this is allowed to scale at all. We've seen the power in collegiate play of a well-played Cassie. We've definitely seen it in pro play. Despite some of the recent nerfs, she can be so toxic to deal with, especially with that miasma. Anyway, but you got the late game scaling champion there. You got the Draven stuff in the early game to keep going through that. Are you okay there, Egon?
I don't know. I think I just took a
Died
whiff
a
of
little
some
inside.
sleeping gas.
Oh, terrible. God, that was even worse. Let's be honest.
That was awful.
All right, deny the top, Kenny. Get him out of here.
we're
Xin Zhao,
out.
get him out of there. We're
Get
just
me
going to move
out,
right on past that. I'm sorry,
please.
everybody who had to witness that.
What face, everybody?
Yeah.
What face? Give me some what faces. Send help. Bands coming out. Kennen and Xin Zhao removed. So DePaul actually thought Kennen was ban-worthyable and maybe just making him feel uncomfortable because they'll go after the champion that Woshi Feiji Lu played in the Sejuani. So, God, that was a lot to say.
That was a mouthful. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a very smart bands coming out from DePaul right now. They're going to look for champions that are going to disrupt their game plan. A Kennen in your backline, popping the Slice of Maelstrom, an ult from a Brush from Sejuani, catching you totally off guard. These are things that will disrupt what you are trying to do. DePaul just feels comfortable when they're playing their game. When you're drafting a Draven Thresh in the early game, there's only one game in town, and that's the DePaul show.
Yeah, it is the DePaul show. So finding ways to slow that down, whether it's tanky, and that's the thing that a Kennen brings. It brings the CC for quite some time, so it prevents the damages coming out. Maybe going back, yeah. Nunu and Willem will be locked in again for the Sheckler. I didn't think he definitely didn't do a lot in terms of lane pressure, but once they got to team fighting points, he's tanky. He was able to get some nice absolute zeros off, and it makes it very difficult if DePaul's able to get to position first, and St. John's has to fight them to take position of a major objective. So hard to fight against a Nunu. So I like that pick there. There it is, an Ornn. Ornn finally sliding down to St. John's. There's a secure engage. So now there's a lot of engage and a lot of CC for St. John's. A little bit more damage from Basham, but I would like to see some damage out of the jungle position here for Fei-Ji Liu. Something that has slid by was the Kha'Zix, but instead hovering over the Gragas, and yep, he'll go back to the Gragas. Okay, yeah, sorry. I don't know who.
A lot of CC.
Yeah, so there was no Sejuani last game. It was the Gragas last game.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
He has actually played it, though, so you weren't wrong in that regard.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so this is one of those things where it's like, if St. John's is able to dictate any one of these fights, again, trying to, the thing that DePaul wanted to do,
no way. Do it, yeah!
I had a whole point. I had a whole point I was going to make about.
We got to see it finally. Brownman Darius living up to his name. Playing the Darius on the top side of the map, and with a win, Brown Woman Darius, he could be yours, as we verified earlier in our interview with him. Either way, this team composition here, again, I think I was worried that they didn't have a lot of secure, hard CC, but this is more about the TP plays, fighting around Dragon, and then making your own fight on the bottom side of the map with Boris and Hunky Hank. They did a fantastic job adding pressure onto Basham and Emberwarg to lead to fights. If they sat and waited, we got to see Woshi Fei-Ji Liu come on down with the Gragas, burn a couple summoners, but then after that, he didn't come back and cash in. Boris and Hunky Hank realized, hey, look, we can outplay them. If we attack them, we'll force them into taking bad fights. We can get the TP play off, and now Brownman Darius on his favorite champion. Expect to see an early lead here, possibly an early kill, because it's Ornn. You're playing that aggressive champ against a defensive champ, and it'll be fantastic to watch as we get into the game.
We're getting into the game right now. Without further ado, let's jump right on into it. I believe this is actually the first time we get to see Darius being played by Brownman Darius on broadcast. He's played it off stream. We haven't been able to, a couple times there, the one time there. I think this is the first time on stream we've actually ever been able to see the myth, the man, the legend, the Brownman Darius.
So Brownman Darius finally on that early game shenanigans, not going to lead to too much, but DePaul do want to force their way into the jungle and get some early game vision down. They will be able to do that. That's a different ward. That's an interesting ward. It's not around blue buff, but it has been placed. On the
it's a ward that's been placed.
Yeah, it's a ward that's been placed.
It is a ward.
On the opposite side, we can take a look that a ward was placed by the St. John's folks to take a look at the blue buff, and both teams will posture to see where the junglers will start.
A ward that won't be winning any awards. I like it. Thanks for that.
A war of wards.
A war of wards. Ooh, the war of the wards. I dig it.
Thanks.
Yeah. Starting things off, we've got to look towards this mid lane because this is where things are going to get very interesting. We hyped up the new mid laner of St. John's. Repeatedly stepped in last week, stepping up from the B team, going unkillable in his 2 games, and having a pretty decent time of not getting absolutely bodied in that last matchup. I think this time around he will have a little bit more favorable matchup in the early game, but late game scaling of the Cassiopeia is, of course, so terrifying. But this time around, I'm looking for Zhang Jihao to do a little bit more for his squad, contribute a little bit more here, but should be able to do because he'll actually have the ability to rotate, not constantly being forced back under his turret.
Yeah, he'll have the ability to rotate because he has abilities to rotate. See what I did there?
I did. It was great.
Thanks.
So he's going to have that Glacial Path, moving himself in and around the terrain, maybe looking to find some sick ganks like we actually saw in our last matchup there for Providence and Honorlord, making this champ look good. So far, though, in the bottom lane, things are going exactly as predicted. Ooh, trading blows already. And Kamcha deciding that he can go toe-to-toe with anybody. I like this, but when we get a chance, we've got to look towards the top lane as well, because I want to hype up this Darius play into the Ornn. The Ornn, of course, has a decent amount of utility. Once he hits level 6, he's all about that big Call of Forge God. He's also all about big snowballs in the mid lane, apparently. Thanks to Sheckler for interrupting my train of thought. But let's talk about this particular matchup.
Yeah, I think in the top side of the map, it'll be a lot of the Bellows Breath to try to get your one auto attack off on the Darius, but it's so difficult because Darius has the passive to get the bleed going down and gets additional damage every time. Hemorrhage just crushing the health bars, but I think this is interesting here. Sheckler trying to take this Scuttle Crab. Showing up is the Lissandra. Now on the bottom side of the map, though, Basham forced to heal up. Ignite was used by Hunky Hank, but again, the bottom lane that has been pretty good to St. John's. It's almost like you could cash in on it. Not money right now because they're in trouble yet again. Boris and Hunky Hank taking the mantle of top bot lane in this game and possibly top bot lane in the league.
I'm adoring your cashing in references. Thank you for that so much.
You're welcome.
This is just such a tough lane match that we touched on it in draft. There's a reason you predicted this Draven pick up here because, you know, there aren't many more aggressive early game, champs that you can pick up in the spot right now that are, super meta. Draven being the first and foremost, and good Draven players are tough to deal with, just constantly just being able to throw out those whirling axes and having a lot of fun about it. So this is going to be St. John needing to allocate some resources to stem the bleeding that is that lane. I need to see some dominant mid lane play like we're seeing a little bit now, and then I need to see some rotations coming in from the jungle, coming in from the mid, finding some pressure, creating some pressure. This is the idea of forced airs versus unforced airs. You need some force to Paul into some rough situations.
So early on, the Scuttle Crab fight was won by the side of DePaul. So DePaul will have vision on the top side of the map. Woshi Feiji Lu, again, kind of getting shoved out by the Sheckler. He was the driving force for St. John's to lead to some ganks and get some damage down. Got the first kill for them early on. And here it is, again, just spotted out by solid vision. Solid warding here by Hunky Hank and Boris. Boris getting it down onto the Tri-Brush. And so they'll have knowledge, hey, he's at Krugs. Killing Krugs takes about 10 seconds. His Raptors haven't spawned yet. They will be spawning shortly, so he has the decision to either recall or wait for the Raptors. Those are the kind of comms that need to be happening right now from DePaul, and I'm sure it's happening right now as they have been communicating all season long to the way to their undefeated 7-0 record coming into this game.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a very good semblance of how this all works. They know how long these timings are, so they have a sense of where their opponents are going to be at any given time. That's the thing. When you get the players of this caliber, all they need is a very small amount of information, and they can then, calculate or do those calculations of, okay, what's going to happen next? What are the next likely steps that are going to happen, and how can we avoid our death and create some bad situations for our opponents? As you mentioned there, Groggs actually took some interesting routes, didn't go back, is actually sweeping up to the top side here, maybe looking to put some pressure up on a Brown Man Darius.
Yeah, wouldn't be bad, but unfortunately...
No, he found some gold. That's the better option.
Unlucky timing here. Oh, okay, good. Yeah, he'll just take the Scuttle Crab, get the gold, get the experience, and keep farming up. I was going to say, this is so difficult for Thunk to set up a gank, because if he steps up to try and thin out the wave that Brown Man Darius is shoving into the turret, Brown Man Darius can just use Apprehend, get a couple auto attacks off with the into the Hemorrhage, and it's just so difficult to set up a gank without using your ult right away.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing one of the things that you really liked about this Ashe pick was the ability to just play safe. Sit back, if you get dove on, you can just pop the Crystal Arrow, all that good stuff. And we're seeing it now, the fact that, despite the fact that DePaul should be doing a ton of work down there in the bottom, Ashe is still actually able to sit and farm at fairly evenly, actually pretty much dead even with the counterpart down there. So that's something that I am, the small beacon of hope, I think, for the side of St. John's.
Yeah, and they haven't, they're up in gold right now, and I think that's a very good thing for them. But again, it's not a huge teller of their success. You saw how quickly DePaul was able to turn it on once they got control of the map after a couple of kills. Difficult to kill, very good at returning damage down and pushing the game to their limits, and you can only imagine how detail-oriented they're going to be with Brown Man Darius on Darius.
Brown Man Darius on Darius. Yeah, living up to his namesake right here. Again, not something we've actually been able to see him play on broadcast, so I'm really excited to see what big playmaking potential he has up his sleeve. as again, there are a bunch of different winning conditions here for the side of DePaul. They can start to snowball a little bit early with Darius, with Draven, or they can rely towards the mid laner Kamcha there. Cassiopeia in the late game, of course, such an absolute threat. The Sheckler, when he finally decides to roll that giant snowball out of the jungle, that could also spell disaster for the hopes and dreams of St. John.
Yeah, taking a look at items here, TPs, spells were burned. Actually, on the bottom side of the map, we have a little bit of a trade. Hunky Hank forced to return back into the lane, but here comes the snowball all the way down, but so is the Gragas.
Gragas is here on the flank. Nice job there from the Thresh to try and dispel this, and now is the Sheckler basically in a 3v1 situation. He's going to go down. There's the first blood going over for St. John. Nice play there from them, disrupting the gank with some fun times of their own.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Sheckler thinking he's safe. Good flash out by Hunky Hank, but the Sheckler didn't get that memo as we take another look at the counter gank after Feiji, Lu, and the rest of the boys pick up this Cloud Drake. Unfortunately, with the gank there, Sheckler needed to flash away, and what you're getting to see is the power of Lulu. Lulu's polymorph prevents you from doing so much, and all these guys, again, this is another champion that you don't get to see a ton. Polymorph, I think this is the only polymorph in the game, and so therefore, again, people are just not used to seeing it. So good flash away by Hunky Hank, and then polymorph here. He has flash, but he can't use anything. Can't do anything, can't use anything. Sheckler gets shut down, slowed, and easy kill picked up. Good jungle sense by Woshi, Feiji, Lu. And to be fair, good setup by Boris and Hunky Hank, but nice kill and early lead for St. John's.
This is exactly what they need to do right now. And this was sort of a bit of a different response from what we were seeing in the last game, which was St. John's trying to set up a lot of plays, and then DePaul finding those counter initiations. It's interesting. It seems like the team who tries to set up these fights is often the ones that ends up paying for it here. And that was DePaul feeling like they were safe, and then just overstepping, feeling a little bit overconfident. And you know, speaking of confidence, that's got to be a boost to the morale of St. John's.
Yeah, I think with Coach Lawrence, not Manager Lawrence,
yes,
Coach Lawrence.
Coach Lawrence, there we go.
You would think that these guys are relatively level-headed and they're prepared for adversity, and I don't think that's going to be too much of an issue for these two guys. You can see now the fight over blue buff going to be very difficult because Darius is there, and he can lead to some damage. Ult going to come in, knock him up, just a quick little ride, bump at the road and his way back to the top lane. Brown man Darius, no problems there.
Yeah, a bit of a whiffed ult there from Thonk. I'm not exactly sure what he was thinking with that one. Thought maybe his team was going to try and go in, set something up, maybe just try and disrupt the exit. But either way, that's a cooldown they're not going to have for a little bit there. But I don't think that's the end of the world. They seem pretty content to just continue to farm.
Yeah, I think the biggest loss there is the blue buff for Woshi Jianzi, how he will be, I guess, chunked for mana for a bit, while on the opposite side, Kamcha can just continually farm. Once he gets his own blue buff handed off to him later on.
So we see now DePaul sitting in a relatively okay spot, I should say. This is, again, I'm kind of surprised, though, because this is a bottom lane that Draven's supposed to be, like, dominating, and we're not seeing that, per se. Basham's been able to just sit back and effectively free farm here. Yeah, they had that one attempted gank, but I'm not seeing the pressure from this dual lane combo that we would have seen maybe in other matchups here. This is St. John's feeling pretty calm, cool, and collected under pressure.
Yeah, again, and Ashe is able to farm very safely with Volley. It's on such a low cooldown, doesn't have a huge mana cost, hits multiple minions so you can thin out the wave, and the slow that comes with it as well. There's so much in the skill itself, surprisingly. Right? Ashe is the first champion you're forced to use when you're using the bot, along with Annie, I believe. And you don't really think too much of it, because you have all these other flashy champs that dash, that shift, that flash, that warp in and do all these cool things, catch axes. But Ashe is just really safe. As long as you're not pushed up in the wave and not putting yourself in position to be ganked, you can continually kite yourself backwards, you can continually pick up CS, and play safe, especially to level 6. And great job by Basham and Emberwork to make the adjustments necessary to allow the rest of the team to be able to scale as well.
Yeah, really nice play here from St. John's, showing another level of maturity coming into this game number 2. And again, a lot of the things that got them behind in that first game, trying to take risky fights, trying to play off, you know, some potential overextensions from Paul. We're not seeing it here in this game, and what the result is that St. John's is actually better off for it, because every single time they tried to make a play and got capitalized on, DePaul was then able to further that lead by taking another objective. DePaul hasn't been able to take any objectives here because they haven't been in a position to do so because they haven't felt safe. St. John's patience is actually leveraging more objectives for them, which is really interesting because we're seeing a TP again coming in. The nice Crystal Arrow shot connecting there. The follow-up knocking them right on back. Beautiful combo coming in from St. John's. Execution picture perfect.
Yeah, Hunky Hank able to get in there, and good stall by the rest of St. John's to allow the TP to finish by Woshi Junzi Hao. He's able to get an auto attack in and make sure that that TP wasn't for nothing. He TPs, gets an assist. That's a couple of pieces of gold in his pockets as we see Kamcha stopping him off. And that seems like a very small thing, but a decent amount of gold and experience being denied from Woshi Junzi Hao. So smart play there by Kamcha to slow down the rotation, but good overall macro sense by St. John's.
We are seeing a potential counter gank coming in now from DePaul. The biggest snowball ever rolling on through here from the river. Basham is going to be the target. Nice flash to dodge that. Going on in. Can they get anything else? Forcing out both flashes. Ooh, nice little juke there. But it is Basham still going to survive through this. Beautiful. The counter initiation now putting them back underneath the turret. The box is not really going to connect. Everyone is going to be the target. It's time to hold on a minute worth. The damage coming through from Boris is going to be there, but they're going to have to force the heal to pop back up, and both of them survive. Can they?
There it is!
Yes, she does! The counter kill from Basham. Basham in the face with an arrow, why don't you? Making DePaul feel silly.
Yeah, and that's it right there. Volley peeling himself away. Such a low cooldown, able to turn it back around, and Hunky Hank takes an arrow straight to the face, but maybe a bit of an overstay. Woshi Feiji Lu able to burn the flash from Boris.
Flash, why don't you?
Man, DePaul now looking like the ones that aren't able to initiate the way that they want to.
That was a nice little play up there. Brown man Darius denying that additional ticket call. The Forge God there going on through.
He's going.
On to Thunk. He's going right on in. He's looking to potentially dive underneath this turret. Thunk's feeling a little bit unsafe up here, and I feel like Brown Man Darius is getting a little bit angry because his team is not finding the success elsewhere on the map. He's like, fine, I'll do it myself.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't had a lot of jungle support since very early on in the game. He's created his own gold lead on the top side of the map, and just there in engaging and wrapping around and getting behind Thunk, and now seeing how like the counterplay works, you can apprehend in the middle of Call of the Forge God, so you can't get the second headbutt proc of it off. It'll be difficult for Thunk to continue to try and hold on to this by himself. Pressure down the mid lane though. Woshi Feiji Lu trying to hold on the mid lane turret for his main laner. Will be able to do it, but it is low. Good rotation by Hunky Hank, not to just waste time and go roam down into the bot lane when your AD carry is not there. Makes a play in the mid lane and gets some chip damage down onto the turret.
Does indeed. Doesn't get that turret plating, unfortunately, as we are past that 14-minute mark, but is able to get that damage, which will stack up over time. That is super important. Again, thinking multiple steps ahead. Once they are able to open up that additional mid-turret, I mean, they do already have quite a bit of vision in the opposing team's jungle, but they'll feel a little bit more at liberty to take use of it by looking to execute some potential ganks in there as well. Look to shut down that Gragas where he's feeling comfortable, and I have to say, some fantastic Gragas play coming up from St. John's.
Yeah, I think Woshi Feiji Lu did fine before as well. It's just once they fell behind, they didn't have the numbers or the damage to get in there. Now his aggressive play and his solid pathing and being there at the right time has meant so much for him. And you can see even here, with the deep vision they were able to get from the last failed gank by DePaul, they know where the members of DePaul are in their own jungle. Thresh forced to clear out wards in his own jungle after running it over, and Sheckler can't set up a gank on the bottom side of the map. He's forced to recall, and again, a bit of wasted time by the side of DePaul, and St. John's just smart warding leads to smart pathing, get a level advantage, and have the numbers when you get into gank to lead to kills.
And you mentioned a bit of wasted time from DePaul, and it's weird to say that because that's something we've complimented them on so much over the course of these last few weeks, is the idea that they don't generally waste time. They have a lot of economy of motion. They know what they want to be doing next. They have a very clear game plan, but I'm feeling maybe a slight sense, not a ton, but a slight sense of a little bit frazzled here because this early game clearly did not go the way they expected. But there's a big if on the back of this. There's an asterisk.
A big if, yeah.
There's an asterisk on this
you
statement.
need to slow down this hype train here.
It's Brown Man Darius.
Paul.
He hasn't left the top lane yet. When he decides he wants to leave this top lane and he wants to make his presence known, he wants to maybe, I don't know, give him the old guillotine every now and again, it's something to have to be considered.
But it's not just that. Kamcha out farming the mid lane, Jian Zihao. We've sung his praises, the rookie for the mid lane in St. John's, and he's definitely down in CS on the opposite side. Boris has not died yet. He still has all of his stacks of adoration. It just takes one kill to rubber band him right back into this game. And now with all the map rotation, all the kills, counter ganks going on for St. John's, they're the one that lose their mid turret first because of DePaul's solid rotations to get some chip damage down whenever they have the opportunity, and there it falls. The map will start to open up for DePaul as they continue to put pressure and move on in this game.
Yeah, a bunch of great points there, Degon. You know, the Draven is still going to be a factor here. Darius is still going to be a factor, and Kamcha, the late game scaling of this Cassiopeia is never something that can be understated, undervalued, or denied. She turns into an absolutely terrifying monster. I'm not just talking about when she looks at you. It's beyond the petrifying gaze. She's able to set up so many huge plays for the team and dish the damage out herself. That's all things that St. John's. Oh boy, that is an arrow going on through. What? Actually finding Kamcha there in the middle. That was interesting. But there's the ult exactly we were talking about. Find support out solo. Doing a lot of damage in response. Emberworg is now running for dear life. The snowball rolls on through with no success. And DePaul's like, hey, we see you.
Yeah, that was a lot expended there. You heard a ton of pings going down on the map. Great accuracy there by Basham to land the arrow for a max range stun. However, Kamcha bringing the cleanse to make sure that if she got locked up by a Frozen Tomb or got hit by Enchanted Crystal Arrow, would be able to work her way out of that. Perfect usage of the Summoner spell and gets to safety and almost turned around the damage for a kill onto Emberworg there at the last second. Now ping's going down. They realize, hey, look, we're going to split this up. We want to just kind of slow them down on the top side of the map as they start up the Rift Herald. On bottom side of the map, Basham, you take that turret. I don't think this is the smartest thing to do to try and force a fight at Rift Herald. Basham has all your kills, a good portion of your gold. Don't fight without it. Just trade turret for Rift Herald and live to fight another day.
Live to fight another day. And I'm not sure what just happened to DePaul's comms, but it feels like all of a sudden some sort of button has been pressed. Some sort of item has been achieved. I'm not sure. Zen built here what exactly it might have been, but it seems like all of a sudden they're deciding now's the time to go.
Well, now's the time to go because St. John's spent a lot of their initiation onto trying to catch out Kamcha. It was several ultimates, no summoner spills, but several ultimates used. So therefore, okay, now we can pick a fight without being worried about getting picked out. And so therefore, it cost us Kamcha's flash and cleanse. But we know that there is no Enchanted Crystal Arrow. We know that Woshi Jian Zihao isn't going to use Frozen Tomb. We now see, for whatever reason, Basham is on the bottom side of the map. We can take this Rift Herald in a basic numbers math game. It's 5v4. We'll win that fight. This is ours, and we can use this later on.
Yeah, a lot of grouping there from DePaul. I think they actually maybe kind of expected to maybe get into a touch of a scrap there, but either way, they walked away with that objective. They did, again, give up that bottom turret, but not the end of the world there for them, as they do still have the ability to rotate, allocate those resources, take back the turret of their own when they should so desire. And it looks like they were going to do that now, as we are seeing a bit of a lane swap coming through from St. John's, as Ashe is rotating now towards the mid. Lysandra going down there to the bottom. She's going to have a bit of a rough time, though, into the duo. Draven and Fresh.
I'll be interested to see where DePaul sets up this Rift Herald play. That's the next big thing that's coming up. The Drake as well will be coming up in a bit as well. That's a little bit further off. I do think that where Sheckler puts this Rift Herald down, where the map pressure comes in, will be huge. I do think it'll be on the top side of the map. You can put it down mid, but it's a little bit further in. You want to normally try to take towers down, at least the mid lane first, and then one of the sides, so then you can start working your way, putting vision on that side of the jungle. So keep your eye on Sheckler and the rest of DePaul as they continually put pressure on the map.
Yeah, keeping up that pressure is something that DePaul has done fairly well so far this game. The vision game is something we're going to keep touching on time and time again here because it is oh so important at this level of play. Again, just constantly putting up wards, dewarding, everything is super important in these kind of matchups, because if we've seen it before, if you walk into bushes and you don't know where your opponents are, sometimes you just get killed. We saw it in that last game a few moments there. DePaul, once they were able to do exactly what you just said, they were able to just open up the jungle. They were able to then snowball that further into these additional kills. But now there's more map objectives to play around here. I'm looking towards you, Baron. We'll see how DePaul continues that map pressure to open up, looking towards that objective.
Rift Herald has about 45 more seconds in the pocket of the Sheckler, so they need to start setting up to play now. And keep an eye on how they set up the waves. That's such a big thing that top teams are able to do. right now, Cass is on the bottom side of the map. Kamcha will start getting that to push. Once that starts pushing, you can look to drop the Rift Herald at some other area, whether it's in mid lane or whether it's in top lane. But it does look like right now the side of St. John's getting a little antsy around this top side of the map, clearing out vision, and Woshi, Feiji, Lu staying invisible. Here comes the engage, though.
There goes the engage. Another questionable ult, though, coming out from Thonk. Not doing a whole lot of anything, and that is now a massive go button that has just been chipped right off the keyboard of St. John. They now don't have one of their massive points of initiation. This is actually the opportunity Paul needs to go in. This is their moment.
I wouldn't say it's a massive one, because there are so many. You have Frozen Tomb, you have Explosive Cask, you have Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but what it does is it allows an opportunity like this, where the Rift Herald, it was going to expire soon anyways. I don't know if you would try to engage in it, whether the ult was up or not. Nice dodge out of there by Thonk, not getting hooked. Rift Herald goes down, and it's a small win here for DePaul, and they're chipping away at this gold lead. It was 2,000 earlier. It's now under 1,000 with these macro calls that DePaul has been making.
Yeah, just a lot of smart rotations from them. As you said, chipping away at this lead that St. John was able to build up for themselves. They've been able to take down a couple of turrets here on the top side, but a nice little round of dewarding coming through from St. John's, making sure they're trying to deny as much of that vision as they humanly can, make sure they're a little bit safer on their own rotations, particularly looking towards that Gragas there. They need to start taking down some turrets of their own, as they've only found success down on that one on the bottom side there. So they are going to continue to push this out mid, but I would like to see it maybe a bit more of a concerted effort to get down this mid turret of their own, open things up a little bit, and make DePaul feel just a little bit less safe.
Watching some Ornn headbutts, that's all. It's always fun to take a peek at that.
Have a moment of silence for Ornn headbutts, okay.
Yeah, now both teams should be positioning around the bottom side of the map because DePaul got there first. It'll be a retake here for St. John's. They need to decide, as the gold leaders, do they want to do it? It is just a Cloud Drake. They decide, nope, it's fine. And you can see the ultimate early there by Boris because they have all the vision on the bottom side of the map and they realize the top side is pretty dark. There's an opportunity that Baron's being used. Baron's being started. It was not. Now DePaul will do the dance on the top side of the map.
They will indeed. This is all about the battle for the next major objective. Oh, pretty setting a vision around Baron as best they can here. Again, the battle of the ward and the counter ward. Trying to get as much control as possible going into this next fight. St. John's generally done a fairly good job of shutting down that from DePaul, but it seems like DePaul is always the one being a little bit more proactive when it comes to setting up this vision and keeping an eye on what St. John's is doing. St. John's did a fairly good job earlier on in the game, putting some wards up in the jungle, particularly on the bottom side, to open up that rotation on that turret like you mentioned before, but since then it feels like they haven't quite been able to do so. I think they've been feeling a little bit less safe pushing in past the river here, and again, the longer this goes on, this Cassiopeia continues to scale. I'm not sure how I'm feeling about this decision from St. John's to just sit back and passive farm.
Yeah, there are multiple ways to shut down this Cass with all of the initiation tools, as well as Frozen Tomb and Polymorph. There's a lot that St. John's has. The issue is that Brahman Darius is on Darius and can get the kill reset. Draven Boris still has the opportunity to get a kill and snowball out of control with his adoration stacks. If we take a look at him, currently it's somewhere around 520 adoration stacks. That's so much gold going back in his pockets if he's able to cash in. So I think it really comes around this next team fight, and both teams understand that, realize that, and want to pick a fight that they want on their terms. So dancing back and forth to clear out wards is going to be huge, but that's probably where we'll see someone get caught out and make a mistake.
It's interesting because we saw some highly passive games earlier on in the day, but those games I feel like could comfortably be categorized as playing a little bit more scared. This doesn't necessarily feel scared. This feels more towards the realm of calculated. We are witnessing a dance right now. Moves and counter moves being executed by both squads. There's not necessarily fear, not necessarily respect, but it's just knowledge and sort of this acknowledgement of, okay, I see you, you see what I'm doing, I see what you're doing, may the best man win.
Yeah, who's going to make the flash engage play? Who's going to make the flashy play to start things off? You can see Thonk has now joined the rest of the team, and the split pusher will be Woshi Jianzi Hao instead. flash burn there by Thonk. If he got caught out, that wouldn't have been good news. So Woshi John Zihao is the split pusher to try and match Brown Man Darius, not because Lissandra is stronger than him, but Lissandra has range and can farm safely against Darius. Darius would have to flash forward to get a full committal.
It would indeed, and I'm on the side of DePaul right now, and I'm looking towards St. John's. I'm thinking maybe there might be an opportunity there to maybe exploit some of the positioning of Thonk here. Thonk seems to be a little bit trigger happy when it comes to these ults, when it comes to some of these summoner spells. Maybe feeling a little bit antsy up there. You mentioned that before, towards the top side of the map. So if I'm maybe DePaul, it's something I might want to look to capitalize on here. You saw some rotations coming through from the mid. It's a steady, it's this back and forth, like the windshield wiper blade of pressure that DePaul is putting on the side of St. John's, because they just keep slowly pushing them back in, pushing them back in. It used to be the river, now it's their side of the river, now it's pushing into their jungle. It just constantly feels like DePaul is just pushing the action, seeing how far they can go.
Yeah, 3-0 Cloud Drakes, and it's difficult because as much as everyone joked Cloud Drakes when they came out, this movement speed here in this dance is very important. You get caught out, you overstay. The movement speed that everyone has on DePaul can catch someone out on St. John's. St. John's has one of their own, but even that little bit of extra movement speed means a lot as we move later and later into these macro mind games. I like to call it. Hunky Hank now just leading the way, clearing out vision, making sure there's none on the top side of the map. And the dance continues.
Oh my. Both of these teams are so determined not to be the first one to make a mistake. This is really what it comes down to. It's not even necessarily who's going to make the play, it's just who's going to not mess up. At this stage, that is so important. We're finally starting to see St. John's feel a little bit more comfortable to push on in. This Ashe is starting to hit pretty darn hard, trying to take down this mid turret, which is exactly what they need to be doing right now, opening up the rift so much better. Nunu might be in actually a bit of a rough position there. Sheckler is there, throwing the snowball, getting himself right on out, but Lissandra is getting the pings. The sense that DePaul is there. They were all actually backing, resetting going into this. So nice, accidental, totally on purpose timing from St. John's. We may never know.
Yeah, and they'll have to just fight this next fight without buying. Like, they do not have their gold in their coffers, or their gold is still in their pockets, but they haven't turned it into items. And that might be a big issue for them. Will a retake be in the cards? Here comes Call the Forge God.
Call the Forge God is going in. Will there be any follow-up? There's the cask, and no, it is actually going to be the Drake now going over the side of the Paul, fighting it out in the pit. Going Goldust Gragas in the midst of all of it, but a lot of damage coming through the side of St. John's. The stun in the back
oh,
of the Paul. Nice dunk over there. Darius is going off. The Nazi guillotine making it work. What an absolute monster. That's 4 dead for St. John's.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. He got 2 of those dunks, I believe, over the Dragon Pit. Those guys thought that they were out. They were safe. Not so fast. The guillotine's coming for you. And Brown Man Darius gets 3 big kills, and now DePaul turn their focus onto the Baron.
And that is all it took. I mean, I'm pretty sure Boris is still going to want to kill through all this. But either way, a lot of damage on the side of DePaul. Great little fight for them, taking down 4 members, tying up in terms of kills, take another Drake. Let's take another look at this. Break this down for us, Degon.
Yeah, again, because St. John spent time going into the mid lane, pushing up the mid lane. They didn't get vision when the Baron was spawning. Keep your eyes here, right? Miasma, and then Brown Man Darius pulls 1 over the wall, gets the kill, the reset on there too, and then Woshi-Fei Jilu already low gets taken
There's
down.
The third.
You can see he flashes after it just in case to pick up the kill. Risky play there by Woshi-Fei Jilu. I think he was thinking, I can go over the wall, go for the steal, and flash out. Oh, shoot. There's a thing called Miasma on the other team, and Kamcha keeping him from moving anywhere. So a bit risky again. The dance going back and forth. There's been so much patience by these 2 teams, and then a lapse in judgment on the patience game, right? Again,
really
you didn't have the setup that was there first, but you still tried to force it. In this case, DePaul, consistently the team that punishes when there's an opportunity to punish, and St. John's opened themselves up.
And that was so much patience. I mean, how long? There's 20 minutes of just solid, concerted, patient play. Okay. And then, no, we go now. It just felt like maybe the maturity of this squad together, and it's obviously their first time, their first season playing here in the Big East is maybe getting to them a little bit. Is the second they saw maybe a potential opening they went for, and it cost them big. Again, the person that might make the first mistake, Thonk, maybe making one of his own right here. Call the Forge God coming in, not being able to capitalize on the follow-up stun is not going to be there. Beautiful timing from the Sheckler and Brown Man Darius to make sure they don't get knocked up in return. And that's just another solid kill. I don't care how tanky you are, Ornn, it's not nearly enough. Brownman Darius.
Yeah, I think Thunk's trolling right there. He's trying to get a knock up onto the wall with a headbutt, misses the turret, so he just basically walks into Brownman Darius melee range. And that's all he needs. Just give him a little bit of space and he's able to make you pay. The turret goes down. Baron empowered minions getting pushed down the mid lane as well. Nunu just throwing around the slime ball as well. Oh, no. The hook does land onto the Ashe. Ashe in a bit of trouble. WuXiFeiJiLu forced to go in. Now Kamcha stepping forward. Emberwork down. There goes the rest of the team. Basham is the only one left alive, except for all of DePaul. They're going to push on to this base.
And with that, DePaul is pushing in these final Nexus turrets. And that is going to be all she wrote. Throw a couple more kills in the fire, why don't you? That is DePaul going off, finding their moment, finding their momentum, getting all the snowball they could ever need. The biggest one ever as they push in now and end the game, taking the series 2-0.
I think with both these teams, we learned a lot today. St. John's has the ability to play the patience game, but when it was time to hold your water, DePaul right there. They've been there for quite some time. Football term.
Okay.
They've been there for quite some time. They are used to this. No one panicked, and they realized, okay, we're just going to continually take out wards, get the vision, reset vision. If we don't have vision there, we're going to get it together. And they did that consistently until St. John's got a little antsy, said, hey, we want this Drake. I don't know why they decided that.
That particular, that Drake,
That
though.
Drake specifically.
That one.
And they went in, got blown up, and DePaul, again, once they get ahead, so hard to stop. So hard to stop, and this team is looking fantastic leading into week 5.
Yeah, they're ending this now, going up 8-0, bringing them back up to the top of the standings. Again, a team that did that all of last season, continuing the trend here. Let's take a look at the highlights from that last game there. Weren't a ton of high action moments, but the few that there were really nice plays. Again, this shows that St. John's can make these clutch plays of their own. They can pull it off. They do have the skill, but when it comes to staying calm long-term under pressure, it's maybe that's where they faltered. Maybe just that bit of inexperience.
That was such a good juke there by Basham. And again, no knock on WuXiFeiJiLu in that early to mid game, but again, that late game shot calling not quite there. Hunky Hank a little bit greedy there, no reason to be there. But here we go. This is the big moment. For whatever reason, WuXiFeiJiLu tries to go in, tries to find a place to flash out, isn't able to, and then just gets stuck the whole time. Fail flashes, I didn't see that earlier. And then Brownman Darius just in the front of all of it, getting the deletion. And after that, it's just the cake on top. Hook landing onto Basham. It forces the engage from everyone else while they aren't ready. And Miasma dishing out the damage. And DePaul, the Blue Demons, on top of the league 8-0. And looking good as they get closer and closer to the match with the Titans, the returning champs, the revenge match. It's Villanova.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and Villanova was the one starting this off saying, hey, this team, it's all Brownman Darius. That's all they have. They're a one-trick pony or a one-man squad. I think, you know, we did obviously see Brownman Darius do his work in that last game, but there were definitely other moments where everybody else stepped up. Could they step up more? Absolutely. Could we have seen a more dominant bot lane performance? Yes, we could have. So
I would say Kamcha did very well.
Kamcha did great.
Kamcha did great. Like again, he didn't push his luck. He played to what their win condition was multiple times against strong opponents and a lot of jungle pressure. WuXiFeiJiLu was there all the time, and he was able to outplay several ganks in both games.
Yeah.
And I think that takes a lot of credit as well. It's really easy to look at the kills and look at the flashy Darius dunks and be like, Brownman Darius is a one-man wrecking crew. However, if you took time to watch the game and break things down, you see Kamcha was one of the bridges to allow the rest of the team to get to that point.
And they did indeed. And, you know, we actually have an interview with the side over at DePaul right now. Congratulations on your win. Brownman Darius returning here once again. How are you feeling after that?
I'm feeling pretty good. I don't think Mike's working.
Oh, yeah, we can hear you a bit there on your end, but that's okay. You know, obviously that last game maybe went a little bit longer than you guys were expecting. Were you actually surprised by how much of a fight St. John's was putting up there?
I was surprised on the second game. The first game was, I felt like they went for plays they didn't need to, and then just ended up paying for it.
Yeah, I think you guys were pushed a little bit in a way that you haven't been pushed before. What is something that you're going to take away from this match against St. John's?
We can definitely take away that we were all playing really safe, and to be honest, we were kind of getting a little eager and wanted to make something happen, but obviously we shouldn't do that. So I think we just got to get more patient, just learn from it.
Yeah, well, I mean, clearly, you know, at the end, you were still able to snowball, bring it back. Again, now you're still sitting undefeated this time around. What are you going to do to make sure that that continues to be the case? How are you going to continue to practice, and how are you going to continue to improve as a squad? Because clearly, that's still the goal. You're looking beyond just, you know, this opening segment. You're looking all the way towards C-Law.
Yeah, so I think like I mentioned before, like just communication. As long as our communication's on point, as long as we all can just work together and just make the correct calls, we can hopefully just go all the way.
All right, final question for you. Do you think you're going to get that Darius ever again?
Yeah, I hopefully Villanova's not too scared, but you know, I'll pop it out if they're willing to leave it open.
Yes, I got a little something out of you there. Thank you, Degon, for that one. That was great.
Gotcha.
Thank you so much, man, for taking the time to chat with us there. Congrats on your wins. Congrats to the whole team over there at DePaul. We really appreciate it.
Awesome, thanks.
Well, you heard it there.
Collusion. We now know their strategy. They will pick Darius if Darius is open. Got it out of him.
Nicely done, sir. And it was even if they'll let us, if they want to give it to us, we'll take it. Like, ooh, it was subtle, but it was in there.
Yeah, he said, "Hey, Native 192, I dare you."
Hey, setting that up. I like it. That leads to DePaul once again back up the top of the standings, which if we take a look, rounds it out after another amazing week of action. Villanova, they're sitting in second place. Butler, of course, in third. Seton Hall still in fourth. And St. John's just on the cusp. They're in fifth, but a squad that I feel definitely has the potential to make that playoff contention run. Let's take a look at our schedule for next week. We are, of course, returning next Sunday once again at 12 p.m. Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. Providence taking on Marquette. DePaul taking on Butler. And St. John's taking on Villanova. That's a match I am particularly excited for.
Yeah, again, St. John's has a lot of things to build upon here. They ran into the buzzsaw that was DePaul, but they got to play a very macro-style game against DePaul. Villanova has been winning by brute force, by winning team fights, and let's see if St. John's will either continue to play the macro game or get caught up into the team fight skirmish style of Villanova and how that turns out.
Well, we're going to see if how that all breaks down next week with more amazing Big East Collegiate League of Legends action. Thank you all so much for joining us here on this lovely Sunday afternoon. Be sure to tune in next week. Be sure to hit us up on social media and give the channel a follow down below to catch all the amazing Collegiate League of Legends action. For myself and Verum, Degon on the desk. We'll see you next time.